Seconds to the start of the race. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
That was in the pit. Starting grid for this one, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We only have 7. We have 7. So 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, then 1. Okay, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we are ready to go. Here we go. All right, here we go. Go 7. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 8th Scale Nitro On-Road IFMAR World Championships presented by Infinity. We're here at beautiful Infinity International RC Speedway. We're in just outside of Nagoya, Japan. Inabe, I believe, is the small town that we're in. Charlie Suanka sitting right alongside. I'm Ken Stout. Scotty Ernst is on the mic, but he's doing some trackside announcing. He's also our race director here this weekend, which was a last-minute curveball for our buddy.
They put him in charge of stuff, so his weekend got a lot heavier.
They put him in charge of stuff, yeah, which is good and bad. Yeah. We love Scotty. He's been at it for a long time. Great to have him out there doing what he's doing. As you can see, we already have some on-track activity here. Today will be much like yesterday. We will have 3 rounds of heat races. There's 12 different groups here when it comes to the heats themselves, so we'll get you up to speed on all that. And then at the very end of the day, we'll have a very special
Super Pole.
Super Pole, right? So we'll find out who's going to line up where. It'll be a lot of fun. Obviously, we'll have 2 people lock in for the A main.
Yeah, the top seed or top qualifier gets their pole position, and then 2nd through 5th get a unique 6-lap opportunity on the track to do hot lap, and the hottest of the hot laps will earn P2 on the grid for the finals. Everybody else from 3rd through 120th have an opportunity to race their way into the final bump-up style racing that will happen Friday and Saturday, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so a lot of racing yet to do here, of course, at this World Championships. Great to have them back here, by the way. Of course, we talked about this a little bit one day ago. We will continue to follow up on this from day to day, but we did miss 2021 courtesy of COVID. So last time we had these was 2019. The winner was Shoki Takahata, who is here, I should say, competing. Had a really good day yesterday as well. Certainly showed he had a ton of speed, came out in the 3rd qualifying session, 3rd round, I should say. And, man, those guys were laying it down at the end of the day. Some incredible lap times, amazing consistency all along the way. We have a number of former world champions inside of the field as well. I believe 7 different, so not necessarily all on-road 8th scale, but a number of people that have felt the pressures of winning a world championship.
A lot of experience in the field this year, that's for sure. Local racer Hayato Matsuzaki, or had a rough afternoon. He had one kind of flame out where the tune was wrong, so they came into the pits and kind of lost a little bit of a round there, but he had one very good round. He was on a TQ run, like on an 07 pace, ran out of gas on the final corner, coasted across the line, still was able to put in a top 3 time, but I was talking to him a little bit last evening because he didn't do real well in the 3rd round. I think he went off the track and just pulled it in, but he's not worried. He seems very cool, calm, and collected. This is kind of his home track type of deal. He's Infinity's kind of #1 driver, so it'd be interesting to see how his day pans out today because kind of pressure's on. Qual points, they take 3 of the 6 to seed the round, so these guys only kind of need 3 rounds, but as close as it's been, we've seen more than 10 drivers sharing the same second. I think there's like 15 drivers that ran a 4:10 time, so they're really, really tight competition out there. So some of the tiebreakers are going to go to either the fastest round or the throwouts, depending on how that all works out. But
we'll see how it shakes down. To get you up to speed on the track, it is 80 by 40 meters. The driver's stand is 25 meters long. Fuel will be controlled fuel. They do have 2 options there, which can be an interesting discussion, to say the least. And then also tires are controlled. Only 1 brand available, 1 diameter for the front and the rear. So that one is pretty much taken care of. Obviously, the fuel and tires handled in Parc Fermé. If you decide to play games of that, your weekend here will end short.
I talked to a couple of the drivers to ask about tire strategy, and most of them go out to qualify on tires that have been run. They get
scuffs, as we would refer to them, correct?
They said they work a little bit better because they get the cone in them, if you will, and they get, I want to say, he told me, up to 8 sets for control practice and through qualifying, and then once the finals start, they get another allotment of tires that they're allowed to go through. So
I'm sure a lot of the fans that are tuned in here are very, very familiar with these cars, but to give you an idea, they make about 3 horsepower, 3.5 cc engine, or the 0.21 cubic inches, 21s as they're referred to, 2-stroke diesels if you want to call them that, 25% nitro, 8% oil. The rest of it is methanol, which would be about 68% or so, somewhere in that general area. Just a rear brake on these, 2-speed centrifugal clutch. They do have a spool in the back. They're belt driven. Obviously all-wheel drive as well, turning these things 40 to 45,000 RPM, interchangeable rear gurney, I should say sway bar, adjustable rear gurney, and a couple of different bodies are allowed, the Hyper and Super Diablo.
As we see here, wrapping up our first round of qualifications for the day, 4th round overall, 16 and a 4:02 for Anon. We'll go with P. Vincent K in the 2 spot, Joel Recovery going to finish up 3rd, and it is qual points, so they get their seeding for the round each time. They get points, and least amount of points is going to work that out for our overall rankings that will happen this afternoon. Next group is Hiroki Morai, Yasuhara Hara, William Chu, Haruhiko Yonida, Hiroki Tanimura, and then we have Kanalfop S. Takumi Oida, Saichi Ichikawa, and Tak Wu.
By the way, you were just talking about Annan, who won that last group, if you will, our first heat race. He had an incredibly good day 1 day ago, bumping up to inside 78th. He finished in the 78th position. So to keep in mind that they were, obviously seeded on the very first day. He was in the lower group. He was in the bottom 10, if you will. So probably would have put him around 108 or so, right, somewhere in that area, and ended up 78th yesterday. So a incredibly good move forward there for Annan.
Lots of smoke here. They get a 3.5-minute warm-up before their qualifier starts, so they release the hounds, and you'll see them kind of space themselves out if they're smart to get some open track, and it gives them an opportunity to get the tires and the engine up to temperature, and then right before that shuts down, they bring them in the pit lane for a final tune. They do a temperature check on the motor and any adjustments that may be needed. Beautiful facility here, the Infinity International RC Speedway. And we're about an hour from our hotel. We get in a convoy of shuttle vans in the morning.
Actually had a little race going this morning right off the bat. We pulled right up beside him, threw down a little bit.
We had the fastest van.
Yeah, we had a good time for sure. By the way, the temperature here, once again, another spectacular day in store here. No rain in the forecast whatsoever. It is currently 60 degrees out here, expecting it to rise up to about 78 degrees. We will have a full day, as we talked about, with 3 rounds of qualifying here. And as you talked about, the Super Bowl at the end of the day. So that'll get us well up into the 4 or 5 o'clock range, which it starts getting dark here pretty early. You mentioned it yesterday. The sun falls back behind that mountain, and we get some long shadows on this track pretty quickly.
Yeah, the sun lines up perfectly with the tallest part of the mountain, so you get the least amount of daylight that you're going to get. Luckily, Infinity Speedway has lights, so if it were to get kind of too dark or if there's any delays, they're prepared for that.
You know, I knew you mentioned that yesterday, and I was thinking, okay, well, we're safe then. But Scotty said we do not have access to the lights, or he said we had no lights. So I wonder if we don't have access to the lights. I see the lights around the track, so I don't know why we would not be able to use those.
I know during opening ceremonies they turned them on just in case.
Is this a good chance to say that he was wrong?
He might not be wrong. He could be mistaken, though.
You're being kind to him today. I don't know what's up with you. You got up on the wrong side of the bed. You've been nice to him all morning long.
Don't worry, that'll wear off.
So here we are in heat number 2, first round. And 1 day ago, it was Chew Williams who ended up best in this particular group. Kicked the first session off with a 16.420, which put him 81st on the list, and then a 16.402 in the second round put him up as high as 69th on the list of 117 entries, and then ended the day up with a 16.409. So the last 2 sessions, 16.409 and a 16.402. Really solid numbers there out of Chew Williams.
Hey, GM, we are in Inabi, Japan, actually. Like I said, about an hour outside of Nagoya. Beautiful, I guess you'd say, countryside.
Yeah, for sure. I would go with that. Absolutely. And when we drive outside of what is a good-sized city, picture Chicago, if you will, something of that size, I'd say. And beautiful, by the way. I mean, pristine. The people could not be any kinder over here. Incredibly respectful. I've made a comment a couple times on the way in as we're driving. You take a look at the big trucks here, and they don't have necessarily tractor trailers like we have in the States, but they have their big version of the trucks, which is a straight truck, and every one of them is spotless.
Right. The
chrome, the stainless, absolutely gorgeous. State-of-the-art LED lights all around them, which we don't have in the States. I mean, it's very impressive. It's a beautiful country over here, for sure.
Those are their work trucks, too.
Yeah, work trucks. Yeah, they take very good care of them. As you can see, the warm-up session here done for this second heat race. It is on. And I'm about to pay attention to that starting board. Did you see, are we starting with car number 7 today?
It should be, if memory serves. The only thing that changes in IFMAR qualifying for this event is the starting order of the cars to give each driver a different opportunity towards the front of the starting pack. If you're not familiar with the qualification process at an IFMAR event, they do individual clocks. So they take off, do an out lap, and as they cross the line, that starts their official timer. They get 4 minutes to do best laps and time. So technically, if you catch up to a driver, you've already passed them on the clock, and you should give way, which sometimes does not happen as rapidly as you may want, as we saw right there.
Yeah, gave way and then ran right back up on the gurney, if you will. Now getting away just a little bit. So we commented about it yesterday. Of course, the numbers that they're giving to start off the first heat, which happened yesterday, 1 through 10 here inside of this group, is based off their seated time. So basically what you're doing is inverting the field here as they go along with the intentions of giving everybody, a shot at being at the front of the field, if you will. But some cases that puts the slower cars out front and creates a bit of an issue for the faster cars in the back.
A little more. It can make it worse, so you have to get out of the way more often.
Okay, that's a good way of putting it. It's going to make it worse.
They make it worse. No, it's just a unique factor of racing. It gives, because you can turn a weekend around. You've learned some stuff about car setup, pick your rhythm a little different through some lines, and all of a sudden you're going a lot quicker than you should be. So people are getting out of your way instead.
How about Chew Williams once again right to the top of the pack here, working on a 16.400.1. That would be his best effort of the weekend if, in fact, he could hang on to those numbers there.
We saw 18-lap runs in the faster heats. They'll get lap times down into probably the low to mid-13s as we saw. So you'll see the pace quicken as we move through because, as we mentioned, they're seated in their top 3 consecutive lap times to group the field. And Column Fop S now moving to the top side. William dropped down a spot, and Takumi Oida going to hold on to that third spot.
Yeah, Colin Flop doing a good job yesterday, bumping up into the 77th position in the first round. Second round ended up 74th with a 16.403. Was a really good effort. And then in the third round, fell down a bit with a 15.405. So struggled there in that third and final qualifying round, if you will, for this particular group, number 2.
Having one bad run per day is pretty all right. Well,
you're going to get a throwaway anyways, right? You're going to get a couple throwaways.
3, technically. They kept the best 3 out of 6 total, so you get 3 throwouts for the most part. But as we've mentioned yesterday, this is an uphill section, that little short chute just before the big toilet bowl corner. They actually run up a hill right there, so it's real tricky. I think maybe the front end wants to get a little dropped the wheel off. No traction out there. Does the 180.
Make sure the roll cage works.
Yeah.
The driver in danger. Right there, this left-hander has a nice banking up in it. You can see the line is down there at the bottom, but there is some fair amount of banking, and as Charlie just mentioned as well, that's where the elevation changes as well.
I got to stand out there during the practice, or the seating practice day, and stand in various parts of the track, and it is very fun to go stand next to that fence up there and watch it come ripping down the hill. It doesn't look like they slow down at all, even though they lift.
9-turn track here. Beautiful facility, as we will document all day long. Nice place here to go grab some food. Good, nice restroom here for everybody as well. A couple of vendors here as well. So a good place. If you're in the area, we would love to see you. They have some grandstand seat in there. Just noticed it in the shot just a moment ago. They had it framed up. So yeah. Come out here and have some fun. We'd love to see you.
I believe we're on board now with Colin Pop from Thailand, working down the straightaway as our race leader. 15 flat last time, as you saw. A bit of a rough one getting back underway. Starting to hit their marks now as they're working up the hill, just touching the paint a little bit. Nice and smooth. Don't want to get too aggressive. They get down to that inside. There's a drop-off inside the paint that'll really upset these cars. 14.9 that time by, getting a little bit quicker. 16.02. The pace not too shabby here in the early stages. The morning session seems to maybe be the slowest. I think maybe a bit due to track temperature, and they get quicker throughout the afternoon. Time on the map. Oh, master clock's expired.
Good move. Trying to get out of the way, and they both leaned to the left at the same time.
Looks like they were finished that lap, so luckily it wasn't going to cost either of them any time. They're bringing them in, and Colin Pop S from Thailand going to take home the win, 16 and a 4.02. William Chu, 16 and a 4.04, and Hiroki Morai with 16 and a 4.10. And you see, we're already getting into those very close runs. There's 2 drivers with a 4.10, another with a 4.11, and a 4.13 just behind him. So,
yeah, Colin Pop there with his best effort here for the weekend. We'll certainly want to hang on to that one. So 16.402, 16.403 will be his 2 best as it stands right now. And the same way with Chu, 16.402 a day ago, plus what he just did here with that 16.404.
And you see a car getting picked up. They ran out of fuel on the in-lap after the race was already over. So that's how tight the fuel mileage is on these guys. They run a very aggressive outlap from when the race starts, so they run off the track a few times and try to punch it. Could run them out of gas before the 4 minutes is up.
Yeah, we saw that happen a lot one day ago, for sure, as we take a look at our starting order here. Kinohara Suzuki up there in the number 1 spot. Akio Suzu. Naomi Tsubaki. Yeah.
Wow.
That's a tough one there. Atuit Limited.
I like it.
Let's go with Michael Schmidt on the next one. Some of the names not in correct order, so what we understand, the Japanese names are in order. Everybody else is reversed, so stick with us here. Mitsushiro. And that's all I'm going to say on that one, because the rest of that, there it is, Mitsushiro Kinoshita. So did not see that. You can't see that on the screen. We can see it on live time and scoring. Tuuka Tainen, Alsop, Richard Alsop, that should be. And then Yukinaga, Nozaki, and Kwayuan Sapanen.
Subanan Kawa. Yeah, sure.
There you go.
That's a Thai one, so I think that one's backwards also. That is the young lady racer from Thailand. But she's...
Oh, Ferrari.
Yeah,
she's very, very talented.
14 or 15 years old. They call her Ferrari because she's so fast.
Yeah, and, was chatting there with Scotty. I'll make sure Scotty Ernst gets the credit for this, but said that she was in competition in Thailand against Lamberto Kalari and was right there with him. And matter of fact, had a shot at beating him. He ended up beating her on fuel save, if you will,
Great
which
strategy.
I say has to do with driving as well. He was cognizant of what he needed to do there. But in terms of raw speed, she was right there with him. In fact, ahead of him, had a shot at beating him. So to give you an idea how talented she is.
Yeah. Welcome back, Alexis Scott, Ryan Cattell, Stephen Miller, AGM West, Buddy Elias, Nicholas Hunton, Carlos Eduardo, Texas Hill Country. Good to have you guys all with us in the Super Chat. We welcome you to nonstop coverage of the 2023 IFMAR World Championships from Minabe, Japan at the Infinity International RC Speedway. This is our warm-up session for heat number 3, round number 4 of qualifying.
Yeah, Ferrari ended up second in the group here in the 78th position. So really nice effort for her as well one day ago. Ending up with her best effort of the day yesterday was a 17-lap session, 17.411, and she put together a 17.412. Second session, she stumbled a bit with a 16.406. So she's chasing Mitsushiro Kinoshita, who ended up best in this particular group, as he put together a 17.413. At the top, ended up a little bit better off than she did. So a nice job there with his grouping, I should say.
Oh, we got more people checking in. Tommy DeSantis, welcome to the show. G-Dup, good to have you back. Patrick Almeida, welcome. G-Dup asked me if I saw the picture he tagged me. I did not. As much as I look at my phone, I don't know how to see stuff like that. But I'm sure I'll find it eventually. I hope it's a good one.
And so, as Charlie documented one day ago here, and as we take a look at this warm-up session, obviously, whenever they're qualifying here, it's the best 3 laps combined
for seeding.
For their times.
Yeah, seeding is the 3 laps. The qualifier is the whole run.
4-minute sessions here. Once we get started.
Like, they have nearly a whole run worth of warm-up time, 3.5 minutes, so they get enough time to make any changes to the engine. 'Cause sometimes they'll go out and need to come in after a lap or two just to get a tune on it, and they need several laps to run it hard to make sure that temperatures get right.
So I noticed for the Super Pole a little bit later on, talk about practice time, 5 minutes of warm-up time, and then, according to Scotty, 2 more minutes of warm-up time for each driver before they go out. And they go out one at a time, so that process will take a little bit of time.
Yeah. And, so the way that I was talking to some of the racers last night. Elias? One of
I believe it's Elias.
the German guy. He's a master mechanic type dude. They love racing. Those guys are super fans of RC. But he said Super Pole used to be a little bit different. That the top there 2 through 5 would have to go to Parc Fermé, and they didn't get to touch the cars, and then they had to come out and do Super Pole. Now they can bring them in, work on the cars, change tires, do whatever they need to do. So he says it's not as cool as it used to be. Okay, I can see that.
We did a version of this as well at the Chili Bowl. RC fans might not be familiar with it, but it's the largest, most prestigious midget race in the world. It happens in Oklahoma in January. Some 350 competitors or so try to make a 24-car A main. But one of the items that happens on Friday night after the final 5 nights of qualifiers, if you will, is they do a pole shuffle, and they bring out the top 2 go in from each qualifier throughout the week, Monday through Friday. So there's 10 of them, and they will pair up 2 each, and they race, and whichever one wins can go up to the next row. So that's how they started off. So effectively, as you've mentioned here before, you could be 10th, but you could race your way up to the pole and start on the pole. So it's a lot of fun. Another variation of this.
You know what else happens at the Chili Bowl? There's the RC Chili Bowl. It's a huge RC dirt oval race at the Chili Bowl that Scotty puts on. So lots of RC people know about the Chili Bowl because of the RC Chili Bowl.
There you go. I did not know that.
I got to go last year. It's quite the spectacle. They have They tear up the track every round so that it's fresh track, so it doesn't build super bite, and it's like loose dirt RC car racing. It's very cool, very cool. So
it's a big deal for sure in Oklahoma. Jensen throwing us a little curveball this morning, by the way.
A minute into this one, and Ferrari from Thailand leading the way, and that is Ferrari's Aqua color scheme that we see working down the straightaway into our hairpin corner, coming back down the hill, and they go to that center switchback, and looking very strong here. This end of the short chute, it'll be a very good indicator on how consistent the drivers are, how they come out of that corner and go down that straightaway. Seems to be how stable their cars are. But Ferrari going quick here, 14-1 last time by, flirting with some 13.9s already. You get down to the low 14s and a couple high 13s, and you can be on an 18-lap run before you even know what's happening. So this is good to see from Ferrari. Right now, pace 17 and a 403, so it can chip away at that just a bit with some consistency.
Yeah, it was just a 404, so clearly making some ground here. Her best effort one day ago was a 17.412 and a 17.411. Yeah. So significantly better here today. Love to watch that car. Boy, beautiful shot there. Right straight down the straightaway, but a couple of times watching it go through this final turn right there. Yeah. Car just looks nice and free. Really rotates beautifully. Running a little bit of a wider line there. Could probably get down to the paint just a little bit more, but she's doing a wonderful job here this morning.
Switch over to what I want to say is Mitsuhiro in the blue car.
Nose to tail, 3 of them here, so dealing with a bit of traffic, and unfortunately that is not what you want to have to do here in one of these qualifiers. Oh, right on the gurney. Oh, that's a beautiful job, man. Trying
to get space and not collect that pit wall. That was a tricky one.
A great job by both drivers.
I believe that is Mitsuhiro, sorry.
Yeah, Mitsuhiro ended up best in this group one day ago, just by 2 positions over Ferrari, 70, moving up to the 76th position out of the 117 entries. One in the infield.
That looks to be
trying to get through the grass.
Car. That was Ferrari. Oh, devastator. They're back into the grass.
And
wants
right
some
back
more of
in.
it.
Well, there's a steering issue.
I believe that was Ferrari.
Seems okay.
Overdue at the start-finish line. Was on a heater, 17 and a 405 the pace, but something maybe letting go on the front end there. Back on track now.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's a hard hit from up to P1. She just went from P1 to P8.
See, they're a 32-second lap time. That's basically costing 1 full lap. That's a tough one. So that's going to put Kinoshita back to the front. Michael Schmidt going to be in that 2 spot. And Nami Tsubaki going to be holding down the 3rd position.
I was going to have to kick you for a second.
I got stuck.
You're up on the chip for a minute.
I got stuck. My rev limiter set wrong. Valves were floating. Time winding down this one. When the master clocks expires, they'll got to be out on the track for about another just a moment.
Again, beautiful day here, and day number 2, actually day number 3, day number 2 for me, day number 2 of qualifying. Of course, seeding happened the previous day, and I believe it was you. Was it you, Charlie, that told me a number of people have been here a number of days before that, upwards of 4 or 5 days before that?
The guys I have coffee with in the morning said they were here since last Thursday.
Wow. Were they able to get on track? Is it something that they
there was
didn't
open
know if you were allowed to test or race? You know, a lot of times their sanctioning bodies will have a rule within a certain amount of time before an event you can't get on that track.
Nitro on-road's not like that. They like to give them track time. Makes for a better show. But it wasn't like completely open practice. You had to get your name and put it on a heat, and then that's when you were up, so you couldn't be lined up for multiple heats. You had to plan your day out, so to speak. But I think that I heard some of these guys got as many as 15 or 20 practice runs in the week build up to this. So that is a ton of track time.
Unofficial results there. And once again, Mitsuhiro Kinoshita up at the top of the group. Nicely done with a 17.412 to put it in perspective. One day ago, he was 17.413, so very consistent right there in line with that one.
First 17-lap run of the morning. We're gonna see
a couple of them there, huh?
Lots of those now, I'm sure.
Ozaki also a 17.414. See how he did one day ago. Ozaki, that's his first 17-lap session of the weekend.
That deserves an arm pump. He already arm pumped.
Nicely job. Nicely done right there. Yesterday, his best effort, a 16.403.
Next heat, staging up Eric Nogier, Takahiro Izimoto, Elaine Levy, Yoshito Yamamoto, Tatsuya Sake, Cole Visit, we're going to go with V.
Good call.
Katsuhiko Ashita, Gert-Jan van Schaik, Mitsuhiro Nishimoto, and Tatsuki Inoue, thank you. And we will be making sandwiches out of these names that we're butchering later on.
You did a really nice job there. That might be the best effort of the weekend right there.
We're getting better.
Well, one thing, you know what they say, you can't fall off the floor. So the way we started off, we can only move up.
We were getting heckled from the chat in the first day. That was great. I think sometimes it's good when they know you can't see or they think you can't see the chat because they're a lot more honest about their comments. But when
you can call them out, they get a little softer.
We get all those niceties, or they say, "Great job, guys." And you don't really know if you're doing a good job.
That was really not good, but great effort is what we meant to say.
Texas, we're working on that for you, sir. We're gathering that information, but that's a good idea. Well, welcome to the chat, Mario RC. I see some new names popping in there. There was Michelle and Brian and Michelle. Welcome to the show. Good to have you with us. Don't forget, tell your friends. Worlds are live. Log in, tune in, say hello. We'll say your name on the internet. Make you famous. So you see they hold the cars in the pits for just a minute so the previous heat drivers can get out to the corner marshal positions so that if something does happen in your warm-up, there's someone there to grab your car. During the seating practice, that wasn't the case. They would just release the cars right away to try to give them a whole bunch of track time, and there wouldn't be marshals out there, and you'd have a bad luck session, get stuck in the grass, and you could get stuck out there for many minutes.
Call it good, call it bad, but it seems like the nitro fumes are just kind of sitting here in the back of our booth. So we put the fan on and circulate a little bit of air and stir it up just a bit.
Now I smell lunch. Oh, look, Ken Stout's got a shout out in the chat for BJ Williams.
How about that? Thanks a lot, BJ. Appreciate it, man.
Warm-up laps for seating here. Everybody trying to get themselves a little bit spaced out, make sure the cars feel good. Adam Drake, welcome to the show. Legend in the RC community.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Adam Drake, the
Drake Racing
wheelman. I believe we had him at Visions, if I'm not mistaken.
Speaking of fanboy moments, when I moved to Southern California, I got a job at Novak, and I went down to the local track and got, you know all the racers and stuff like that. Adam Drake had moved to Southern California to start his career working at Losi, I believe, at the time.
Supreme Engine Builder.
This was before he was doing all of that, years ago. This is, 20 years ago now. And it was right around New Year's, and we were having a bunch of buddies over, and we're like, he was standing like, man, if you want to come over for New Year's, I know you just got to town. Adam Drake came to my house for a New Year's party.
How about that, man?
I felt like a rock star.
Cool.
It was super cool.
That's good times. I don't disagree, by the way, with Texas. I wish we had some cue cards, maybe something that the racers filled out so that we knew chassis and engines, and obviously the tires are controlled here, so we don't have to worry about that one. But
I think I was supposed to. I know that stuff, but I don't.
Oh, man. There are 117 of them here, so I'll give you a mulligan on that one.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
I think 117, 118. I saw 117 results yesterday.
Yeah, there's a couple races that only have 9 racers show up, but they were heats of 10, and there's 12 of them. So
this grouping here, based on seeding, would be in the 80s. Over the course of the 117 lap times that were entered, as this is heat race number 4, so they'll get faster. They did better in their seeding day, so it would have put them somewhere in the 80s, if you will, to put it in perspective. So Takahiro Izimoto had a wonderful day one day ago, ending up 53rd overall. That was a really nice improvement there based on his seeding day. Put in a effort of 17.408 in the first qualifying session, followed that up with a 17.411, then a 17.410. So talk about consistency.
Yeah, that's one of the things about seating. Sometimes you can just have a bad run in seating, traffic, or whatever the case may be, and not really string together 3 great laps. You can do 2 really good laps and 1 bad one, or 3 real mediocre laps and be, stuck in a lower heat than you want to be.
We talked about it just a moment ago. The fact that he was that consistent, knowing that he at some point had to start behind probably a slower car and then negotiate, navigate around that car and maintain that consistency. Very good job there. So, yeah, and you're absolutely right, which is why we have these heat races, right, to give them another opportunity to earn some points and ultimately find yourself in whatever main you may end up in, but give yourself a chance to get closer and closer to that A main.
Yeah, and some of that, these folks are working on race setup towards the end of qualifying. They know where they're going to end up, and they start doing some changes for longevity, I guess you'd say.
By the way, we are starting with car number 7. You can see the numbers on the side of the car right there. And they are also on that board that our starter is carrying as well. Started off with 1, then the second heat race started off with 3, then the third heat race started off with 5, and we kicked today off with number 7.
I think that'll make it 9 the next round.
Right, and since there's only 10 cars, we go back to 1 in the third round here today.
They do 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in the 6th round.
Are you serious?
I think so.
Wow.
Scotty told me some stuff, but when he starts talking,
Let's do a complete field inversion, see how that works out.
Oh, man, getting a little...
Wow, look at that, man. Already some traffic here, not what they want to see, but that's exactly what we were talking about when you put some of the faster cars in the back.
The tempo on the out lap can be tricky for some of them. They come and get the fuel, maybe a splash on the tires, and they don't know it, so they get out there and got to scrub that off. But seems like every once in a while there's somebody who has a real hard out lap.
There are some forms of racing where I'm a big fan of field inversions to a degree, maybe up to 6, depending on the style and form of racing. And then there are some where it just doesn't make sense. And I'm not saying this is that. It's just the way it goes sometimes. So
racing is complicated. Texas Hill is right. I don't know the flags either. That's why I'm not saying that.
At the end of the day, it's entertainment. So
totally.
If the sanctioning body wants to, if they think they're better off putting on a show with a couple of cars inverted, that's the reason they do it. Create some good racing.
Leader right now going to be Takahiro Izimoto, 14.6, starting to warm things up here. Mid 17 lap runs, 4:09 the pace. Gert-Jan van Schaik in the 14.6 as well. Mitsuhiro with a 14.6, 14.8 there for Tatuya, and Eric with a 14.8. So top 5 drivers starting to get things sorted out, all on 17 laps, all the way down to the 8th spot, and then very fast 16 lap runs after that.
Elaine Levy with a couple of good sessions in this group one day ago, but a 17.408 being the better of the two, a 17.410 as well. We'll see if he can pick up the pace and jump into the hunt.
I think we are on board now with Izimoto as he comes across the line. That time by 14.6.
Yeah, we saw 14, was it 14.1s we saw at a Ferrari?
Ferrari was doing 14, did a couple 14.1s early on, and then as we saw, they had that real bad off track. Was on a 17.04 pace, which was quicker than about everybody we've seen so far. Takahiro in the white-blue in line here. Little to the inside of the dotted line. That's not ideal. A little too tight for that downhill. Scrubs a little speed. Double apex and in the paint.
Yeah, nice job there. Another nice job there in turn 1.
Solid lap.
2. Right down there.
Coming up on some lap traffic here. And you see Izimoto's the car 2, so he started kind of mid-pack.
Oh, really nice move. Very respectful there by the lapper, if you will.
Lapper's getting lapped. Oh, they're getting... got a little sideways. Ooh, car got real loose there for a second, but able to collect his thoughts.
Give you an idea of the power of these things. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Blow over. I mean, it must have hit something to kick the front end up in the air like that. First time we've seen that.
Oh, and the marshals aren't even, like, rushing because they thought he was in motion already. This guy comes from the sidelines. No marshal vest.
Oh, what a shame. That was really odd, though.
Devastator. As you see
really
there,
curious what he hit.
30.4.
Ouch.
From, looking at the track, there's not a lot of, like, rocks or debris or anything in the grass. So unless it was a chunk of concrete or maybe there are some chunks of foam floating around out there from the tires. Maybe
really odd moment.
Maybe something tied into when the car spun out and it suddenly got tons of traction.
If he got off track, if he clipped some of that grass, I mean, maybe it grabbed just the nose of the body for a second, popped it back up. I don't know. Whatever it was really odd.
Cool for us, super not cool for him. But that's going to put Elaine Levy to the front. Mitsuhiro going to move to the 2 spot. Eric Nogier going to be 3rd, the 3, the 9, and the 1 right now.
Elaine Levy having a tough first session one day ago. Only ended up with a 3:46.6, so not able to finish the session up, obviously. And consequently not leading this group, but definitely showed some big speed. And once again, we see him flexing some muscle here in this particular group.
We did see a couple random non-starts yesterday, and I talked to a couple folks, and they were either having engine running problems, or I heard a couple motors blew up. And they said that Dario blew a motor in the warm-up or something.
And so some of the conversation we were having last night at dinner is wicked downforce on these cars, a lot of wide-open throttle, and consequently working these engines a little bit harder than they have in the past. So all of it plays in, right? You know, I mean, especially if you're working it really hard, if you got this one of these things leaned out, doesn't take much.
Yeah, the better the car handles, the more power you can use or lay down, and they're getting to the point now where the cars handle so good, the motors are just pinned.
Yeah, we've heard rumors of possibly changing the body design just a little bit to get rid of some of the downforce.
Yeah, IFMAR has a maximum wing height, and like many forms of motorsports, to help equalize things, they take away the mechanical traction aspects or the aero package to make things a little easier. So
take a look at the unofficial results here. 17.408 for Elaine Levy. Nice job there for him, and his best effort of the weekend. Right to actually 17.408.917 yesterday, 0.915 today. So 2,000ths, that matters, man. 2,000ths of a second better. Beautiful job there, Colvest with the 17.410. Nice job. Look how close they are. And Eric Noget with a 17.410 as well. Another 17.410 out of Mitsuhiro. So, wow, solid group right there as they picked up the pace here with 5 different competitors running 17 laps.
Jensen is having his breakfast, and he knew that I was going to take a picture of him, so before he ate it, he looked over at me because he knew something horrible was about to happen. No eye contact, teeth only. He said it got too quiet. I should have kept on an intro.
Commentary is worth more than you know.
If you guys follow
with the no eye contact, no teeth.
If you guys are friends with me on the internet, you'll see that picture later. I got a request for some banana pictures, so Jensen was
it'll all make sense. Lolo Sam, or Sam Lolo, I should say, here as we kick off our next group. Shigeru Hosada. As we continue on here, Bali Lorenzo Bali.
There we go.
Yumiko Fushimoto, and then Matsutaka Kawamoto. Nobuhiro Saki, Kenji Tera, Machio Hashima, Tsutomu Asahara, and Joseph Evaristo.
I actually have a harder time with the European names, I think, than I do when I go to read them now.
I'm struggling with all of them.
So used to try to pronounce it Japanese style. GDUP, yes. They run in the same order. All of my information that I was providing yesterday about the order of the heats changing was incorrect. It's the order of the car starts that change. I was just confused. And 3 minutes of warm-up probably left. They've only been out there for a lap or so. Oh, a little lawnmower man maneuver going up the hill.
A little breeze there, as you can see some of the flags blowing around here as well. 21 touched on this yesterday, and once you say it, you tend to not say it again because you feel like it's already been done. But new day, new crowd, so we should touch base here. But 21 different countries being represented here this year. In the past, 14 different winners from 8 different countries and 22 events over the course of 46 years. Stick with me on that one as they run it every other year, starting off in 1977. Only driver with more than 1 win here at the 8th scale on-road World Championships is Lamberto Calari at 9, did it 5 consecutively through 89 and 97, and then 4 more consecutively, 03 to 09. We've had 8 different countries that have won along the way, with Italy, courtesy of Lamberto, winning that, but Italy's won it 10 times with one other winner. Then the USA, Japan with 3 wins each, France with 2, then Switzerland, Netherlands, Great Britain, and Germany all with 1. It's been held in 12 different countries, and the USA leading those 12 7 times. It has been held in the U.S. France 3, and with this one here, Japan now has 3. Hosted 3.
Beautiful shot. This is the section after the banked downhill corner and what we call the elbow turn. It's a tricky kind of, you're still heading down the hill, and maybe it almost looks off camber, but I definitely don't think it is. But judging from the lines, you'll be in the paint most of the time if you get this one right.
Yeah, they come through that right-hander right there, which would be turn number 7. As we watch the faster groups a little bit later on, 10, 11, 12, they'll come through that right-hander and straight across the paint there in the elbow turn that Charlie was referring to, maybe turn 7 if you want to call it that, the kink, whatever you'd like to call it, but they really straighten that turn out.
Coming in for fuel, temperature checks, and final adjustments with the magic screwdriver. That guy right there with the that's standing behind the first car with the gray hair, he's some sort of master engine tuner. He does all the Italian guy stuff. He's been rev bombing engines for hours on end every morning. Couple guys this morning breaking in new motors from what we could tell.
I'm glad you described it because I didn't know if the fans could see who you were pointing at. That guy right there.
Yeah.
You see him?
I wave at the people in the chat when I say hi. I point at the monitor.
There's a lot of hand signals going on here, just for you fans at home.
But lots of engines being run for a very long time this morning. They were smoking out the backside. I thought they were fogging for mosquitoes. He stood there, and the one guy, it wasn't that guy, he stood there and idled an engine for 2 full tanks, just standing there holding it mid-throttle at the same RPM. I'm like, man, that is dedication.
They would, when they shut them off, it was like, thank you.
Yeah.
The long sustained RPMs to break them in is, it can definitely wear on the ears.
I posted a video of that on my social media.
When they rev them up, it's pretty wicked, though, man. These things sound
I mean, they just sit
awesome
with them unloaded, like hold the car in the air and go neutral to full throttle, neutral to full throttle, neutral to full throttle, neutral to full throttle. And it sounds amazing.
every single time.
I feel so bad for the engines, though. About a minute into this one, Nobuhiro Sakai in that 6 car leading the way. Masataka Kawamoto in the 2 spot. Lorenzo Bali going to hold down 3rd, but now looks like Lorenzo had a bit of a rough one there, and that's going to allow Kenji Taira to move up.
Good pass. A little group of them right there together trying to find some clean track. Not able to do so just yet. Still have one, looks like, to get by here. Best in this group one day ago was Hosoda Shiguro. 17.413 in the first session, and then a 17.411, which was good enough for 47th overall.
Right about on that pace now, 17 and a 410 for our top 3 racers. About a half a second between all 3 of them on pace. And I think we're on board with Kawamoto in the baby blue. Should be the 2 car coming up on a gaggle of lap traffic. Oh, a little impatience there by the red and yellow. Could have waited a moment, went for the move, made the contact, and then the wild ride.
Nice pass there, over under. Competitor moving over out of the way. By the way, Masataka with a great final session a day ago with a 17.408.
Getting down in the paint here, and it looks like got to have 2 wheels in the paint for the hot lap most of the time.
Yeah, we noticed that with the faster groups. You'll see that coming up here a little bit later on if you didn't join us yesterday. But they really shorten this track up. There's a lot of time in the paint every single turn, and they can really shorten this track up and make it pay some dividends.
Kawamoto, nice and aggressive there through the double apex. Checks in with his maybe a quick lap. Yeah, his quick lap's a 14.4. That one was only a 14.8. And as we alluded to, we'll get very low 14s and into the high 13s, no problem, in a couple heats here.
Yeah, last session yesterday, there was a number of 13.5s that popped up.
Yeah, the final round. Looking clean and easy here. A little bit of a waggle there. And from talking to some of the racers, the smoother the car is has a lot to do with the fuel efficiency. These waggles that they're doing and the jerks kind of really hurt the runtime. And so they say that you can see the runtime in the car a lot of times, and kind of open my eyes up to some of that.
So when you see that back straightaway there, you'll see that the line, they come through the left-hander and the line goes back to the inside and back to the outside. If we were IndyCar racing on a track that was predominantly left-hand turns like we see here, they'll set up a little bit more for a left-hand turn. The best example I can give you is the Indianapolis 500. If you watch the IndyCars, they'll come out of turn 4 or turn 2, and you'll see the car drift down to the left by the wall or towards the infield, if you will. And that's basically because the driver's letting go of the wheel or letting some resistance go of the wheel, and the car is set up to turn left, so it doesn't scrub quite as hard. I'm not saying that's what they're doing back here, but had a little bit of a conversation with some of the Australians, and I looked at him and I said, would you set up on a track like this for left-handers and maybe throw away the right-handers to some degree? Didn't give me a straight answer. I said, hey, he gave me an answer, and I said, that's pretty good, but it didn't really address the question, so that was all he needed to say. I'm not saying that's what they're doing here, but it's certainly something that works into the thought process.
Kawamoto trying to hold on to this one in the closing stages, time winding down, makes it across the line to do a 17-lap run, 14.9, pushing hard here down the hill. Oh, we got a flame out through the center. Hopefully that was after they were done, because a couple of drivers were done. Kawamoto finishes with a 14.8. Sam Lolo, maybe that flame out with the white car there, getting the long walk back. Looks like it was. Went real hard in the paint, did a 14.4 to take over the top spot, but looks like maybe running out of fuel.
Masataka with a 17.410, put together a 17.408 a day ago, so once again consistent with those efforts that he was putting together.
I think that was Sam. I think I saw a 1 on that car as it went away.
17.410, 17.410, separated there by a little more than a tenth of a second. 17.412 falls back a little bit on 17.414. So I think we had 4 cars, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous heat race that were in the 17-lap range as well, as the pace continues to pick up as we move forward based on seating to the quicker cars, and it's certainly the way it laid out one day ago as well.
Oh, it's my brother. Hi, Dak. He checks in on the chat already.
As we continue on, we'll go to heat race number 6, Jose Angel Guerrera's Bow. Daniel Burrows, I'm good with that one. Angisto Leo, I'm probably Leo Angisto. Then we go to Hiroyuki Okuda, Lee Nelson, Yukihiro, I cannot see the last name, Yukihiro Matsuyama, and Chen Wei-Chi.
I think it's Wei-Chi Chen, but
Wei-Chi Chen?
Yeah.
Okay. Shigo Tasaka. Tao Chuin. Is that correct? Or would it be the other way around? Chuin Tao is the last name. Is that correct?
And Su Chu, I think.
And Scott Hamish.
It's actually Hamish Scott.
It is Hamish Scott.
Yeah, his dad's in the chat again.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Corrected us yesterday. That is correct.
Thanks, Jim. You too.
Correct for correcting us.
Dak Jensen says hi. Jensen is a pilot. He has his own plane. He let us go in his plane one time. My brother was there. Warm-ups underway here. 4.5 minutes, or 3.5 minutes of warm-up. Sorry. Dak had to sit in the back with Schultz.
Yukihiro Matsuyama, the star of this particular group one day ago. Best effort of a 17.403. In the first session, he was 17.406. Bit of a bobble in the second session, not able to complete that one with a DNF. Hamish with a couple of really good, actually very consistent day, all day long, all 3 sessions, 17.408, a 17.408, a 17.406 in the third and final session. So good consistency out of him.
It's nice to have consistent runs. It's also nice for them to get faster every time. Feels like you're learning.
Yeah, the second session, the 17.408.8, was good for 40th overall out of 117.
About 2 minutes left in the warm-up, if I had to guess, or was listening to the track announcer through the window.
Cheater.
I'm a cheater. Looking forward to Super Pole tonight. I haven't been to an event where that happens, so, and more so because the conditions are going to change. It's going to be on the cusp of being dark. Oh, got one going off the rails, but with the very golf course-esque grass that they have here, these on-road cars are able to kind of motor their way through the grass if they keep them in motion. If they come to a full stop and have to punch it, sometimes not so good, but if they get lucky and kind of bump the throttle through, keep it up on plane. Oh, we got a correction. Wayne Kerr is nice enough. Chu En Su would be how he's addressed in Chinese. In Japan, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, the family name goes first and then the given name. See. But do you know him? Do you know that that's his name? Because we have some people correct us, and it sounded like they weren't actually knowing what they were talking about.
Yeah. Is it Sue or is it Tao? I don't know.
Spelled it wrong, so I already don't trust him. No, it's So. I was saying it wrong. I'm sorry. He spelled it correctly. Warm-ups are an exciting part of the race because you can throw it all away or you can learn a lot while you're out there making some final changes. Also very nerve-wracking. You need to push the car, but you can't crash it.
We were looking at, I was looking at some of the stats. They actually have one that's available on Live Race RC. If you go to the IFMAR Live Race RC and all the way over to the far right, there's a deviation stat. And if you take a look at the pros, they're up in the 99% range, where meaning they deviate from their line very, very little, which is incredible to know that they're in the 99% range.
So, like in this example, if you're let's round up to 20 laps to make the math easier. It's essentially all but one lap is almost the same lap time. Because if you 98%, if you did 100 laps, 2 of them would be off. So at 20, less than 1. You're having a very, very small variance. Super consistent run.
Yeah, I think it was LiveStream possibly just kept ripping off the 13.8s, got behind a car, and I think maybe had a 14.1 or something like that, but then immediately back into 13.8s, and pretty amazing.
All right, so underway here, and we have our mood lighting set now. Cam was putting on some smooth jazz.
I was wondering why you were
background.
scooching over a little bit. That was all about.
Halfway through our 4th round of qualifications here at the World Championships. 2 more rounds this afternoon, followed by Super Pole this evening. We'll give these guys a lap or so to get things sorted out and find out who our leader is. Early on in this one, we see some mid-14s, so not since Ferrari's been on the track and we got down in those real consistent low 14s, but Leo Hongisto showing them the way right now. Yukihiro Matsuyama now taking the reins. Hamish Scott moving to the 3rd spot with a 14.4. Jose Angel holding on that 4th spot with Hiroki Okuda.
Yeah, Leo Hongisto struggled in the first session one day ago, but back-to-back sessions with a 17.407.3 and a 17.407.8, so really settled in nicely.
Looking to be right about there right now. He's on a 4.06 at the moment. Hamish on a 4.06 as well, and our leader Yukihiro on a 4.05. Getting closer to those 18-lap runs. I think they start kicking in right around race 9.
14.3, now 4.04.
We are on board with Matsuyama. See that yellow nose, blue tail working his way up the hill. Right along the dotted line. Skirts down into the paint through the toilet bowl corner, into the elbow, and our double apex. Running it safe there.
8 out of 10 in the group on a 17-lap pace here. By far the best effort group-wise, if you will. The last 2, I believe, was the top 4 that ended up with a 17-lap pace.
Matsuyama now coming up on some lap traffic. Probably going to get the way.
Yeah, lost a little bit of time there. He was on a 17.404, now 17.405. Trying to get out and around. Good job right there.
The inside left by. Lap traffic got on the gas, squirmed a little sideways, and instead of trying to ride it out, lifted, let him go around the outside. So, good work.
Nice move. Another one here.
Man, the closing is amazing. A little bit of a bobble, and all of a sudden, all over the back door.
Yeah, and conversely, if they check up just a little bit, the drive-away ability is also pretty impressive. And these things can really scrap up. The all-wheel drive cars just really tug up out of the turns.
A pucker factor on the top side there as lap traffic crashed in front of him, almost drove right back onto the side door, but Matsuyama, luck on his side, getting it back, starting to hit those marks.
Oh, real nice turn right there.
Okuda right there with him.
Paint there, but the left side tire is just touching the paint. A little wide there in turn 1, but a nice apex there in turn 2.
Oh, here we go. Down into the 14.1 now, so Yukihiro starting to feel the flow.
Yeah, nice job right down to the paint there. And then to the paint again in 1 and 2, 3. Beautiful job there. Putting it together now. Oh! So that quickly slides up and out. Pull it back in. Pretty violent correction.
Lost a bit of time, 14.5.
I think he was really on a heater there until he went up there and got it out in the grass for just a brief second.
He's getting a lot of luck from the lap traffic there, so that's been good to see. Trying to get back on his marks. Only a 14.4, though, in the closing stages of this one. Time on the master clock winding down.
You're nice and straight right there. Seeing him finish this one up. Looks like he's on a pretty good one.
2 more laps to make some improvements.
Nice lap.
2, not bad. We'd normally be getting very excited about this low of a lap time, but Ferrari put these guys to shame and raced like 3.
Yeah, we talked about her being able to keep pace with Lamberto and Thailand just really a couple of months ago. Certainly held proof to that, but then she went off. So,
like Matsuyama finishing this one up pretty strong, 17 in a 4:05. Leo Hongisto 17 in a 4:06, and then Jose Angel with a 4:07. So once again, very close runs here.
Yeah, Matsuyama a day ago, 17.406, 17.403, so right there, very consistent, right with what he was able to do before, and of course did deal with lap traffic here a little bit to some degree. 17.405, 17.406, as Charlie just mentioned there, then a 17.407, and then out of that group, as we talked about, the top 8 at one point were all on a 17-lap pace, but unfortunately some issues there towards the end of the session from P4 on down.
Next group working their way into pit lane. I'm going to turn the screensaver off.
Katsutaka Mihara, Yasuhiro Nago, Kazuki Ida, Hideo Watanabe, and it's Scott Robinson, Takayoshi Tanaka, Ritsu Sasaheishi, Wang Yen Yu, and then Hideki Iraguchi and Lee Daitor.
Lee's name is correct.
It is correct.
It is, yeah.
I kind of remember that from yesterday.
You know why?
Which makes no sense.
He's married to a Japanese, so he knew to put it in there so that we could say it right. So little did he know, he only made it more confusing for us because he's the only one.
That's exactly right. They're training us one name at a time. 7th heat race. Pace started picking up with heat group number 7, I should say, one day ago.
See a little bit of patience being shown there. Like, I don't want to go rushing out there. And some of these outlaps on the warm-ups can be pretty hectic. You got to get out there quick because you need as many laps as you can get, but you also need some open space to get those laps.
First session yesterday with this group, the top 8 all on a 17-lap pace. To give you a feel for how things progress along here. Not necessarily any faster, but more consistent.
They work together well.
Already got one off there in the infield. Can't get back out. I need a little bit of help.
Pretty straight down the short chute. I give it a 7.
The track really taking on some rubber as well. We saw a lot of dust offline, if you will.
That's what I got to ask Scotty about.
By the end of the day yesterday, and if they groomed the track, blew it all off there, I would think they would have blown it off here this morning to get things going, but really rubbering up nicely, as you can see it there.
There's some grass out there from the lawnmower.
It did look like grass on the outside. Yeah, I agree.
It gets dragged in with the cars and pushed off the line thereafter.
For those with the grass set up.
This is coming after the hairpin through that short chute that goes to the center switchbacks, in case you're wondering. I always get confused on what we're looking at when I see different camera angles.
Yeah,
so I'm reminding myself.
Looking the left-hander up at the top of the screen would be turn 2, then 3.
And you get a good
4.
look there at that patching, or this turf saver that they have laid down that the grass grows through. It's like a rubber mat that has a bunch of holes so the grass can get through there, and it stops it from getting chewed up so much when they run offline. And then like a save your car rumble strip after that.
Yeah, it's far from even, as you can see there once you get off. Good place to get some air if you'd like. Protection fence there for one of the corner workers. One side protected. The other side, you're on your own.
It's less.
You only have to look one way.
Right.
We'll protect you over here. Keep your eyes out this way.
They're driving away from you on that side, so it's probably okay.
Well, on the left side. There's that final turn there, as Charlie was referring to it as a double apex turn.
We still haven't, through all of these pit in, pit out sessions, we've only seen one car hit that pit entrance with authority. Everybody else skirts on by it like it's not even there. I'd be so scared of the pit lane entrance. It looks like a devastator.
It has definitely gotten your attention. One of them, looks like he got going again. Maybe just pulled over.
He was
there
just giving him open space.
Yep, exactly right. Heat race 7. And one day ago, Katsutaka Mihara was atop this group, ended up inside of the top 32 at one point with a 17.405.3, also produced a 17.406.6, and another 17.405.0. Best effort in the third and final qualifying session one day ago. Ended up 39th overall. Nice effort there for him. We'll find out how things go here today. Takayoshi Tanaka, also a really good day, a 17.407, 17.408, 17.407. So real good consistency there. Ended up 45th overall.
And we are off and rolling. Heat number 7, round number 4. Like a little bit of a shuffle here at the front already, maybe making some swaps. No, same order.
Yeah. Starting off with car 7, it's going to happen right away, I would think. Start seeing some passes being made.
Everybody checking in with a clean opener except for Yen Yu. Bit of a rough one with a 19.3 coming out of the gate. That's not how you want to start out your morning.
See that completely out of the throttle and then puffs a little patch of smoke right there getting back in. The car looked really, really loose up there.
Katsutaka Miyahara, our early leader in this one. Yasuhiro Nagao in that 2 spot. Scott Robinson daddling it out with Kazuki Ida. Easy for me to say.
That is. He rolls right off the tongue.
They will be shuffling around here in the early stages. You see, getting down to the 14.2s now. That's good to see. 14.7 for Yasuhiro. Scott Robinson with a 14.3 climbing back up the ladder.
Way up high to make some room.
I think that is Katsutaka in the red and white here.
Really good lines.
It's
Very good speed. You can see start to see the difference in the speed itself. Visually see the difference.
13.9. There we go. First 13-second lap of our morning. That should put him in a position to start getting onto that 18-lap pace. Currently on a 17 and an 02. Does a couple more of those 13s. We'll see that 18 blink up onto the screen. 14.1 that time, not too shabby. A little bit of a tail wiggle on that lap, costing him some valuable tenths. A little too on the inside there.
Yeah, not quite as tidy, but driving really hard. It's almost like how to get to the progression of it. You can get in there and stay nice and smooth, but maybe you're not pushing as hard as you need to. And we kind of touched on that yesterday. How do you get yourself out of that comfort zone? Right. You can fall into that lull, if you will, and not be pushing. You know there's some more there, but you've got to get yourself out of your comfort zone and push a little bit.
See, he got a little squirrely the 2 laps ago and smoothed it out now. Going to try to rein it back in, stay nice and consistent, and you'll see him slowly work back down into that paint. Did a couple safety laps, get his wits about him. Now starting to get back into the mix. Got Robinson in the 2 spot, 14.2, 14.4 for Ritsu Sahashi. Kazuki Ida in that 4 spot with Mr. Watanabe in the 5 spot.
Got Robinson with a decent session, 17.405 flat in the third and final qualifying session a day ago. All 3 sessions in the 17 lap range.
Katsutaka smoothed things out a lot, but his lap time has paid the price. Hasn't been down into that 13.9 in a minute, and kind of some middle of the road 14-second laps.
17.403 would be a weekend best. You can hang on to that.
Oh, Dominic, what's up, guys?
Richus Sahashi also a nice job here. 17.405. Pounding away there.
Miyahara starting to pick it up a little bit. Did a 14.1 in the closing stages of this one. He's on a 17.02. As you mentioned, going to be his best of the weekend, but really flirting with an 18-lap run there. These guys are getting that close to an 18-lap run. We're only in race number 7. I think that we're going to see a lot of 18-lap runs this morning. Typically, everyone gets faster, not just the lower mains.
Yep, I agree with that. First 18-lap run we saw of the weekend was courtesy of Lamberto, who's in Group 9.
That's going to do it. Going to try to finish strong. Last lap's 14.4. Finishes on a 14.3. Not too shabby. 17 and a 4.03. New personal best.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And again,
nice to see the progression anyways, right? You know, and did have a 13-second lap time in there. I bet you that was the first one of the weekend.
And there you have it. Again, very close through the rest of the pack. 2 guys on a 17 and an 06. 2 more on an 09, and then with a 10 just after that. So I continue to be impressed by how close the field has been finishing.
Yeah, and taking a look here, the top 6 all in the 17-lap pace there. So nice job there. By far the best grouping in terms of 17-lap pace. And as always, pretty tight. We go into our next group here, number 8.
Maxim Repol, he was the first driver that we witnessed have a devastator. He was on an 18-lap run, ran out of gas on the double apex corner, and couldn't coast across the line. Came up 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet short of the transponder being able to trigger the signal, and ended up with like a 17 and a 3:59 or something like that. It was a tough one. Trin T, we had dinner with him the other day, and I was chatting with him this morning. I said, "How do you say your last name?" He said, "T."
Like we got that one covered.
I said, no, come on. My dad's from Thailand. You should tell me. Just tell me how to say your name. And he said it, and I said it back, and he just laughed. I'm like, okay, fair.
T it is.
T it is, sir. Ryoji Takahashi, Genta Aoki, Kazuya Yuruki, Alex Thurston, Chikahiro Iraguchi, Takahito Kumura, Ari Manton, Sunosuke Hagimoto. Going to be our running order for this one, or starting order for this one, rather. It's so good on the names, it can't get the regular words right.
Yeah, you mentioned Maxime ended up 28th overall. Definitely that second session, as you talked about, that DNF literally a foot short. Cost him for sure, but very, very fast. Third and final qualifying session a day ago, a 17.4 flat. Tinkering right there around with the 18-lap pace, which a number of competitors did a little bit later on.
Steven, there are no ripple strips that I've noticed. The inside is painted. It's not really a rumble strip. Is that Espo? Espo, good afternoon, my guy.
Aoki inside of this grouping ended up 37th overall, and Trent T, as you talked about, 38th. So those two also having a nice day there. 17-lap paces, 17.406 for Trent T. In that first session, got better in the second session with a 17.405 and slowed up a little bit in the third session with a 17.410. 17.401, by the way, though, for Aoki, showing some real pace and some consistency throughout the day.
Pantura, yeah, the grass is one thing, but inside of the edging of the paint, there's a drop down and a concrete patch. And it's not smooth at all, and it's probably half-inch or more below the edge of the painting. So you definitely don't want to get 4 wheels all the way into the paint, or well, at least you want to keep the 4 wheels on the outside
of the concrete.
Johnson T, what's up, buddy? My friends are all logging in for me to say their names on the internet during the live stream. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. They read my social media. They click the link and they come support the show, we appreciate it.
We enjoy watching the racing, but listening to these guys butcher the names is priceless.
Yeah, that and burning on Scotty. Keen speed. Maxime Repol from Italy. Trin T from Thailand. We got Japanese driver Ryoji and Genta Kazuya. There you go. A
there's
beautiful
a good look at it. So
look.
it steps down right there. You can see the concrete, but
all kinds of bad. The cars get airborne if they get through that deep stuff.
yeah, now that we take a look at that, I wonder if it just was popping. We saw that car do that wheelie down there. I wonder if it dipped a right front and just popped the front end up.
Yeah.
You know, maybe on the pipe there and just drove it up in the air.
Masaki Taga says, "Go Gaga." There we go. We like that. Ryan Patrick, that is Ken Stout.
It is.
Yeah. It's
Having fun out here. I mean, it's an honor, dude. I mean, it's
the Charlie and Ken show, everybody.
Had a great time. I have to thank Brian Rohde and the rest of the gang at Live Race Media. My first attempt at this was at Visions a couple of years ago. Did Visions again this year on the off-road style. That's really my wheelhouse. At short course off-road, of course. Done a lot of different disciplines, but I told Brandon, I said, I really love the road course stuff. I've been intimately involved in road course. My son, a national champion in road course racing, sports car racing, I should say. Also spot for the Ganassi team on the Cadillacs. Had the pleasure of earning my first win, if you will, as part of that team at Laguna Seca last year, spotting for the Cadillacs. Also AWA, the LMP3 team, which won the 24 hours of Daytona, and also won at Indianapolis last year. They will eventually become the official Corvette team in the GT Daytona ranks, so I'll be spotting for them again this year. So I love sports car racing, on-road racing like this, and it's the first time I've had the opportunity to see this. When I say that, I'm still watching it on a monitor. I've yet to actually go out there and see a car make a lap. It's driving me crazy. Maybe I can get out there, trailer cover for a lap or two, but absolutely appreciate what it takes to be fast out here, and I love how technically advanced these cars are, how adjustable these cars are, and what they're doing, because it's so much like a big car, and listening to the mechanics and the process that it takes to be out here, and then of course the skill to drive the car once you get it good. It's awe-inspiring, man. I mean, it's super, super cool. Mad respect for them.
I grew up racing. My dad raced karts, so we were around road racing. I feel the same way. There's nothing like on-road sports car racing. The speed, the power, the traction, it's great. And ACL on-road is the pinnacle of RC toy car racing, if you will. These are the most serious toy cars that you can get.
Yeah, I did some horsepower to weight ratio stuff between IndyCar and NASCAR and these cars, and I mean, they're right in the hunt. Yeah. These things, we don't know this to be absolute truth here, but just chatting with a couple of the mechanics, they thought that they were approximately 75 miles per hour down the front straightaway here, to give you an idea of how what the top terminal speed is out here. Again, we have not been able to put a gun on anybody and figure that out, but they thought about 120K.
Power to weight ratio, they're way better. What does it weigh, 5 pounds, and they got 3 horsepower? There ain't no cars that got that.
Yeah.
Jason Venzia from Florida. Hello, sir. Welcome to the show. Thanks for tuning in. I haven't seen you in many years. We pick up Hagimoto here, coming across the line as our race leader. White nose with a pink tail. 14-1, 17 and a 4:02 our pace early on. You see very quick paces here, all low 4s on a 17. So these drivers have an opportunity to quicken just a touch and turn in that 18-lap run. 14-1 again for Shinosuke, sorry. I really hope my boss is not watching and I'm hearing me butcher all these names.
Yeah, I think I did the off-road trucks whenever I did that, to put it in perspective. With the IndyCar at 700 horsepower, about 1,630 pounds, and they were 0.43 horsepower per pound there. And so the RC car at 3 horsepower, 7 pounds over there.
7 pounds.
0.42.
Ah,
so
okay.
It was right in line there.
My math was off.
F1 car at 1,000 horsepower, 1,600 pounds, 0.62.
Oh. Agimoto looking strong and consistent here. All low 14s that last string, 17 and a 402.2. So starting to quicken a bit. Going to have to find a touch more pace, though. Need to drop it down a couple more tenths per lap, or maybe just do a hero lap there to convince the computer you're going to go quick. Oh, it sounds like a stop and go getting issued out there.
Sinisuki's best effort a day ago was 17.403.007, if that matters.
Agimoto all the way into the paint on the double apex, trying to get aggressive here. Last time by, only a 14.3. This one should be a bit quicker. Looks nice and smooth. As I say, that runs just a touch wide. It's a 14.1 though. 02.3 the pace. But time is winding down. Only 3 more laps for him to improve. Car looks good. Driver looks smooth.
Maxime not producing as he did yesterday. We'll see if he starts to climb the ranks here towards the end of the session.
And quick, not consistent. Just at a 14 flat.
16 lap pace. And yesterday, all 3 sessions well into the 17 lap pace.
Bull checks in with a 13.99. Time on the master clock has expired. It looks like everybody's racing for their final lap here.
Would be kind of curious where he started, to be honest with you. I wonder if he dealt with some lap traffic there early on in that session.
Agimoto going to finish strong, 17 and an 02. Ari Manton going 17 and 05.4. Genta going 05.9. Takehito with an 07. Ryoji with an 07. Repol. I bet if we go back and look through the laps, there's going to be a couple long ones in there. With a 412. And Trin T, 16 and a 405. Did finish on a 14.2 though, so not too shabby.
Sinisuki, nice job there. Best effort of the weekend with that 17.402.5. 17.405 for Ari. 17.405.9, so separated by just 0.5 of a second there. About a half a second between him and Aoki. Once again, the top 6 here are on a 17-lap pace.
Jay Cocoon, welcome to the show. George Velasco, welcome to the show. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Wayne, welcome. We appreciate you guys tuning in and joining the Super Chat.
And the number 1 car here, and group number 9 is the 9-time champ, Lamberto Calari. Had a pretty good day one day ago. At one point was up inside of the top 10. Michihiro Takayusa. We have Thomas Lorenzi, Kazunari Mamura, Chavit, Salagupta, Flavio Elias, Andy Moore, Kai Takanashi, Luke Duthie, and Robin Hertong.
Track is open. Warm-up has begun. 3.5 minutes. Tomfoolery before the start of this one.
Tomfoolery. Lamberto with an 18.413 was the first one on an 18-lap pace one day ago. Did it in the first session. Missed it in the second session. Was back on it in the third session with an 18.411. Thomas Lorenzi right there close, but never got into the 18-lap pace.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Lamberto is taking it very serious this round because he put on his race colors. Yesterday was running the baby blue, the only car, but I could be wrong. I saw his internet post this morning, so...
How much speed's that worth?
At least 0.2. At least 0.2. It used to be. Back in my day, you had to have a paint job, but these days, they get to the point where they're getting so nerded out that the single-color light paint job is the move to help with the handling package, so I don't like it. I don't think that's much the case in A-Scale. These guys run a decently thick body, but in some of the forms of RC racing, they run extremely, paper-thin bodies. And they're like, don't put all that paint on there. It beats the purpose. Rodrigo, welcome to the show. Mike McBride, welcome. Alice, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us. And Grant, I don't think I said your name yet, so I'll say it again just in case. Modelisbo and Motorius says, go Flavio.
Yeah, certainly understand. They did away. They like to paint some of the Indy cars to keep them smooth instead of logos, if you will, and stickers. And then also for the seams, there's helicopter tape that they'll put over them to smooth things out. It's all something. Maybe there's something there.
When you're splitting hairs, it adds up quick.
Well, and you said it yesterday, you know, I mean, if you put together 5 tenths here, you put together 2 tenths in every turn,
Yeah.
and it's something substantial. Right. Not that, you know, the paint's going to get you that, but if you add it all up, the point is, you know, even a few thousandths or a couple of hundredths here and there certainly adds up quickly.
Nyler Cruz Pava, welcome to the show. Jaden Gilmore, good to have you with us. Mark Day, there's a name I miss saying more often in my day-to-day operation. Mr. Day, good to have you with us. I'm the originator of one of the Time Zone raceways. He flew me out to announce a race, and we had a very good time. Miss you, Mark. Pantura says we're rooting for Flavio in Brazil. Of course you are. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Flavio, you guys in the Super Chat, you're going to answer this question for me. He's the only Brazilian in the field that I'm aware of.
Flavio's best effort. He actually got better all day long, kicking off with a 17.405, then it was a 17.401, then a 17.4 flat, 0.8. Finding some pace. We'll find out if he continues that effort here today. Continue the warm-up here for group number 9, session number 4 on the weekend.
Oh, my buddy Andy Moore's in this one. Andy Moore, a touring car world champion. They got a new flagman this morning, too.
Yeah, one of the seven world champs inside of the field here this weekend. Pretty cool.
Lombardo is still running the baby blue body. That start lets me see which numbers are what color, so that's helpful. Heads up, hello.
Good eyes, bud.
Well, I could hear Scotty say it. And
we'll check your memory.
Right. I say that now, and that'll be the only time that I remember to do it. But we'll have Jensen write it down from now on.
Yeah, it is. It's no easy task to pick up that number there on those bodies, and certainly for me, and that is a source of frustration for me, not knowing who the driver is with just looking at the car.
Yeah.
Really wish I had that experience, but it is what it is, so we'll live with time and its scoring, or at least I will.
We'll get there, don't worry. It'll make more sense during racing.
It'll be all done. I'll have it down perfect by the end of Saturday.
Right, you'll be close your eyes on the flight home, and you'll have it all mapped out. Early leader in this one is Mr. Kalari. Andy Moore in the 2 spot. Shavit Saligupta in 3rd. And they are into the low 14s already. Kalari with a 13.8.
Boom.
Andy Moore with a 14 flat last time by Shavit with a 14.1. As I believe, we're on board with Andy Moore in the white there for just a moment. We drop back now to pick up Mr. Kalari.
14 flat for Andy and for Robin. Both flirting down there with the low or high 13s, I should say. Yeah, 13.99. So Kalari back-to-back 13-second efforts there.
Kalari looking smooth. He was a laser beam down that back straight short
turn
shoot.
One there just a little bit wide.
13.9s.
Just the paint there. Nice late apex.
He's being aggressive, but not too aggressive, I think. It's a balancing act. 13.8, though.
Yeah, chopped that one right off.
Well, it was Takahara was the TQ of the last round. I forgot the pronunciation of his name, but he did not get into the paint that much. He was kind of up and out of the paint, just driving very smooth, doing 13.7s and 6s like they were going out of style. So I think there's something to be said for the smoothnessity of how that car handles. Kalari there with another 13.9, so he's chopping them down. All sub-14s this last string of laps. 18 and a 4.11 now the pace. Andy Moore just a couple ticks off the back, 18 and a 4.13. Hertog and Sally Gupta duking it out over who's going to go the quickest 4.14. Flavio pushing hard, not on the 18-lap pace yet, trying to make it happen.
Andy Moore and Robin Hertong. We'll see if they can hang in there and stick with that 18-lap pace. If they were able to do so, they'll certainly be happy with that. Thomas Lorenzi able to put one together one day ago. Robin, through his best efforts, was not able to get there.
Kalari, 13.8 that time by. Hertog moving up now with a 14 flat. Moore dropping down. That 14.2 cost him.
So again, Robin and Andy both trying to, would be a weekend best if they can stay on that 18-lap pace. Chavit also on an 18-lap pace now as well. And was able to do, though, he put together an 18-lap 4:13 in the third and final session a day ago. Again, keeping an eye on Lamberto here. Lamberto throwing it down. Another 13.9.
Starting to getting lucky there. Starting to loosen up the line a little bit, letting it flow. And you see they're paying the price of 14.1. Still on an 18-lap pace, though, so not too shabby. Has about maybe 2 seconds to play with.
Third and final session, 0.8 better than his 18-lap pace right now. But he's right in line with it.
Back on the horse, though. 13.7 that time by. Woo. Using some world champ strengths. Going to do another lap after this one. That checks in on 17.13.8 one more time. So Kalari trying to make up for that 14.1 as best he can. 4:11.4 now the pace. Pushing hard, hoping that lap traffic gets out the way. Oh, little squeeze play there.
Was close.
That cost him a bit. 14.3. Sally Gupta out on his final lap. Just checked in with a 13.8. Thomas Lorenzi finishing strong. 13.9 to finish third. Sally Gupta going to finish second. 18 lap runs for the top four. Andy Moore going 18 and a 4, 13 as well. Luke Duthie went 17 and a 4 flat, .189, missing it by just a tenth. Flavio missing it by about 4/10. So you see Kalari there, 18 and a 4, 11.78. Our first 18 lap runs of the day, and it comes in a 4-pack.
Yeah, nice job there. Congrats to those players. Andy Moore, first time he's put together an 18-lap pace. Thomas Lorenzi also inside of that hunt right there. Was able to do it in the third and final session a day ago with an 18.413. He goes 18.413 here as well. Chavit also an 18.413.2, just a tick better. And yesterday ended things up with an 18.413.0. So finding some consistency here, the top players here, as you talked about there, all in that 18-lap pace. As we continue to get quicker and faster, we will go to group number 10. The players continue to expand on their capabilities here and what they're able to do. Takaki Shimo definitely shining one day ago. Ended up inside of the top 10 at the end of the day. Really solid player there, no question. 18-lap pace in the last two sessions, an 18.411.5 and 18.409.7. So nicely done there for Takaki. And Victor Wilk also inside of this one. Had 3 sessions on an 18-lap pace.
Victor's pit spot gets a lot of sun in the end of the day. He was so sunburned last night on the way back to the hotel. I was like, poor guy, man. Get this guy some shade.
Senosuke Yokohama inside of this one as well. Silvio Hockler, Francesco Tironi, Shinya Shimazaki, Charlie P. Let's go with Masao Tanaka, and then Victor Pelez and Mean Verjak, speaking of former champions. World champ, the 200-millimeter category.
Him and his crew are fans of world championships. They go to all of them. Like somebody mentioned, they've been to the every Worlds for the last 10 years.
Never know, right? First step to winning one.
Go to all of them. Get you some experience, the ins and outs of race.
It really, and it does. It pays huge dividends to feel the pressures of a big event like this.
Race 10.
You go to enough of them, it becomes just another day.
Yeah, it becomes your norm. No stress. I mean, there's worse things to do with your time than travel around to exotic locations, doing race vacations.
Throw down with the best in the world.
The accommodate this. I mean, Scotty, I think, said it very nicely this morning. This is like the royal treatment that we're getting here from the good folks at Infinity. They got us in this luxury hotel with our own driver, our personal van. It's pretty nice. I didn't have to sit on anybody's lap for the ride here. Right. It was great.
Consequently, the 8th Scale Nitro On-World IFMAR World Championships presented by Infinity. We appreciate everything that they've done for us here this weekend. It's been wonderful.
Jensen says, I didn't have to sit on anybody's lap, but I chose to anyway.
Oh, come on, man. You just want to see the windshield.
He's got short jokes. I got Ken Stout burned me with a short joke, everybody. I like
Should
it.
not have done that. I just drew first blood. I've got it coming now.
I was trying to be nice, but...
It was just laying there. Well, I mean, what do you do?
Brandon liked it, so it was good. He approved. I said Brandon liked it. He approved. No, it's very rare. Scotty won't burn back on me, so I like that. I like that a lot. Time winding down here in the warm-up. You see the wind picking up just a little bit. Yeah, all of the flags at full mast, and it's turned into a bit of a crosswind. Was more direct yesterday, but maybe that was just the angle of the dangle.
Down the hill through the final turn, a little wiggle right there.
You guys are going to be very excited. Cam is bringing me more chat windows so I can say more of your names on the internet. There's like an overload of things to distract me from watching the race. I like it. But if you didn't know and you're just tuning in, they get a 3.5-minute warm-up before the start of the heat. Allows them to get some temperature in the tires, make sure the car's handling the way they like, and get, more importantly, the motor up to race temperature so they can put their temp gun on there and make any adjustments as needed.
Coming to you from Inabi, just outside of Nagoya, Japan. Coming to you live from Infinity International RC Speedway. Made fun of. We had a little bit of, not made fun of. We had a little bit of fun with Scotty counting off all the qualifiers there, as he does in every single session, testing his ability. And doesn't always get to start off with number one. I mean, we test him.
I think that's why the board's there, so that he can read it out of the dude's hand. It's hard.
Make sure you change that board. I've got to be able to read that.
Oh, more chats. Nick Sava, what's up? Sean Daniel, what's up? Jose Bueno, what's up? Joe Zaire, Danny Valentin, thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate that. Brad Verco, hello, sir. Party on. Chris Gazcall, what's up? Jeff Kaplan, hello, sir. Cameron Broll, you don't pronounce the X. Chris Snuggs, Brian Thomas, RJ Ditmore, George Martinez, Daniel Maley, Jeff Guest, Dicky Chin, and liverc.com.
Very cool.
Thank you guys all for tuning in, being part of our Super Chat. We appreciate your participation, and it's my honor to say your name on the internet.
I didn't know they were all listening. I'm getting a bit nervous now.
And you guys know me, Charlie Swanka here, but if you didn't know, this is in fact Ken Stout alongside me, replacing my normal cohort, Scotty Ernst, and I say it's an upgrade, level 10.
Wow, man. Couple cars going for a big tumble there, landing on all fours.
And that is after qualifying starts, and not the way you want to kick off your 4th round of qualifying at the World Championships with some cartwheels in the grass.
Kakishimo up top once again, ended up top, as I mentioned before there, ended up inside of the top 10. So had a really good day just one day ago.
2 cars getting carried off, neither of them very rapidly.
Yeah, that's a shame, man. Well, as we talked about before, there, you get a couple of throwaways, so...
It looks like that was Thailand's Min Verjak and Masao Tanaka with the early bad luck there. Oh, sick.
Give us a replay here is what we're hearing, so keep an eye on your screen there. A couple of pretty big tumbles.
Oh, he's going cross lanes. Yeah. And then
tag. That's what happened there.
I saw pieces fall
I just going to say, I saw a wheel, something came off. That's
a lot of times
not conducive to a good lap time.
They have designated air boxes that they have to use, and I think that's probably what we saw. That was right about where it would have made contact.
That the big black round. That's the air box there.
It's a space limiter. So they have this to help with the noise. So they have to run approved exhausts that go through EFRA certification, and they have to run these intake boxes as well. So it creates a decibel limit. If you're not familiar with motorsports or engines, the louder the intake is, the louder the exhaust is as well. Our leader right now on board here with the yellow car, Takaki Shimo, 13.6 last time by 18.
Heater, baby.
And a 4.09 the pace. Another 13.6, lap number 12. He's only got to do this 6 more times. And we continue to improve that. 4.08, dead straight down the top side straightaway.
Exactly what we saw at him yesterday, by the way, towards the end of the day. I mean, he really strung together some great sessions. 18.411.5, 18.409.7. Very, very consistent. He's a player, no doubt.
13.7 last lap, 13.66 this lap. You see no wiggle from the car, looking very smooth and controlled. Little wiggle there as I say it. Dropped a little more into the paint. A little head nod there coming down the hill.
Great example here. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Looking really tighten up that final turn there, but they shorten up this track, man. He's in the paint on almost every curb.
Another
little wide exit right there.
Another 13.6, 18 and a 4.08 the pace right now. In the morning session, to be on an 08, very quick here. Race number 10 only. We still got 2 more hot heats to go after this.
That wide exit cost him, by the way, that 14 flat.
Oof.
Steven misses the bottom right there again.
Oh, pushing hard there through the double apex. 13.8, trying to make up some time. 08.6 now.
Really chopped off that 180.
Looks like a safety lap here for me. Staying out of the paint, just keeping it smooth. I say that does a 13.7.
Something to be said for it, right?
Francesco Torini finishing strong, just a couple seconds off the back. Also going 18, does it in a 4.11. Shinya Shimazaki going 18 in a 4.12.0. Shinsoku Yokoyama going 18 in a 4.12. Victor Wilk going 18 in a 4.13. Charlie P doing 17 in a flat .5. Pelez, Hockler, Verjak, and Tanaka rounding out the running order after that.
Yeah, so congratulations, both Francesco Torini and Shinya Shimazaki, both having their best efforts here of the weekend. Nicely done. 18.411, 18.412, separated there by just a tick more than a half second. Francesco yesterday at 18.414. I believe that's the best effort there. I'm sorry, 18.412, best effort there one day ago. So good look there. Another tough field there. The top five, all in 18-second pace as we continue to climb the ladder here up to our top 20 after the seeding process as we go into Group 11. Here, this is qualifying session number 4 on the weekend, number 1 on the day.
I was corrected on Germany's Dominic Grenier's pronouncing of the last name, or Greiner. I was saying it completely wrong. It's Greiner. Carmine Rilo in this one, Yuya Sahashi, Rick V, Jeff Hammond, Narito Hirano, Tadahiko Sahashi, Timo Linneo, Ulyss Grosskamp, and America's own Bryce Butterfield. The lone American in the field, actually.
Yeah, really had a tough second session one day ago. Kept flaming out. I think you had a chance to talk to him a little bit. It was having an issue with that thing flaming out for whatever reason and was not able to complete the entire session. Other than that, still ended up inside of the top 20 at the end of the day. So he's definitely, he has a fast car. There's no question about that. He can get it done. Final session a day ago, 18.409.
Troy McCune checking in. Hi, Troy. Juwan Hunter, welcome to the show. Samuel Fletcher, Tom Kirstel, Marcos Antonio Sabino Santanati, welcome to the show, sir. Blisco, good to have you with us. We thank you guys all for tuning in, chiming in the chat, answering questions for us, providing each other. Thomas Chong with information. Welcome to the show, Thomas. Squiggly lines.
You got that one? Yeah, I was wondering if you knew who that was.
Welcome to the show. Ian Hobbies, good to have you with us. Masaki Taga, welcome to the show. Again, squiggly lines again. I can't say it. type your name in there in English, and well, I'll say it.
If you can. And if you can't, we understand, because we couldn't do ours in Japanese. So.
DG Zip, or SG Zip, welcome to the show. Eric Anderson, El Presidente, good to have you with us. Ernesto Greg, thanks for checking in, everybody. We appreciate you saying hello. If you didn't know, I'm here with Ken Stout, motorsports analyst, legendary announcer man. Vaughn Johnson, hello from Vegas to yourself. Vaughn.
I'm here with Charlie Schwanko, who continues to save me, so I appreciate that.
Vaughn Johnson, you're from Vegas. Do you live by the Strip? There was a Goonies ride there. A bunch, like maybe a couple hundred Honda Groms went and rode.
If he does, he'd be able to sell those seats here for thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah. Foam pads.
F1 race on its way there.
Ah. Go Sahashi brothers. That's right. I think third round yesterday, the Sahashis went 1-2 in this one, both going 18 laps. Gabriel Otuko here.
Yeah, Sahashi had a great day. Speaking of that, ended up 4th overall. That is a really good day for sure. Tadahiko, Sahashi, Tadahiko, and I think it's the other way around. Tadahiko, Sahashi. Yeah, 18.412 and 18.410 and 18.408. So really, really good day. And you talked about Dominic Greiner as well. He ended up P5 overall, 18.410 and 18.411 and 18.409.9. So top 2 in this particular group, and they were throwing down. Bryce Butterfield certainly has a pace, no question about that, but just did not put it together. And we talked about, unfortunately, had some mechanical issues there in the second session. Cost him a bit in terms of the overall. But you get a throwaway, as we talked about, and throw the bad ones away. He did have a good one yesterday, all said and done, with that 18.409. So if he can put together another good one here, he'll be looking good.
It's best 3 out of their 6 qual points to seed them for our rounds, and then they get to spend all day racing their way into the final. Shout out to Jose Alamonte. Welcome to the show. Rafael Angulo. What's up, Raf? Stephen Miller, welcome back. Reese Schaefer, good to have you with us.
Talking to Scotty Ernst, so only 2 people will lock into the A main here. Everybody else will have to race their way in. And I said, what is a Christmas tree style? And he explained it to me, and I said, oh, so you mean the ladder system?
Yeah.
He said, yeah. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Single elimination bracket style racing.
There we go. Clock's going to start here for group number 11 of 12. Heat race 11. Obviously on the day here. Session number 4 of the weekend, number 1 for the day. Beautiful morning.
A little bit of strategy there on these outlaps. You could see these guys coasting around on the outlap, not really getting into the throttle much. Maximizing their run time as we jump on board with the all-pink car. If I am not mistaken, I believe that is going to be Grenner.
Haven't seen it happen here just yet, but Charlie mentioned it at the top of the broadcast, and it was a big part of the story one day ago with the flameouts right towards the end of the session, especially if they were pushing hard. So I've not really seen that happen here so far today. And with the cooler temperatures, you can burn a little bit more fuel, make these things crisp.
I think a lot of the guys focused on the handling after they watched that third round because he didn't look fast going around the track. Just the lap times were amazing. But we stay on board now with Greiner, the pink and black coming down the hill into our elbow corner. Getting down into the paint there. A little wide there on the Super Apex. Checks in with a 14 flat, but at the front,
I was going to say, it didn't look really aggressive watching him just yet. And Greiner quickly falling down the list there with a 14-second lap time. Yeah, they'll throw some down here. Sahashi already at 13.7, another 13.7 out of Greiner. Now picking up the pace and getting after it.
We drop to the 3-car of Yuya Sahashi, the white nose, green tail, coming through the downhill section. Last time by was only a 13.9. I say that because he did like 3 13.7s in a row before. Checks in there with a 13.8. 18 and a 07 the pace. It is quicker than our current TQ, but just barely.
Jeff Hammond throwing down a 13.7 as well. He ended up mid-pack with this group one day ago, just outside of the top 10 overall.
Oh, and devastation as Butterfield making no laps in this one.
Another one.
His bad luck continues at this World Championships. I will try to find out what happened, folks, but no promises. Our breaks are short, and often I can't find the right people to answer my question.
And, at this point, having 2 sessions like that, that's a lot of seat time lost.
Right. Oh, he's back out there now, so maybe those flame-out situations are still haunting him a bit. But going to get out there and get some laps circulated, get a feel for the car. Had good seating, but unfortunate for him here in qualifying. Sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Missing the paint here as we watch this one. A little longer way around the track.
Sahashi still, though, in the 13.8, so not too shabby. Greiner trying to reel him in. Back to the 2 spot now. Hammond running 3rd, and Rilo in the 4th spot with Rick V and Timo Linneo. We have international top 6 right now, all from a different country.
Love the diversity for sure. Right down there in the paint there, and now starting to shorten things up just a bit.
Greiner is closing the gap, going 13.7s back to back. His pace is quickening slightly. As I say that, Sahashi checks in with a quicker lap to quicken his pace. 13.7 last time by, drops him down to an 07 pace.
There's Jeff Hammond up there inside of the top 3 as well, an 18.410.5. A little bit back there from Greiner.
This is heat number 11. Next heat is our top seeds, and then we will be taking a short pause. They give these guys a break just to sort themselves out, or they may not, because they're trying to make up some time for Super Pole. I think
Sahashi, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say Sahashi right there on pace with his best effort yesterday. 18.408.0 yesterday, 18.408.3. Just lost a little bit now, 0.38.
Very consistent, 13.7 to 13.9 is everything I've seen come up on his board here. 08.3, the pace has dropped just a tick, but
pretty amazing because you mentioned it before, not necessarily in the paint here.
Right. Car is smooth, doesn't need to shorten the track as much, just a little bit here and there. None there.
Almost like just letting it roll.
Right. Maybe, I bet you a lot of that is to do with the fuel economy. They can't pinch it down. They got to keep the rolling speed up. I'm going to ask somebody. Greiner with a 13.6, trying to close in on him. Going to finish on an 09. See what Sahashi gets. An 08, just a tick quicker. Grosskamp closing the gap in the closing stages there. Was up to 3rd for a moment, but Hammond says, no, I'll take it back with a 13.8 closer. Grosskamp finished on a 13.9. Timo finished on a 13.9. Rick finished on a 13.8. Rilo on a 14.5. 13.7 for Tadahiko. Narito finished on a 13.7. Everybody finishing strong here, but top spot going to go to Yuya Sahashi, 18 laps in a 4.08. Going to steal the TQ by just a scotch. I think it was a 4.08.7 before. He got it in a 4.08.5.
Greiner and Hammond having their best sessions of the weekend there. Sahashi right there, equivalent to up by just about 5/10 or so from what he was able to post up on the board one day ago. As we bring up our 12th and final, this according to seeding are the fastest cats in the house. Tadahiko ready to prove that wrong one day ago as he ended up inside of the top 5 along with Dominic Greiner. So we'll take a look and see if that turns back around here. But Dario Ballestri, definitely a player here, ended up P1 on the day one day ago. Tony Gruber, also a player as well. And Kuuki Kato, also inside of the top 3. So number 1, 2, and 3 here in this group, ready to throw down. We'll find out how things shake out.
Koiki Kato was, I mentioned it before, master chef at the Japanese Grill. If you guys get a chance to go out to eat, sit with him. He takes care of the food.
18.406.1 for Ballestri one day ago in the 3rd and final session.
Brandon Cho, welcome to the show. Alexander Kimura, welcome back. Hayden Clark, good to have you with us. The super chat chiming in, saying, hey, how are you? We appreciate you tuning in. My name's Charlie Swank. I'm here alongside with Ken Stout. Scotty, they always ask where's Scotty. Scotty is the race director, unfortunately for him. They put him in charge of lots of things, made him make decisions and schedules and rules, and he is out there slaving away in the sun while we enjoy this cool air conditioning.
Yeah, he's going to throw some stuff in the can, as they say in the industry, so we'll see him on camera here for the show.
They got the mobile cam going this morning.
So I think they're going to do something with him this morning. By the way, Shoki Takahata, the reigning champ, is also inside of this group. Had a couple of rough sessions a day ago. One of them did not finish. He was on a heater as well. Did not finish things up. However, the third and final session, how about an 18.405.4, was laying him down.
He was on as fast as an 03 pace. He did a bunch of 13.5s in a row in the middle of the run. But a lot of pressure on these guys. Nato Matsukura, another one that we're all eyes on favorite. 6-time world champion, never an A-scale on-road, but having some really rough runs. He's only put in one finish, and that was actually coasting across the line as he ran out of fuel at the double apex.
Yeah, a couple of wicked players here. Of course, Matsukura looking for a world championship in the 8th scale. Want to add that one to the resume.
Mr. Fletcher, I would say local time, give or take, 5 o'clock. So be here around 4. Just don't leave. Just stay here the whole time with us. You'll be fine. We'll have lots of fun. Still in the warm-up. A couple coming in early for some early adjustments. So like lean it out, richen it up. I need more power. Then make the tune, put some more gas in there, send them on their way.
Once again, we welcome everybody here to the 8th-scale Nitro On-Road International Federation of Model Auto Racing, better known as IFMAR. The World Championships here have not had them since 2019. Missed them there in 21, courtesy of COVID. But great to be back at it here now. Every other year is typically whenever it would happen. But, of course, we missed that one. So it's all going down here at Infinity International RC Speedway in Anabe, Japan, just outside of Nagoya. About 4.5 hours outside of Tokyo.
Unless you ride with Murai, then it's only 4 hours.
He's not afraid.
Leo Z, welcome to the show. William Singh, welcome back. No, Harasan is not racing. He is in the employ of the track. I think he works at Infinity now, and he is a staff member here. He's in the tire tech area. And I was talking to him, he's like, man, I thought English was going to be great, but all it does is make me have to do everything because no one speaks English, and I have to answer all the questions for these guys. So all of his posts now, I go comment English with capital letters.
The people over here, for the fans at home that are watching on, if you're wondering what it's like to be in Japan, I can't explain how pleasant it has been. I mean, the people that are here are so excited to help.
Hospitality doesn't
unbelievable.
Say it.
Everywhere.
Yeah,
I mean, everywhere.
Like I said, even the people at the 7-Eleven, super friendly.
I know, man. They're very, very respectful. It's a very respectful culture. I mean, the way they drive, everything. It's awesome. It's been a pleasure.
If you drive in the fast lane, someone's in front of you, that get out of the way. It's amazing. And
something that's a lost art in the U.S., that's for sure.
We are off and rolling here. You see last-minute fuel's going on. They're putting gas in it until the very last minute.
Like if you own a diesel-powered vehicle and you pull up to the gas station that has 20 pumps and one of them's diesel, there's always one car at the diesel, 19 pumps empty. And where are they at? They're inside buying food.
Right. I always fill my motorcycle up at the diesel pump. I'll be out of the way quicker than any car.
That's fine if you do that. Yeah. It's when they go inside and decide to go shopping.
All righty, so a couple laps. We'll figure out who's going fast, but Jesse Davis opening with a 13.5 in the 8 car.
Let's get after it here, boys.
Balestri with a 13.7, Kurzball with a 13.6, Takahata with a 13.7, Matsukura with a 13.7.
I know we saw a 13.55 on the board. I don't know if they went any quicker than that one day ago or not, but already 13.59.
Current TQ is a 4.08. Top 6, maybe 7 drivers right now under that pace.
All 10 cars on an 18-lap pace inside of the group.
Kurzbach, our top seed, now to the top spot. 13.6, backs it with a 13.5. Gruber with a 13.5. Balestri, 13.7. Davis, who started out strong, only mustering a 13.8, dropping him down to 4th. Matsukura into the 4th spot. Shoki running 5th. Katanazi in that 7th spot. Masaya, Hayato, and Koiki going to round out our running order. Interesting side note on Koiki Kato. This is his second 8th scale Nitro race. He's never raced on road. He's never raced on road before. He's an off-road guy. Got an opportunity to come out here maybe a month ago, I think he told me. Ran one race, came to the World, seeded into the top final, and got a 2 one round, got a 5 another round. I think he got an 8 yesterday, so pulling for the chef. But Simon Kurzbaugh back at the front of this one, 13.6 last time by. He has a number 1 on the windscreen. I believe this is him with the white and red. He's running Scotty Ernst colors, yellow, red, and white. Jesse Davis now back to the 2 spot. Balestri to 3rd. Neato going to hold on to 4th.
Bumps up to 2nd. 18.407, 18.406. And, of course, keep in mind that we saw Shoki Takahata put together an 18.405 one day ago.
On board, I believe this is going to be Kurzbach at the double apex just across the line there.
Oh, that looked like a big miss.
Yeah, it looked like he ran just a touch wide there. The all-orange car behind him closed that gap, but starting to gap out now again.
Able to put up on the board there.
Kurzbach 13.7 running a little wide there. That's slow for him. He's 13.6s and 5s only for the most part.
One out in the grass. Good recovery, good save.
Balestri and Davis going back and forth, 10th to 10th. 4.06 the pace for our leader, 4.07 for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. 4.08 the pace for Shoki in the 5 spot. After that, it's Gruber, Ida, Ishioka, Kato, and Katanazani.
Block counting down here, down to 45 seconds here in this final group. Session number 1 on the day. The big boys out to play.
Half a second separating the top 3 on pace right now. Kurzbach checked in with his slowest lap of 13.88 last time by. This time 13.6, 13.86 for Davis, 13.7 for Balestri. He's going to come down to these final few laps. They're out on 14, 4 more to go.
Kurzbach already, I should say, still leading at 18.406.8. Jesse Davis right there in P2 mark at just about a second behind, 8/10.
13.6 for Simon last time by, looking very smooth coming onto the main straight. 13.7, 06.9 now.
Number of players there in the 13.7 range throughout the field. 13.7s, 13.8s, very common here for this group.
Oh, rough one there for Gruber, dropping down with that 15.9, got into some... Balestri making his presence felt. Last time by was a 13.5. We got one running out of gas. Looks like that's the 8 car of Davis.
Another one flamed out right there at the finish line.
Tries to coast it across. Looks like he makes it. That was Messiah Ida.
Another one.
Oh, devastation.
3 flameouts here right at the very end of this session. This is exactly what we saw a day ago, but this is the first group that we've seen do this so far today.
Time to beat was a 4:08.59. Kurzbach checks in on the final lap, 4:07.1, new TQ time.
How about that? Nicely done.
Shoki Takahata gonna maybe go 3rd or 4th for the round. We'll have to check the results because he did not beat the previous TQ. Balestri doing an 09, gonna get a 3 this heat. Hayato Ishioka with a 4.11. Masai Ida running out of gas, still getting the 4.12. Koiki Kato, the chef, running out of gas, going to 3.57 on a 17. We saw Jesse run out of gas too. Naoto Matsukura looks like he had some issues, no gas. Maybe Tony Gruber and Kananazi having some rough luck there in the finish.
I think if you take a look at Shoki Takahata's best 2, if you want to count it that way, would put him right there in the hunt in the top 5.
He's got a 1 and a 2 right now.
Yeah.
Or a 1 and a 3 maybe. We'll find out. You'll be able to go to liverc.com, the events page, and check the results. They have it showing, I think, with 2 of whatever we've run counting. I'm not sure if they're going to change that to 3 now that we've completed 4 rounds, because you could see where you qualify if the end's right now. So once again, thanks in the super chat for checking in, everybody. Fernando Mariscal Gomez, good to have you with us. El Presidente, a pleasure as always. Squiggly Line Guy, good to see you. Blisco, welcome back. Samuel Fletcher, thank you very much. There's going to be, usually they take about a 20 or 30 minute break between rounds. There's no break this time. Okay, awesome. We're going right into round number 2. Don't move a muscle, folks, because we're not.
I think that's probably because of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
A little bit later on today, so they're going to stay with the program here, it seems like.
They're making up time for the Super Bowl.
Get our marshals out there, please. Marshal, we need our marshals out there, please. Dario Balestri to the racetrack. Marshal, please. Position 3.
So Charlie's going to take a quick break here as we're going to continue on. We thought they might take a quick break here. As Charlie just said, they will not. So we're going to go right back to our first group here, start the second qualifying session, if you will, and get everybody back out here on track. We've got to stay with the program here to get everything in, hopefully in the daylight. And looking for a little bit of information here while they start to warm up for this one. We can figure out how many competed here in this first session. It looks like 112 cars recorded a time out of the 118 registered. Annan being the better in this group here. Once again, has been right up there all weekend long, or I should say throughout the first 3 sessions one day ago, and kept with pace here a little bit earlier this morning as they were the first group out on track. Visually see the difference here and the skill level, the way the cars are set up and the actual speed that they're able to travel. Ability to place these things right where they want them, lap after lap after lap. Nothing short of exceptional to watch the pros come out here and throw down the way they do. C6 Quad 3, that is a question for Charlie. I'm the inexperienced one here of the bunch, so unfortunately cannot answer that one off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's somebody there on the chat that'll be able to help you out. And what's that? I'm good. Good for now. Charlie working his way back in here. You can take a longer break if you'd like there, my friend. Get anything sorted out here.
And I'm back. Dwayne Parsons, welcome to the show, sir. C6 Quad 3, welcome. K. Nomajan, welcome to the show. Must be from Thailand. Cheering on Thanet. They don't say the TH.
Warm-up session here complete for group number 1, session number 2, day number 2, overall session number 5.
3 rounds on the docket today, plus Super Pole this evening. That's why there was no break. They're trying to make up some time so Super Pole gets the good sun. Oh, very last-minute fuel there. Almost started late. And what we've been seeing in the hot race, or the faster runs, they take the outlap very slow to try to get a little bit more extra fuel mileage. As we've seen, a lot of last lap flameouts due to lack of nitro.
Right through the grass. Right back out on track in front of the person he was in front of.
If you didn't know, they seeded the order for qualifying with a whole day of seeding practice, they called it. They had 7-minute runs to string together their 3 quickest consecutive laps. They took that time to group the qualifiers so that water could find its own level and there wouldn't be fast guys running through slow guys and all that fun stuff. Makes it fair.
And then once they get them all sorted based on seeding, they have jostled up the starting procedure here for every one of our qualifying sessions, and now starting the group off with car number 9. Nice little pass right there. Both cars able to make way there without any issues and almost got right back underneath them.
Almost spoke too
soon. Yep.
Our leader right now is Anand P. 2 Thailand drivers at the front of this one trying to work together. Anand and Tanit. Frederick Satama. Probably. Vincent K. Makoto Fujita. Joel Recovery. Jason Choi. Shigeo Hanya. Not making the start of this one, along with Mirko Salami. I was going to say Salami, but that's definitely not it.
Lunchtime.
Yeah. Cam has pointed out that there are new food trucks today. I'm excited. The cafe here is excellent, but they have 3 items, and I've tried them all, I think. So the food truck is a nice change of pace. And at the front of this one, 14.8 last time by. Looking like some pretty clean lines here. Consistency 14.7, getting quicker. Sounds like we got one upside down there.
Yeah, we see it flip back over there right away.
It's nice.
Lose power.
Yeah, if your car can stay running while it's upside down, that's pretty cool.
Pretty impressive.
Just enough in the fuel line, probably. The tanks are sealed and pressurized with the exhaust, so when the lid's on there, it'll keep pushing gas as much as it can, but the pickups are at the bottom. So the car's upside down, and it's not going to do much good. So the trick is when you're upside down, just let it idle, because it'll sit there and idle with the fuel that's in the line.
Oh, interesting, yeah.
And then
good point.
As they flip it over, whatever air bubble may have gotten in there, hopefully works its way back up, and it goes back to picking up fuel again. I say this, the first time that I raced Nitro on-road.
How would you happen to know all that?
I was at the Ground Pounders, I think it's called, or the Greater LA Nitro Club years ago, and my dad and I wanted to go A-scale racing, and we were out there running touring car, and one of the guys at the hobby shop, Moto, he let me run his backup car, because these guys all had 2 cars, because you can kit one of these things pretty quickly at a club race. You don't have time to fix it. You bring out your backup car. So he let me run it. I go out there, run some laps, flip it over and upside down, and I'm like, I should rev it up. It's going to die. And killed it immediately, because you just run all the gas out of the line. Moto was super mad. He's like giving me the no-go sign, swearing at me. Because if you guys know Moto, he's old now. He was old back then. He did not want to run out there and get my car
his whole life.
And run it back to where I was. But Moto was a legend in the Southern California area. If you know Ultimate Hobbies or any of the local race scenes, everybody knows Moto. He's awesome.
Lesson learned.
Yeah, so I know now when the cars are upside down, you don't touch the trigger. Anand looking strong here. Was able to gap out from Tanit.
Locked down to 0.
Dicey there. The lap traffic had a big bobble. Slammed on the brakes, so Anand was able to squeak on by. Cost some time, though, 15.5. Looks to be going a 17-lap run, though, in heat number 1. Not too shabby.
Really good effort here.
Nicely done, Anand. Finishes strong, 14.8. Nick Farinelli, welcome to the show. Rockin' Coop, good to have you with us.
I'm going to scroll up through there, see if we can figure out what Anon did a little bit earlier here today. He went a 16.402, so that is clearly his best of the weekend.
Nice.
First 17-lap pace session. Good job for him. 17.414, so nice job for Anon.
I don't think that we saw 17-lap runs until race 2 or 3.
Yeah, until we got up a couple of groups in, right?
Dom, good job on turning off the screensaver. He didn't do it, in case you guys were wondering.
Yeah.
Good
First
night, Mr. Day.
17-lap pace, in round number 1 would have put you 59th overall, to put it in perspective there. So midway, about halfway in the pack. Up there somewhere around probably heat race 5.
Mm-hmm. I think if you go 60th, you're in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, race 6. I had to use my fingers again.
I know, but, and you would think it would lay out that way, but clearly some people in a lower, if you will, say heat race 5 or heat race 4 come out there and throw down, a good session, and they can bump up inside of that top 60. So, doesn't necessarily work that way. But generally speaking, yes, you're absolutely right. Good effort there. As we continue on here, we go on to group number 2. Once again, second session on the day. Chu Williams doing a good job here a little bit earlier on as well.
Uh-oh. They're trying to let each other go, but neither of them wants to go. They're still trying to let each other go.
Oh, out of the grass.
That's not how you want to start your warm-up.
Yeah.
Looks like everybody getting spaced out a bit now, but I always think they could space each of themselves out more.
I've actually done a pretty good job of that, honestly, like every session, every group, all weekend long. Sometimes we see them, they bunch up, and yesterday we saw a session where they all took off at the same time for the warm-up, and there must have been 4 or 5 of them nose to tail duking it out there for a moment, but for the most part, they do get it sorted out.
Like, you lift. No, you lift. No, you lift.
Then they all lift.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened. But like we mentioned before, 3.5 minutes of warm-up time to get everything up to temperature. Scotty will call track closed. They all bring them in, do temp checks, needle twisting, and then back on out they go. They start them out one at a time. They change the order each and every round. This time they start on the 9, I think.
Should be starting on the 9. That's exactly right.
All information provided by Charlie is not accurate until confirmed by somebody else. I said my own name. That's weird. Sorry.
Third person. Couple different angles there for you. Camera crew doing a great job, giving us a couple different looks.
Lucas and Travis on the cameras. When I did my closeout yesterday, totally blanked on their names. I forget Ken's name while I'm sitting here sometimes too.
I'm horrible with names.
I've met meeting people.
I don't follow you. I've been called whatever you call me. I've been called worse.
I go, hey, whatever. Just what do they say? Don't call me late for dinner.
Unmanned camera sitting in there as well. So
I think they have 6 cameras, counting the mobile cam. So many cables. Is there cables, or is everything like wireless now? I know they ran cables. I saw them.
Sure, they pull cable.
You have to.
Speaking of cables, I should see the inside of our booth.
It's
a lot of cables.
We got that thing going on where they tape the cables on the ceiling.
They were all on the floor yesterday, but now they're all up in the air. So, boys did a nice job.
When I came in this morning, it was like a whole new world. Brennan has room on his desk now. Yeah,
whole new world.
A whole new booth. Don't sing. No singing. You guys hear me singing, please remind me to don't sing. I tend to break into song for some reason. Hiroki Morai, Yasuhara Hara, William Chu, Haruhiko Yoneda, Hiroki Tanemura, S, Takumi Oida, Saichi Ichikawa, and Taku.
Column Flop having a good session there earlier this morning.
What fun names. Uh-oh. That one went into the 180, never came back. Oh, there it is. The amazing disappearing car. They should be coming into the pit lane this time by. They did, most of them are in there already. There is, we saw somebody mention something about the pit lane. There is a little rubber stopper down there on the end that looks like it's made out of some very durable material. Yeah, there it is. It's rubberized. Like a piece of radiator tube. The do start on 9. I got something right.
They Column Flop with a 16.402 this morning. Difficult to find. It's about the only name in here that actually requires 2 rows.
It's a whole alphabet in their name. Off and rolling here. Heat number 2 of 12. Round number 5 of 6 here at the 2023 IFMAR 1A Scale On-Road World Championships in Anabe, Japan at the beautiful Infinity International RC Speedway. World Championships and this coverage brought to you by Infinity RC, World Champions Race Team.
I've not been to the store yet. Did you walk in there yet?
I did. It is very nice. It's quaint. You can find everything very easily. They have, of course, lots of Infinity parts. And lots of the accoutrements that you would need for a day at the track. Hand towels, cleaners, all the sprays that magically make these cars look brand new. So we talked a little bit about the maintenance that they do between rounds, and most of it is cleaning the car. I watched the guy sit and just scrub down all the surfaces of the car bit by bit last night. And when he was done, the car looked brand new, like they just pulled it out of the kit. Drop back, pick up our leader, William Chu. Comes across the line.
What'd you find out? Did you? And you might have mentioned this morning, but we were talking about tire wear, and my understanding was about 20 minutes worth. So a couple of sessions, and you were able to put on a new set of tires. But what are they thinking there in terms of wear when they need to make a change here in the race?
I got tied up with asking them a bunch of other questions, and I forgot to ask the duration. Yeah. So my bad. My main thing was, what are they doing for qualifying on tires? Because if they're running new tires or whatever, he said most people are running a set of tires that's got at least one run on them from the seeding practice. So my apologies, I'm not getting the correct information, but I'll find out. There's going to be a break eventually.
If we can figure that out for you. A couple of questions that were asked a day ago.
Travis Amesqua, the world-famous Peanut, chiming in on the chat. Welcome to the show, sir.
Chu William once again up here at the top and had a pretty good session there a little bit early this morning. Kamal Fop, as we talked about, also a nice session there this morning.
17 and a 4:13 the pace right now, just under our previous run's TQ time. Qual points, basically quickest driver each round or each heat going to be our TQ. And sometimes that'll hold up for a while, but most often the next heat beats it by just enough to make you feel bad.
Kamal Fop and Chu Williams separated by just a couple of positions there. 70th overall, 73rd as Chu was at a 16.404 versus a 16.402. 15
flat last time by for William. So you see the pace changes quite a bit, because sometimes the consistency is the key. They were down into a few more 14s last time, but Williams starting to get his legs under him here in the closing stages. Lap number 12 complete on a scheduled 17.
Yeah. William also on a 17-lap pace here. Would be the first time here for the weekend.
I was chatting. I didn't catch his name. He spoke English, and he said that today the temperature might be perfect. They said yesterday it was very good, but he thought that today, with a little bit of temperature increase, the track itself might get a little bit better. So,
impressive.
maybe where we're seeing some of these improvements from. 14.9 that time by with a bit of a swerve and merve coming onto the straightaway.
Be kind of curious to know if somebody had a heat gun out there, what the actual track temp is. It gets up into the 105, 110 range, a little hotter maybe even.
Big slide there.
Yeah, it was a big slide, wasn't it?
Oh, can't even pass the lap traffic. Master clock has expired. He's on a 17 and a 4:14 pace now. Just slower than the TQ time.
If he can hang on to that.
Got to put these two laps together. 15.5. Not going to do it. Got caught at the line. That crash doesn't matter because he was already done. That rough lap with the lap traffic there really cost him. Dropped him off that 17-lap pace because he did 2:15s in a row.
Absolute heartbreaker.
Yeah.
Had his best session of the weekend working.
Tak Woo.
Final 2 laps, kind of get him.
Tak Woo able to climb the ladder there at the stage, and the closing stages moved all the way up to second. Hiroki Tanamura going to finish third. Saichi Ichikawa in that fourth spot. And Colin Pop, as we mentioned before, decent run there, 16 and 05, so not too far off this morning's run. 16
and a 4 flat. And had a 17-lap pace solidly working.
With a .09 as well. Less than a tenth off.
Absolute heartbreaker.
Working our way through the program. That was race number 2. Up next will be heat number 3 of 12. We were on round 5 of 6 and our 6 rounds of qualifying. As we've mentioned before, they take the best 3 out of 6 qual points rounds to seed them for our finals. We do have Super Pole coming up later this evening, where 2nd through 5th place will get a 5-minute test session, a 2-minute warm-up session, and then they get 6 laps to put in their hot lap. And the hottest of the hot laps will earn outside front row, or P2 on the grid, the only 2 drivers to lock themselves in to the final that will be happening on Saturday. So, fast driver to watch in this one. We talked a lot about it in the previous round. The young lady driver from Thailand, Ferrari, she was doing 13.9s to open things up, and then a devastator happened. The car got pushed off the track, wouldn't go, ran into the grass some more, had like a 33-second lap and kind of shattered the run, but was on pace to go a very, at least fast 17. And the possibility, she was like on an 04-17 pace, so... And looks like everybody getting checked in. Maybe not the 6 of Kinoshita.
Yeah, Kinoshita, Mitsuhiro there. Good session a little bit earlier. It was really solid one day ago as well. Now up inside of the 50s there for overall. 55th, ended up 55th overall on the session, the first go-round here this morning.
I got a text message from Scotty during the last round because Ferrari was going so fast. Wanted to make sure we didn't miss it. So thanks, Scotty.
Yeah, a lot of talent, no question about it. Once you can put it together.
One of my buddies messaged me. He says, I feel like I'm watching Lucas Oil. It's because Ken Stout's here, everybody, in case you don't get the reference. I'm Charlie Swanka, Ken Stout, nonstop coverage here of the 2023 IFMAR On-Road World Championships at the beautiful Infinity International RC Speedway. If you didn't know, we're in Japan. The name of our quaint little town is Anabe. We're just outside of Nagoya, give or take, about an hour. You're wondering what's going on right now. This is warm-ups. Each round gets a 3.5-minute warm-up session. Get things up to temperature and make final tunes.
Wind is blowing a different direction today or not, but nitro fumes are significantly stronger in here today. So if we start acting really weird, saying silly stuff, you'll know what's going on here. We're sniffing fumes.
We talked about it a little yesterday, but in case you didn't join us, there is, at any given time, no less than 20 engines running, and usually closer to 30. 10 on the track, 10 in the pre-race line waiting, and 10 in the post-tech area doing tires and warming stuff up as well. So, and then anytime randomly, there's people in the off-pit area getting their pre-race tune on, so you can give 5 or 10 more added on top of that. It is a cacophony of engine revving going on throughout the pit.
Wow, that's a word.
Yeah, I looked it up last night.
Was it there?
Yeah, I didn't look it up. I lied. I was sapped out yesterday. I got back to the hotel, and the
I
Live
think we all
RC
are.
guys did a walkabout, and I was going to join them. I'm like, no, I'm going to go lay down. I laid down and fell asleep on top of the covers with all the lights on. I was like, man, I was beat. I don't know if it was the jet lag or not, but then I was up at 4.
Yeah, the time change is real, for sure.
14 hours is an odd one because it's daytime-nighttime shift.
Totally opposite Eastern Standard Time.
Do you know that
13 hours different?
you folks are seeing lots of action from on the track? If you want to see some action from around this facility, if you go to, during the break, not now, you can go to the Hobbywing official YouTube channel, check out my latest episode of The Charlie Show. Every every Tuesday, I put up an episode, and since I was here for the warm-up day, I walked around with my camera and my sweet audio and got some footage of the sights and sounds of the World Championships from around the facility, driver stand, all that fun stuff. Give it a look. Later, not now. There's lots of action to watch. Brody's on the phone, so I can do personal plugs when he can't hear me. It's great. No,
Way to do it.
he lets it happen. It's in my contract because that's the only way I can get any time off of work. If you guys didn't know, my day job I work at Hobbywing, so I clock out for these events. And we are off and rolling here. Heat number 4. It'll be all eyes on the 10 car of Ferrari.
Buzzer sounds. Cross start finish, and here we go.
Here's Ferrari in the
Action out there
aqua.
already.
Going to be at the elbow.
Oh! First lap right off the bat. Some issues. See if she can settle in now and put together some.
I believe that green car is Suzuki. $14.6 to open things up. Ferrari 15 flat for Tynan. Sozu with a 15 flat that time by.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on Matsuhiro Kinoshita. Ferrari, obviously. Anami Tsubaki, also a player inside of this one.
Big slide there by the green car, getting a
way
little wrong.
wide. That's a potential get into the dust and then lose the next couple of turns scrubbing tires. The dust is real. You could actually see the tracks one day ago if somebody gets offline. Doesn't look too bad there this morning, but you still start to see it develop there.
Jump on board with Thailand's Ferrari. They call her that because she's so fast. Okay. Take a look here. Some action before the race started. That blue car.
Oh, hooked an edge.
Hooks a rut, traction rolls coming out of there, right back on the line and on the gas.
Does a double sow-cow pirouette and sticks the landing.
So Ferrari 14.4 that last time by. The pace is 17 and a 4.06. That could be a top maybe 30 time if I remember correctly. Maybe, no, there's so many flats. There's like 10 flats alone, so that's not going to do it. 14.3s. We started doing 13.9s earlier.
Hopefully just put the whole session together, right, without any issues. Very fast. 17.412 in the first session a day ago, and the 17.411 in the last session.
Tightening up the lines now. You see starting to hit the marks. 14.6, still an 06 pace.
Right down on the bottom.
Lap traffic being kind.
Early entry, let it open up on the exit.
10 laps in the book now. Is a 14.5 last time by. Lost some pace from this morning, so
Nice job, nice and straight.
maybe a tune change, maybe a setup change, or maybe just being a little more cautious. Car had a bit more pace in it this morning.
Yeah, 14.4 again.
Still, very fast run here in the early stages. 17 and a 4.06.
Would be her best effort of the weekend if she can hang on to that.
TQ is 17 and a 4.14, so this would crush that. 8 seconds or more quicker. Oh, rough one there, 14.7. Drops the pace to an 0.7, but still much quicker.
Struggling through that left-hander for whatever reason. Sit up there. The car looks good through that final turn. Nice and free. Right here is where she seems to struggle. Well, nice job there, though. Nice straight down the straightaway as well. A lot of cars. Oh, man, kind of missed it right there. Turned in early. Wide exit.
Played it safe on the exit just to not pinch it. People come to the track for the sound, but they stay for the smell of nitro. I like that, JJ.
Yeah, it's a nice bonus, huh?
Time is
running up on some lap traffic here.
Ferrari, yeah, on the out lap now with the lap traffic. Not going to be an issue, though, luckily. 14.9 to finish things up. 17 and a 4.08. Not too shabby. Gonna steal that TQ and beats it by a solid 6 seconds. Nanami Tsubaki gonna finish in the 2 spot, going 17 and a 4.13. Tainen Tuka going 17 and a 4.14. Mitsuhiro Kinoshita 17 and a 4.14 as well. Alsop going 16. Nozaki going 16 as well. Suzu going 16. Suzuki going 16. And Michael Schmidt, bit of a rough run there, only able to do 14 laps.
Well, Ferrari's best effort of the weekend. Congratulations to her. Excellent job.
Real name,
take a look at the results there. And how about that? The top 4 are all on a 17 pace.
Ferrari's real name is Supernun. Like a super nun? Like a nun with superpowers. Terrible.
Eric Nogier coming up here in our next group here as we continue on in this second session. Takahiro Izumoto, Elaine Levy, Yoshito Yamamoto. Then it is Tatsuya Saki, Coolvist V. Let's just go with that one. Katsuhiko Ashida.
This one always throws me for a loop.
Yeah, too many hyphens. I mean, it throws you off. So, Van Schaker John. I don't know if that's correct or not. Oh, yes, I do know. That is not.
I've been doing it the other way. Gerjan Van Schaik.
Okay, well, that sounds better. Let's go with that one. Mitsuhiro, and I'm going to go over here to Lifetime to Scoring to find that. Nishimoto. And we'll end it up with Tetsusaki Inoue.
That's the one he knows for sure. He knew it in a way. Just like I knew it.
Give me one.
And track is open, in the famous words of Scotty Ernst.
Once again, heat race number 4 here of 12 in the second session on day 2. Overall session number 5.
I sure hope there's a lunch break.
Slave drivers out there, man.
No, you know what? There is a lunch break. I heard Scotty tell somebody that.
Oh,
they have to.
Go on, Scotty. Because Scotty at least give us a lunch break, right?
He's in charge. He needs to eat too.
Right.
You guys heard the news. If you're a RC Motorsports fan, IFMAR is our governing body, and they have their annual meeting once a year. And lots of things happen. And this year, the whole structure of IFMAR has been shaken up. So lots of the RC news outlets have been posting that information. And that's why we call Eric Anderson El Presidente now. If you bump into Eric Anderson, you just call him El Presidente. He'll know what you're talking about.
If you hear us laugh randomly, it's because Jensen has said something in our ear that you can't hear.
Jensen's a really funny guy, and I don't mean looking. He's actually got a pretty good sense of humor.
That's a bonus.
But from France, Eric Nogier going to be starting on the 1 car. I try to say Eric Nogier, very French. If that's a French flag, right? On the live RC screen, there's flags, and I don't know what most of them are. I know Japan, I know Thailand, and I know America, but the rest of them I'm very confused on. Geographically challenged.
A little ahead of myself. I was looking at Group 5. See Eric. There he is. Takahiro Izumoto was the player here one day ago inside of this group, and Elaine Levy also. And I believe Elaine Levy having a pretty good session, as I recall, in the previous session here this morning. Eric Najar a little bit earlier this morning, a 17.410. Nice pace. Elaine Levy with a 17.408, a bit better, 45th overall. Nicely done. Considering Group 4. Anything better than 80 or 75, call it, would be batting, if you will, batting above the average and up into the top 45. It's pretty impressive effort out of Elaine Levy.
Jensen, Canyon Thompson sends you an, oh, really? You made him smile. It's a very long, old, terrible joke. We met with this guy Canyon. His response to everything was, oh, really? For like 3 years, that was his line. Bringing him in for final tune. They're going to start with the 9, go to the 10, then they go 1 through 8. Oh, some organizational problems. Off and rolling here, heat number 4 of 12, round number 5 of 6 at the IFMAR World Championships. In Nabe, Japan, at the beautiful Infinity International RC Speedway. Proprietor Kanji-san has been very welcoming. Took us all out to dinner the one night before the crew got here. We went to Japanese barbecue. They cooked for us. It was amazing. I ate some sort of tongue. Delicious. Give these guys a few laps to get things sorted out and give you an idea of what's going on. Moto, though, looks to be our early leader in this one, but as I say that, Levy moves to the top spot. Mid-14s here. Oh, no, we got one losing a wheel. The 5 car. Looks like that's going to be Tatsuya Sake. That's a bummer. The quick release was too quick. And the blue and white car, Izimoto, coming across the line there.
Yeah, we're struggling trying to find Izimoto here this morning. Trying to find the results here for him a little bit earlier in that first session, and struggling to find the name. Oh, Deep, 86th. Struggled there with a 16 lap pace, 16.413. So, talking here on not having a good first session. Throw that one away. Was solid all day yesterday.
Hitting his marks now, looking smooth. Dropping the pace a little bit here, 17 and a 405 now. So getting under Ferrari's TQ time.
Yeah, it was 17.408 yesterday in the first session. And he certainly put it together.
Quickening now one more time. Oh, sorry, check that. Drops down. 14.4, going to bring it down to a 405 pace. Nice and straight down the backside. Into the elbow corner, brings it right to that outside. Late apex is the double apex. 14.2 as he starts to quicken a bit more. Driver from Japan. Mitsuhiro Nishimoto in the 2 spot. Katsuhiko Ashida running 3rd. Elaine Levy down to that 4th spot. Gert-Jan van Schaik going to be in that 5th spot. Eric Noger running 6th. Kovacic V in that 7th spot. Yamamoto Yoshito in the 8th spot. And Tatsuro Inoue off the track. I think that was the one with the busted tire, or maybe they're back out here. No, I'm sorry. Inoue with some bad luck, been off the track for a while now, and Tatsuya Sake got the wheel back on and out there circulating.
Yeah, good time to bring up the quick disconnect wheel. We saw a wheel yesterday. That
leader.
One way out there. Did tag the fence?
Oh, just put it back in the grass. Let him drive back on. Oh, well, it worked. That was our race leader, Izimoto. Dropped the tire, went for the wild ride. He had a quick release of traction.
We chatted about it yesterday. We saw a wheel come off yesterday as well. Was able to get back out there. They do have quick disconnect wheels on them, so there's a little latch right on the end of the hub, or the end of the axle, if you will, that they push and lines up with the center of the axle, able to slide the wheel off. There's a little tab that also sticks up on the inside of the axle that locks into the wheel. So they're able to make a quick tire change. Let's watch this one more time. Dips the wheel off right out there on the paint and just lost it a little bit. You've talked about the grip on the paint and started to turn in out there. I wonder if it's right towards the very edge as well. I wonder if it just got on the grass just a little bit.
It looked to me maybe they stabbed the brakes. And that got it to lose.
Were you able to? Did you ask about that?
I'm glad you asked. I asked Hayato about that. He says no brakes.
No brakes.
Yeah, maybe sometimes, but for the most part, pretty much no brakes at this track. So that was interesting. Because these are four-wheel drive cars, but they have a one-way axle in the front, so each tire can spin independently, and when you hit the brakes, they don't brake because it coasts. So if you're a fan of RC, you know what a one-way bearing is. If you're just tuning in, Google it.
Well, and the only brake on the cars is on the rear, right?
Because of the front one-way. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So.
People are asking, why does a four-wheel drive car only have rear brakes? Because the front end has one-way. And they don't have front brakes. They have a rear, like a driveline brake, if you will. Levy going to hold on to this one. Does he beat the TQ time? Not quite. Misses it by 1/10 of a second or less, going 4:08.4. Supanun's time was a 4:08.3, so just under 1/10. Izimoto able to salvage a 17 in a 4:09. Ashita going 17 in a 4:10. Kolasit going 17 in a 4:11. And that is going to do it for race number 4.
Lock that one up. Results gone. Almost halfway through the program here. A couple more groups will be halfway through the second session. It's chugging along here this morning. Sam Lolo here, part of this group. Shigeru Hosada, Lorenzo Bali, and Yumiko Fushimoto, Masataka Kawamoto, Nobuhiro Saki, Kenji Tara, Machio Hashima, Tsutomu Asuhara. Okay with that one? And Joseph Evaristo.
I know a guy named Sutomo.
Tomo.
Maybe Sutomu, but I call him Sutomo and he doesn't correct me.
Close enough.
Sam Lolo sounds like a rapper's name. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Sam Lolo. Track is open as they release the hounds.
Already crashing on pit road.
A plume of nitro fumes.
Flame out.
Wah, wah, wah.
Tire scrubbing in the back.
3.5 minute warm up to get everything up to temperature before their final test and tune to head them out to do battle in their 5th round of qualifying.
Gust of wind here, rolling up through the valley off of the mountains, blowing the flags around. Cleared some of the nitro fumes out of here as well. Nose to tail in the back, trying to find some gap. Up at the group number 5, should see another handful of 17 lap pace here in this group without too much trouble at all.
Canyon's wife asked why Charlie is swearing. He's just pronouncing the racers' names. But the big shock here is that someone married Canyon. Sorry, Canyon. It's not fair when you can't fight back. Oh, Squiggly Name Guy is back. He's rooting on Squiggly Name Guy.
Yes.
If you guys put those in English, we'll say it for you.
We'll try.
Yeah. We'll make sounds of the letters that you type.
Probably an app for that.
I'm sure there is.
Type it in the way you do, and it'll come out the way we can read. Pretty cool. I mean, some of the apps, some of the Google apps, Brandon had one that you hold up to the menu, and it sees it in Japanese and spells it out in English for us to read. It's pretty cool.
I answer lots of emails at Hobbywing, and we get emails from around the world, and some of them, the person who types it doesn't even put it through the translator. They're just like, you do it. I'm not going to translate it. You do it. So they send it to me. I run it through Google Translate, and I send it back in English so that they can translate it.
Yeah,
like, here,
you return the favor.
You
is what
do
you're
it.
saying. Yeah.
still in our warm-up session here. You get a good view of the pit lane as they come in for some little bit of tweaks, a little bit of tunes.
Heat Race 5 here at the 8th Scale Nitro On-Road IFMAR World Championship presented by Infinity. All going down here at Infinity International RC Speedway in Nabe, Japan.
Ooh. I got some information from Scotty. Round 5 completes at 12, we'll call it 40. And then there's a lunch break. And we start round 6 at 13:30, which is 1:30 local time. And Super Pole is scheduled to be at 1600, which is 4 o'clock.
Scotty on it. Scotty, our race director, and a lot of times used to hearing him on the microphone. So up there pulling double duty. He is on the mic out there talking to the racers as well.
I'm going to give Travis the credit because he probably told Travis that we had questions, or he told Scotty that we have questions. So Travis says, Scotty, tell these guys what's up. And then Scotty messages me. Good job.
It's probably like I explained that to Ken a little bit earlier. I'm not real sure why he did. He did not tell me the time for the third session. He only told me 4 o'clock for the Super Bowl. So that one I remembered.
I got you, Travis. You guys need to come to a race. Tell Brandon to make it happen. Scheduling is the trick, Canyon. There's lots of things going on. Brandon hasn't been home in 3 weeks. He's just been on the road doing events now. And we are off and rolling here.
His new home.
His new home, the road.
Roadie on the road. That's pretty good. Roadie is a roadie.
Oh, gosh. We'll give these guys a lap or two to get things sorted out, but who's going to open it up with the hot lap? I really like to see who's real aggressive.
Oh, side by side, yeah. Nice move.
Mid-14s. Kawamoto with a 5. Sakai with a 6. Our rapper, Sam Lolo, with a 14.6.
Based on seating here in this session, we start off these groups with the slowest car of the group. As I said, based on seating, not necessarily off of one day ago when people have picked up the pace and changed a bit. But you can see plenty of passing going on, which would be a good indicator of what it just said.
Some races that you go to, the qualifying and starting and all that gets determined by their previous run. They actually do resorts.
I like that idea.
Where
I love that because that's the latest.
Yeah, every round happens, they do a complete resort. You might be in the same race, you might bump up, bump down, whatever the case may be. So sometimes that's great because you'll bump up, but if you have a bad round, you're going to drop way down in the order too. So it's kind of a balancing act. It puts a lot of pressure on if there's going to be resorts.
Paying the price for the previous session, but if you do well, I mean, you continue to move up. I like the theory.
And some of them are resorts based off your current overall, so it can be very involved, to say the least. So this method, as complicated as it sounds, it's actually a lot simpler than the way we do
some of the racing. Well, it's predetermined, so you'd like to be able to think that it's easier to follow. Relying a lot on live time and scoring and making final adjustments very quickly on the fly like that can be pretty tough to handle for sure. Middle of a race program.
I believe Kawamoto that we were on board with, 4th place runner in that 5 car. Drop back now. We pick up Sam Lolo. Remember his
Lolo
car
throwing it down so far, 17.407.
being white. Lolo with the 1 on the windscreen, just across the line there. Checks in with a 14.4.
On the windscreen?
There's no windscreen. There's no hood either, so I don't know what to say. I could say front. That'd be easy. But
bonnet. Engine bonnet.
There we go. I think technically these are mid-motor cars. It's closer to the middle than it is the rear. It's in front of the rear axle, so that makes it a mid-motor, right?
Where's the driver?
On the driver's stand. Up in that tower.
Pretty good answer, Charlie.
There is a little cockpit in the body, though, so there is a windshield that's like this big. I'm, again, showing you people online with the size of it by holding my hands up.
In front of or behind the engine? That would
it's in front of the engine.
So there you go. So mid-engine car it is.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. That was a real question. Let's answer my question.
You can trying to negotiate the answer to that one. It took a minute.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make Charlie drink, apparently. Sam Lolo. Nice and consistent here, dropping down to the lower 14s now. Did a 14.1 that previous lap, now to a 14.3, 17, and 05.
Be good enough for a new TQ.
Yeah. But Ferrari's been holding on to that TQ for a race or two now. Did that, I think, race 3 is Ferrari's.
Far from done here. I mean, there's plenty of time, so anything could go wrong. And I'll tell you, these last couple of laps are just really tough to put together to keep that thing alive for sure. 30 seconds left in this one.
Little swerve there on that short chute on the top side. I know I've mentioned this before, but in case you didn't know, it goes uphill. There's like an elevation change in that short chute.
Right there, it starts up.
Yeah, climb
all
the mountain.
To the back. Mm-hmm.
I feel like that elevation change really makes those cars not want to accelerate in a straight line because very few of them do it correctly. Mrs. Rohde says, send Brandon home. She misses you. She didn't say that. I'm assuming she misses you. Someone has to take out the trash, and Coach working their way around. Lolo out on maybe last lap here. Has to make it count. Did a 14.3 last time by, coming down the hill, hoping to keep it clean. And across the line, gonna steal the TQ and went faster. Ran out of gas on the outlap.
14.1 ends up with a 17.404.
New
0.7. Really nice job. Yeah, like you said, flamed out right at the very. Another flame out right there, just past the stripe.
But they were done, so good for them. A couple more to finish. Oh, they were already done. Everybody was done already. Man, running out of gas on the outlap. That is walking that fine line. And we talked about it a little bit earlier. The downforce and the handling is so good that they can just grip it and rip it and burn up all the fuels.
Surprised they're not calling you out on the gas terminology.
It's nighttime.
Fuel.
It's nighttime at home, so most of the people are going to hate on me. I've all gone to bed already, so I'm safe.
Nicely done there for Sam Lolo. Nice job. 17.404, 17.411.2, 411.9. So pretty good job right there. Nice and tight. And then a 4.12.7 and a 4.13. How about that? The top 7 all on a 17-lap pace.
But Ferrari's run going to still hold on for a 2 thus far, so it's solid.
Yeah, plenty of hitters yet to go as we'll continue on here. Up into Group 6, if you will, Heat Race 6.
What is this logo? Oh, it says Worlds. Okay.
How did you go with this? Angel Guerrero Jose? Jose Angel?
Jose Angel Guerrero Boye.
Boye. Oh, so you added a little something to that.
Yeah, you got to add
something.
Yeah, a little unnecessary sound or syllable. It seems to be the way.
Like the Australians, they'll add a little bit in A.
Yeah.
Daniel Burrows also inside of this one, Leo Hungisto, Hiroyuki Okuda, Nelson Lee, Yukihiro Matsuyama had a good day a day ago. And then Wei Chi Chen.
I agree.
Good with that one?
Mm-hmm, I agree.
Shigo Tasaka. You know this one. So it was Chuan Tao? Chuan So?
According to the chat, it was Chuan So, but right. I'm not sure.
And I'm not going to say the last one because I get it wrong every single time.
Hamish Scott.
Just read it the way we're supposed to read it backwards.
Usually Hamish's father is here cheering him along, Alexis, but maybe it's late in Australia. Blisco says, Okuda-san, let's go. Blisco races with him on VRC. Oh, that's cool. There's a simulator program where you can hook up a controller to your computer and race RC cars online, and it's quite the big following. That's RC gaming with RC racers.
Yukihiro Matsuyama, had a pretty decent day yesterday. He struggled in the second session, but aside from that, how about a 17.406 and a 17.403?
I did get somebody to call me out. Doug Gout, a long-time racer, dirt oval legend, if you will. This dude knows more about dirt oval racing. He says, gas, nitro, outlap, inlap. We know what you mean. I just don't have the heart to call you out every time you say outlap when it's an inlap.
You
should. Just keep doing it.
I'm not going to do it, man, because you're just going to. I make too many mistakes here, so I'm not going to call you out on that.
I don't notice.
That's about the only thing I know. So you should just let me stick with that.
I don't even notice my own mistakes. I'm not going to notice yours. Sam Davis, welcome to the show. Tennessee says, what's up?
Don't you know gas is for washing parts, nitro's for racing. So. Alcohol's for drinking, just in case you were wondering.
I think this evening I'm going to try out one of those highballs that they sell. That seems delicious.
It was a unique taste.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's on the menu. It's soda and whiskey. If you order it, they say, "Ha, highball," and you say yes.
Sure.
And they bring you a can of.
I went to the 7-Eleven and they have rows of different highballs in a can, the pre-mixed drinks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like, decisions.
It's a unique taste. It took the first third of it, and then I got used to it, and it was all good.
Like most good mixed drinks, you only notice the first half of it, then after that it doesn't.
Once you get past the first one, you're good. It's all good.
I had raced and traveled to races for many years, but the first time I had been to a track that they had beer was in Japan. The first World Championship I went to was 2007 in Irichino. It was on the ski resort, and they had a little cafe that they set up just for the race, and it was great. Stood around with Lou Dog having beers after qualifying was over.
You were in the cooler yesterday. I saw you.
Yeah.
Cam's got a nice Monster drink over here, a very colorful can. Not sure what flavor that indicates, but
David Black, hello from Japan.
Pipeline Punch.
Pipeline Punch. Interesting.
There you go. Might need one of those later on today.
I can't drink energy drinks. They make my tummy upset. Nobody wants that.
So it looks like the warm-up session done here for heat race number 6, session number 2, overall session 5 of 6 on day number 3. Stick with us here.
Lap number billion.
Lap number a bunch. Love it when I hit the throttle. You can see them holding those things, hit the throttle, and the gyro effect, man, it'll yank them right out of their hands. And we see that happen a couple times. They set them down, and they don't set them exactly square. They'll all but crash on the road.
There was the turn marshal job. They were setting it down, and as they set it, driver gripped and ripped it and did a power wheelie. Pretty impressive. Oh.
18,609
Hold
to be
on.
exact as a lap number.
Next time he gives us that, we got to have the chat guess how many they got. So
that's a good idea.
Is that including the practice?
Oh, wow. Is that including seating? Yeah. Oh, wow.
18,000 laps.
609. They all count.
I'm gonna find out how much fuel they went through.
A lot.
I said it correctly.
A lot of foam.
Much foams. I went out on the track a little bit yesterday, and there's tons of chunks out there from the rubber. You chunk a tire, it's called. That's what I used to call it anyway. Like, that's the sign of someone ruining a run, because you're not going to try to run that set of tires with a big chunk in it like that. All right, couple laps into the books. We got Yukihiro Matsuyama at the lead. Nelson Lee in the 2 spot. Ensu Chu going to be running 3rd. Leo Hongisto in that 4 spot. Daniel Burrows rounding out our top 5.
Yukihiro Matsuyama, P33 overall in the first session this morning.
Wow.
At a 17.405.
That's good. That's very good. He's on a 17 and a 405 pace right now as well, just outside Sam Lolo's current TQ, but this is very early on in this one. Yellow nose, blue tail, number 6 on the door. They don't have doors either. Yukihiro Matsuyama with a 14.3 that time by. Nelson Lee with a 14.6. 14.7 for Lee Hongisto.
Lee Nelson was 17.407, so a couple of seconds back there. You talked about it before. The 14.7 really was about what the lap time was, and Leo Hongisto jumps up above him with a 14.4, and now Yukihiro with a 14.2 lap.
Matsuyama starting to quicken here and then runs into some traffic. I do believe that is Mr. Hamish Scott working together with our race leader. The all-gray number 10 just in front of our leader. There he goes. Gives him the room. Nicely done.
It was really nice, actually.
Got just close enough and did it in the fast corner so he could get by him quickly. Yukihiro with a 14.4 that time by. The pace still in 05. Sam Lolo's time.
It was down to a 04 there for a moment. Got behind that lap car, cost him just a little bit. There's back in the 04s now.
About a minute 30 left for these guys, 1:15 on the clock. They race till the gong, and then they do a lap and a half after that, give or take. Now Matsuyama on an 04 pace. Is it quicker? Just barely, a tenth of a second under our current TQ time now. Lots of room there from lap traffic.
Yeah, really cool to see him being courteous like that.
14-3, cracking the whip a bit here. Pretty straight, little bit of a wiggle there. See him swerving between the dots.
Are pretty dialed in. Really nice job right there. Left side tires just in the paint a little bit on that double apex turn. For the fans at home that aren't familiar with a double apex turn, it's just one solid turn, but they'll clip the paint on the way in and clip the paint on the way out. The shortest way around, you would think, and straighten it out as much as you possibly can.
New hot lap for Matsuyama, that time 14 flat.
Wow, nice job.
Get down in the 13s on a consistent basis. You'll be doing 18 lap runs.
One more time, he'll be to 403 here.
There you go. Asking you shall receive. 14.2 brings it to a 403. Gonna have maybe another lap after this one. This completes 16.
Oh, missed it right there just a little bit.
Pushing a little too hard down the hill.
Such a great view there, too. And you can see what happens when you turn in early. It's going to cost you on the way out. So high and wide on the way out, and that'll cost time.
And coming across the line, clean and easy there. Move to the inside, finishes on a very strong 14.2. Going to wrap it up with a new TQ time, 17 and a 403. Hongisto did 17 and a 406. Nelson Lee, 17 and a 409. Burrows also doing a 409, just slightly slower. Saigo Tasaka going 17 and a 411. Hamish Scott going 17 and a 411 as well. Hiroki, Hensu, Wei-Che, and Jose Angel rounding out our running order.
Top 6 all on a 17-lap pace. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Ferrari might still be P3.
She did an 08, so 4. Yeah. Should be 4 right now. TME Marketing Pro, welcome to the show. Thanks for tuning in. Alexis Scott is back. Good to have you with us. Ivan Dickinson. Hello, sir. Dixon, sorry. I said it wrong. I added more letters, as I tend to do.
And we continue on here to our next heat race, and this will get us on the fast half of the program based on seeding. Katsutaka Mihara. And the number 1 spot there, as you can see, Yoshihiro Nago, Kazuki Aida, Hideo Watanabe, and Scott Robinson, Takayoshi Tanaka, Ritsu Sahashi, Huang Zhenyu, Hideki Iraguchi, and Lee Dieter.
I keep forgetting that his name's in there right. I was about to say it backwards, but you remembered.
Oh, I remembered you telling me that his wife is Japanese. Is
yeah,
that what you said?
Yeah. The Super Chat told us that yesterday. Fun facts. I love fun facts.
I remembered something from this morning. It's pretty impressive for me.
Good job.
Take them when you can get them.
All right, track is open. They kick the tires and light the fires. 3.5 minutes of warm-up for each and every heat.
Katsutaka Mihara, class of the field here in this particular grouping, if you will. The 17.405, the best effort yesterday, 17.405.0 to put an idea of where he was. Let's take a look and see if we can locate how he did here this morning.
I'm predicting our first 18-lap run, race 8 this time. Maybe these guys are pretty quick, so you never know, but I feel like it's hotter today, and maybe the track slowed down a touch. Or hotter than it was this morning, rather.
Katsutaka Mihara this morning was 17.403. Put it in perspective. And a bit better than what he was yesterday. That was the best of the weekend. He was a 17.405.0, so nicely done, nice improvement there this morning. See if he can maintain that effort here in the second session.
It looks like the sun is starting to set, but it's just the angle that we're at.
Oh, contact right there. Yeah, it should be about dead center here overhead. Approaching the lunch hour, 12 o'clock, 12:06 here.
I think this laptop is on Midwest time. It's 8:06 p.m. in Wisconsin, if I had to guess. The clock's not changed. Don't change it. I like it. Screensaver.
I think it's 10:06 in Wisconsin, isn't it?
I don't know. I was just going off the clock that's on the little laptop that I got.
11:06 Eastern time, 12:06 here. But a day later.
You know what we need in the booth is those clocks like they had in the old movies with all the time zones.
Yeah, exactly.
7 or 8 clocks on the wall. Be sick.
Texted my son this morning. He said, just taking off now. And he was leaving Nashville, headed back towards the West Coast. And I was like, well, wait a minute. I thought you were leaving on Wednesday. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. It is Wednesday for him.
Yeah.
Thursday morning here. I'll tell you what's going to happen today, and you can go bet on it.
Right. It's not really a time machine, though. The first time I flew back from Japan when I was younger, we left on a Friday morning and got home on a Friday morning. I'm like, what just happened?
I think that's what goes on here. I think we leave on Wednesday morning, and we land at LAX on Wednesday morning.
Right. My flight lands back home 2 hours after my flight leaves, but not really. It's just like 17 hours or 15 hours of travel. But you race the time zones.
We'll put them all down here. We'll start the clock. We'll make it official here for this 7th group. Heat race number 7 in the 2nd session here today, 5th session overall. Starting off with car number 9 in the 10-car group.
Nice spacing, Scotty.
Yeah, everybody took off really nice, didn't they? That's how it's supposed to work.
They get better at it the later they get in, and sometimes worse because the fuel thing is even more important. So the pit guy's trying to put the gas into the very, very last minute before they set the car down. And you can't just sit there with the lid open doing it because then it loses the fuel pressure and it don't want to run. So some timing going on there. I was going to Google how to turn off the screensaver too, but I thought you knew how to do it.
Hideki Iraguchi showed some pace a day ago. Unfortunately, struggled. Matter of fact, DNF, absolutely no time in the first session.
That's always bad.
For Hideki. Came out in the second 2 sessions with a 17.411 and then a 17.408. Very solid.
As we work around with Daitor and Miyahara, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe that's Sahashi. They all kind of came across at the same time there.
Kazuki Ida probably pace on the entire field here throughout the 3 sessions a day ago. Oh, no, I take that back. That was a lap down, unfortunately. But a 17.405 here for Kazuki Ida was pretty quick. 17.405.6. There was another 17.405.3 and a 17.405.00 for Scott Robinson.
Getting a little tight here. These guys all going real quick here at the top of the leaderboard, trying to do their best work together,
nice.
Giving way. Coming down the hill, now back up in the center switchbacks. Uphill short shoot into the roller coaster around the elbow, double apex. Whew, almost stayed in the paint the whole way. 17 and an 02 the pace right now. 14.2s, 14.5s, middle 14s, not too shabby.
I would expect to start seeing some 14 flats here as we pick our way forward up here into this 7th heat race.
Yeah, Hara.
14.1s.
Good right now. 03 the pace slowing down just a touch.
Also starting to get into the heat of the day. I felt like the 2nd session one day ago was our slowest session in the heat of the day. As things started to cool off in the 3rd session, not only seat time, but a little more rubber down on the track. And, wow, that was a really low entry right there. Got away with one.
Needed to grab a handful of grass to make this lap work out.
Ditch hooking it.
Did a 14.2, though.
Try it again, then. It worked.
Get lucky once, maybe not twice. Double apex, a little late turn in, but exits nice and strong.
The exit was nice, wasn't it?
17 and an 02 the pace.
Kind of get away with that if you open up the entry of that one. You at least get a good drive off.
Seems like that's their line. 14 flat, starting to quicken now. Final minute of the race clock.
Yeah, thought we'd see some 14 flats inside of this particular group. They can put one together here.
I hear somebody breaking in an engine just outside the booth.
It starts off with finding one good turn, and then you string together a couple of turns, and then hopefully you can string together a lap full of turns, and then it's stringing together laps, and it's just a progression of seat time. There's no shortcuts to it.
They are threatening an 18-lap run here early on, 17 and an 01, 13.9 last time by, so has the pace and just about enough time to make it happen. 14.2, that's not a bad one. Miyahara, 17 and a 4.01. It's fine.
Yeah, 17.403 this morning, trying to better that mark. Continues in the right direction here for sure. 17.402 still solid.
Needed to go another 13.9.
14.38 hurt him.
Might have put him in contention for the 18, but definitely. Oh, another one flaming out there just before start finish, stuck down on the apex.
Oh, and a 14.69.
Not what they wanted. Oh, I think that was Yenju Huang running out of gas at start finish there. Looks like, nope, I lied. He did a 14.2 to finish. Oh no, it's all the way down at the bottom. I was right. The screen switched and I didn't see it. So that was the flame out there on the last lap coming around the final corner. Man, he would have been 2 laps short on run time because he would have done 16, supposed to do 17. Checkered Past, welcome to the show. Mugen MRX5, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Mugen MRX5 wants car sounds for Super Pole. 8 p.m. in Arizona, so this thing is on Arizona time. Makes sense. They were just in Havasu. In Havasu in Arizona?
That is very true. Actually, where we were, I think we were on West Coast. Well, this time of year before the clocks change, West Coast and Arizona, same time.
That's right. Arizona's that one that doesn't do...
They do not change.
Right.
Or at least portions of it.
We should all do that. I hate daylight savings time.
We did that in Indiana where I lived. There was parts of Indiana that did, parts of Indiana that didn't.
They voted.
But it makes sense to me, but it actually was a problem.
It has to be everybody, at least within the state. The differences would drive me nuts. Like go somewhere all they're closed because they do the wrong time.
Right.
Yeah, I would not like that. I just don't like it getting dark so early. I have lots of things to do after. First 18-lap run of the round, not of the day. We've had several already in our opening round. This is 5 of our...
12. Car A. Car 3. Car 10. Car 2. 2 minutes to the start of the race.
Chasing an internet disconnect a little bit earlier there, or a few moments ago, I should say. We welcome you back here to the 8th Scale Nitro On-Road. We welcome ourselves back here to the 8th Scale Nitro On-Road IFMAR World Championships presented by Infinity.
Just in time, this is race number 9 with 9-time champion of the world, Lamberto Collari, with the 1 plate. Michihiro Takayasu, Thomas Lorenzi, Kazunari Mamura, Shavit Saligupta, Flavio Elias, Andy Moore, Kai Takanashi, Luke Duthie, and Robin Hertong, our starting order for race number 9. If you're just joining us, 6 rounds of qualifying on the docket. This is our 5th round. 3 of these 6 will count on IFMAR style qual points to set our grids for the finals. Top qualifier earns the pole position for the final. 2nd through 5th place qualifiers will be participating in the Super Pole event that will be at 4 p.m. local time today. That's give or take 3.5 hours from right now. A very unique format. They get some practice, warm-ups, and then they have 6 laps to turn into a hot lap. The hottest of those hot laps earns P2 on the grid for our final. Everybody else works their way in the quarter semifinals to race it out on Saturday morning.
He talked about the 9-time champ, and he did it consecutively for 5 years and then 4 years more. So between 89 and 97, he won it in the Netherlands. He won it in Austin, Texas, USA. Won it in Sweden. He won it in Thailand. Won it in Mexico. Then he went on to win it in the USA again. Then he won it in his home country in Italy. Then won it in Argentina and in Switzerland. So it was an amazing run there. That is 9 out of 11 years.
Yeah. If you've been around any sort of A-scale racing, you've heard of Collari. He's been a legend in this industry for decades.
It's an amazing stat. I mean, there's no question about it.
It's still very fast. I mean,
very fast.
RC car racing ain't no joke. It takes some hand-eye coordination. It takes a lot of dedication. And to be able to maintain that level of competition for decades is no simple task. I mean, how do you even not get bored?
Warm-up session done here.
Guy's very dedicated to showing them those numbers. He could, put that down once they get them lined up. But another example, see how slow they're going on the outlap? They're doing fuel saver now on their outlaps to try to squeeze everything out. If you're just tuning in, these last few heats of the day, we see a lot of fuel or flame outs from lack of fuel. They get down to the last lap.
Was it Lamberto in that first session that just barely made it? Did he run out of fuel on his end lap? Very good.
He
nice
did.
Job.
He finished the lap that he was on to complete his 18-lap run, went down the straightaway, up the hill around the 180, and ran out of gas coming down the hill. Talk about cutting it close.
And you talked about it before. They're in blue, sporting the blue body out here.
I mean, I'd like to find out why he's not running his race colors, or maybe he's just saving it. Don't want to wad it up. Collari, though, coming out swinging.
Throw us off is what he's trying to do.
14 flats. Andy Moore, 14 flats. Luke Duthie, 14 flats. Oh, big off there. I believe that was the 7 car of Moore, maybe?
You see also they accelerating through the dust there, left some tracks, give you an idea of what we were talking about earlier. Some of the foam that's coming off these tires makes its way to the outskirts of the driving line.
Laurie looking good here.
Kind of missed the exit right there, didn't he?
Yeah, inside the late 14-1, 14-1. That is going to put Duthie at the front of this one. Luke Duthie, Kalari, and Moore are top three. Duthie with a 13-9 last time by the 9 car. Sally Gupta in the 5 car running that 4 spot. Flavio in the 6th spot, or 5th spot overall, rather. Thomas Lorenzi. All those guys doing low 14s, 14 flats, 14-2, 14-1. But Duthie at the front, leading the way right now as we pick him up across start finish. Duthie in the yellow and black.
Lamberto jumps back up to the front with a 14.
And it sounds...
Was currently P4, fell down to P5 while I was trying to learn how to say his name. Now down to P6. A tough lap.
Duthie with a rough one. He did a 14.6 and then a 14 flat. That's not where you want to be. Drops him down off of an 18 lap run. Yeah, Kalari on the slow 18. 18 and a 4.12, so not a lot of time to play with. No buffer zone. 13.9 though. Into the closing minute.
Yeah, he puts a couple more on the board like that. He's pretty consistent there with those 14 flats, 14 ones. He's a couple of 13.9s to pad this thing.
Another flat. Barely.
To go when he went to 18.411 flat.
Duthie pushing hard, trying to get back on there. There it is. 13.7 for Duthie. Gets him on an 18 and a 4.13 again.
Good looking lap here working as well for Kalari.
Coming across now, out on 16. Got 2 more laps left to go. A 4.12.5 the pace, so literally nothing to play with here. 13.9 last time by is a good one.
Yeah, another good one working. Ooh, a little bit loose there on the exit of that last turn. He struggled with the exit of that last turn a couple times there.
Still did a 13.9 though. Time improved just a touch. 4.12.5. Duthie's on a 4.13.3, so just barely getting by. Ooh, there it is.
14 flats, who ends up top 2 of them. End up on an 18-lap pace.
Once again, running out of gas on their in-laps, Duthie and Kalari. See if both of them not even able to do a half a lap. So Kalari once again, first driver into the 18s here in round number 5. 18 and a 4.12.4. Luke Duthie, 18 and a 4.13.4. Thomas Lorenzi going 17 and a flat .56.
It was best 3, which is what he would keep points for. We'll find out how things shake down here. But in terms of time, an 18.411 flat, an 18.411.5, I believe it was earlier this morning, and then
coming up in this one,
that chicken you were talking about yesterday sounds pretty tasty.
I don't know if it's the same truck that's here though. You might have missed your chance.
You said they had it at the little cafe too. So
yeah. Kakishimo.
Really good service over there as we continue on here. Our apologies for getting off topic.
Francesco Turini, Masao Tanaka, Silvio Hockler, Charlie P, Victor Wilk, Shinosuke Yokoyama, Shinya Shimazaki, Min Verjak, and Victor Pelez, our starting order for this one. Race number 10 of 12, round number 5 of 6, day number 3 of 5. I think that was right.
And once again, Min Verjak, a former champion, world champ. We should acknowledge that as we start making our way up into these top 3 groups here, and the 7 champions that are here in attendance. We've already seen one, obviously, as we talked about Lamberto, and we'll see another one here.
2, Andy Moore, too.
Andy Moore as well. Andy in this group?
He was in the last one with Lamberto.
Oh, yes.
He got the 4. He did a 17 and an 01 or 2. I don't even know if that's true, but it sounds really good. Warm-up laps underway here. Ride around with the all-yellow car. I think that is Takaki Shimo, but don't quote me.
Found it kind of interesting, too, where you talked about it before. It seems like the guys are able to keep some pace and not chop off every corner.
Right.
Keep it out of the paint, kind of roll the turns, maybe not use as much throttle. Don't pitch it in as hard, make it dig out as hard to get to that lap time and save a little bit of fuel in the process. Kind of what we're thinking here anyways. Only thing we can come up with that makes any sense.
From talking to a couple drivers yesterday, the way they broke it down, that's what it sounded like, that sometimes the fast cars look really slow because they're just so smooth and not needing to get down into the paint. They flow better on the outside. About done with this warm-up session. And then they were going to bring them in, check temperatures. Magic screwdrivers will touch the carburetor or not.
Magic screwdrivers.
Your tuner has a magic screwdriver.
Screwdriver with the magic hands twisting them.
Yeah. I've always called it the magic screwdriver. My brother used to have a Volkswagen, and he'd drive it to the shop, and he's like, I watched this guy work on the motor. He tunes his carburetor for me. He must have a magic screwdriver, because I did the same thing, and it doesn't work.
Just doesn't.
Like, no, man, the dude's magic. Guys in the chat, do me a favor. Can you hear us? Press 1, because I think my chat turned off, and you guys might be saying stuff to me, and I can't see it. So I don't want to leave you out and make you feel unwanted, because no one wants you here more than I do. You guys make me feel like a rock star. Although working with Ken Stout is pretty rock star status, if you ask me. Well, I mean, Ken, you got to take this with a grain of salt. The most next famous guy I've ever worked with is Scotty Ernst, so it's a pretty low bar that you're beating here.
Just being mentioned in the same sentence with Scotty's an honor.
I got the whole booth to laugh at that one. I'm getting good, folks. The jokes are sticking. This pit cam brought to you by the Nike Air shoe of that guy.
Turn them loose here. The clock is counting. Here we go. This is heat race number 10 of the second session, second round. Takaki Shimo has been on point.
Believe the white and blue was mean, and we drop back to pick up Shimo. Shimo coming down the hill into the elbow corner. Ah, thank you, chat. You guys are the best. I appreciate it. Cam had to make an adjustment. We have a giant Japanese bug in the booth that is bigger than my shoe. I have small feet, though. So, you know what they say about people with small feet? They got small shoes. Current TQ is the world-famous 9-time champion of the world, Lamberto Collari. 18 and a 412 is the time to beat. He did it with a .4 on the end. Takaki Shimo on 18 and a 413 right now.
Yeah, and to put it in perspective, people in the booth are freaking out a little bit. This is a pretty good-sized bug. Takaki Shimo, P3 this morning overall with an 18.408. Absolutely on point.
Guys pushing hard now. 14 flat for Shimo last time. Hockler with a 14.1. 14 flat for Tironi. Tanaka with a 14.2. 14 flat for Mean. 14.1 that time for Mean. Charlie P with a 14.2.
They've gathered up the very large bug onto a piece of paper, and now it's in a photo session.
Dude.
It's in a photo session. No, dude, send that
go
thing the other way, dude.
It looks like a stick. Shimo still at the front, like 14 flat last time by, 18 and a 413.
Oh,
so
beautiful pass there. Both drivers doing a really nice job there. Neither one losing any time.
So Collari's time looking to maybe hold up here. These guys are in the O's and the 9s and not making up any ground on this pace. Francesco Tironi also on an 18-lap run. Hockler on an 18-lap run. Masao on an 18-lap run.
Kakishimo, obviously a good bit better there this morning than what we're seeing right now. The track has slowed down a little bit. Hard to say here. Heat of the day.
Picking up there, checked in with a 13.8, but so did Tanaka. Both of them trying to reel in that TQ time. Takaki once again with a 13.8. Tanaka with a 13.9. 13.9 and a 14 flat for Hockler.
Three drivers on an 18-lap pace as it stands right now. Clock counting down here with 1 to go.
13.9, 13.9 for our top two. 14 lap for Silvio. 14 flat for Francesco. Looking smooth and easy here around the double apex. Little bit of a power wiggle coming down the straightaway, but when you're laying down a 13.8, that might happen. 18 and a 5.11, still the pace. Slide in there through the paint. Wow. Maybe a little more side slide in this than the fuel efficient guys. 4 more laps to go for Takaki. Tanaka with a bit of a rough lap there, did a 14.2. Hockler with a 14.1.
You can see the car sliding for sure, and then hook up and got to drive out. Completely different style than we saw out of some of the top players that were able to just cruise around the turn. Make it look easy, make it look smooth.
Timo's still looking good. He's been all sub 14s this last handful of laps, and that's where he needs to be to keep this 18. 2 more laps to go for Shimo. Gonna come around here to complete 17. Whoa, big side step there as he's pushing hard. Did a 14.1, doing him no favors.
And Main Verjack, as you talked about there, the benefactor.
Steve Miller says, yes, they were slower the second round yesterday, so that makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
They were.
Squiggly line guy, Live RC Squiggly line. Thank you very much, Arigato.
Yeah, and then they all picked up pace in that third session, so we'll find out how things shake out here today. As next up will be the 2 fastest groups based on seeding, anyways. Generally speaking.
So just to keep you guys in the loop, at the conclusion of this round, there will be a small lunch break, and that applies to us as well. And racing action will kick back off at 1:30, which means that it'll be about a 40-minute lunch break. Steve says the last round is the rocket rounds when the shadow touches the track.
Love it.
I'd say that that's the case at a lot of asphalt outdoor tracks that I've been to. Once the driver's stand puts a shadow on the track, you better go real fast. And that's why they do qual points, so that it's not all reliant on that. Starting field for this one is Germany's Dominic Greiner, Carmine Rilo, Yuya Sahashi, Rick V, Jeff Hammond, Norito Harana, Tadahiko Sahashi, Timo Linneo, Ulyss Groskamp, and America's very own Bryce Butterfield.
Yeah, Bryce, unfortunately, having a tough go of it in the first qualifier here this morning, that first round this morning, again with issues with the car. Made it back out there and got some seat time. Dominic Greiner having a great run this morning, ended up P4 overall. Very impressive effort there on an 18-lap pace, 18.409.1. So we'll find out if he can double that up, back that up.
Bryce has had a rough weekend.
He has
racing,
had a rough
unfortunately.
weekend.
Since
when
qualifying,
the car's good, he's really good,
yeah.
But he's definitely had his fair share of mechanicals so far this weekend.
Oh, the Sahashi brothers are back. Tadahiko and Yuya. The squiggly line says, go, go, Sahashi brothers. Still in the warm-up here. Glenn Williams, welcome to the show. Friend Poonfield, welcome to the Ponfield. That doesn't seem right. Scrubnick, welcome. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We appreciate you checking in and saying hello.
Gilles Groskamp with a pretty solid effort there. One day ago, ended up inside of the top 8, ended up 8th overall, inside of the top 10, I should say, and I think we talked about him being a former world champ as well in electric touring. He's out here in this group.
Ulyss ended up moving from the Netherlands to start a family in Thailand. He's got a wonderful little facility for himself over there.
You know, he was 8th overall yesterday, and he was 8th this morning at 18.410. So it seems like he's definitely finding his groove here inside of the top 10 the last couple times out. Or 4 times out now. 4 in. Maintains that top 8 status.
About a minute left to go in this warm-up, if I had to guess. Miguel Rivera, welcome to the show. Tahashi Yuya, Rito, go, 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 they say. That's a lot of squiggly lines. Gary Steiger, welcome to the show, sir. All the way from South Africa. Good to have you with us.
Cool. Beauty of the interwebs.
Oh, look at that guy's name.
Oh.
Saad Salabika.
Saud.
Cheering on Ulyss Grosskamp with the champion trophy.
Yep, there you go.
I have a Ulyss Grosskamp body in my collection of RC nerd things. That
Is that it, Ulyss? I would have said Gilles. Gilles?
Yeah, so when I first started meeting guys, I would ask them, how does your parents say your name? And he says Ulyss. I said, okay, I'll call you Ulyss. I thought it was Giles. Say it American style, it's Giles.
Right.
He came out for Snowbirds years ago. That's a race in Florida that they run carpet oval and carpet on road. And the race announcer was called Giles Grosskamp all weekend long. So we'd see him in the hallway. Hey, what's up, Giles? He didn't like it.
Didn't see the humor?
Yeah, he smiled, but he knew.
Clock is counting. That's official now. Here we go. Second round for heat race number 11.
Ryan Cattell, welcome to the show. Amarul Feig. Arm pump to you, too. And Glenn Williams, did you know? Here's a fun fact for you.
Kick this one off of 13.8. How about that?
Nice. Yuya Sahashi with the Sahashi Racing Team, 13.8. Hirano with a 13.9. Griner with a 13.9. Tadahiko with a 13.8. So these guys on pace to go a quick 18 laps. You see the top 7 on an 18-lap run right now. Time to beat is 18 and a 4.11. They're under it by 2 seconds with Sahashi at the front.
Yeah, with a long ways to go. How about that?
Yeah. We're only 3 laps into this one. 15 more to go if they stay on task. White nose, green tail with the pivot turn at the top of the hill, but trying to smooth it out now.
And watching the two cars, remember Takaki, where the car just looked like it was really stuck, man. I mean, he had to drive it in really hard to get it to rotate. It just did not want to rotate easily. This one looks much freer.
Pivots from the center. Smooth and easy down the hill.
It really does. It looks like it pivots from the center. That's a really good description.
Sahashi with a 13.8. Again, 13.9 for the other
COP,
Sahashi.
as they call it in IndyCar, center of pressure.
There we go. Little bit of a swerve through that short chute. Not my favorite line, but not too bad when you're going 13.8s. Checks in again with a 13.9. Pace is 18 and a 4.10 right now. Rick V now moving in the the second spot, getting just ahead of Tahiko.
Oh man, really nice turn right there. God, that thing rotates really nice.
Rick
and you can see that double apex in the last turn. So they double apex it, as you see some of the slower versions of it. The center of the corner where they'll go a little bit higher. Mm-hmm. These guys, look how tight he's able to carry that. So still double apex it, keep it tight in the center of the turn. Chopped off a lot of distance.
Man, the woes for Butterfield continue as 4 laps completed, and he's got the red bar of I'm not running.
They've got to figure it out, man. They're out of time.
Yuya Sahashi across the line, 13.9 that time. Rick V in the 2-spot, 14.1. Tadahiko with a 13.9. Jeff Hammond with a 13.7, though. Trying to make his presence felt from the 4-spot. Still top 9 drivers on an 18-lap pace right now. He starts with a 4.10, ends with a 4.13. 3 seconds separating our racers on the track. Just under a minute to go here as Yuya Sahashi and Rick V duke it out at the front. Sahashi did a 13.7 last time by.
Wow. Solid.
Now a 13.9. Pace maintains. Rick V going a 13.79. Both of them on 4.10 paces. Hammond also on a 4.10 pace.
Yeah,
Tadahiko on a 4.11.
0.07 of a second off of Rick V. Really, really tight in there.
Pace is matching. Like I said, starts on a 4.10, ends on a 4.13 is the pace for
two of them
Ulyss.
all but identical, 100th of a second apart between second and third.
Wow. 11.05 to 11.06. Still have 3 or 4 laps left to go, though, so lots of time for a tenth of a second one way or the other.
4 cars at a 411. 18.411.
So
Literally less than 0.2 of a second between second and fifth.
getting close here. They got to get under that TQ time. They need all the points they can get it to 411.7. They have to beat. And top 5 are under that right now. But as we've seen, that can kind of fall apart in the closing stages. Our leader out on final lap right now, working with some traffic.
Traffic actually moved over, allowed him to get by.
Oh, in the traffic of the pink car, I think that was Dominic running out of gas as he crosses the line on a 15.1. Grosskamp finishes on a 13.0. Would you look at this? If they finish, they get 18, but a lot of them not finishing. Tadahiko Sahashi made time.
Rick V falls way down.
Rick V running out of go-go juice. Carmine Rilo also running out of fuel, dropping him way down the ladder, 17 in a sub 4-minute run. But our new TQ time for the round going to go to Yuya Sahashi, 18 in a 4:10.2. His brother Tadahiko going 18 in a 4:11.3. Timo with a strong run, 18 in a 4:12.2. Narito Hirano, 18 in a 4:12. Chev Hammond on a 12. Grosskamp on a 12. And Grenner on a 4:13. Man, that is some close racing, folks.
Top 7, all on an 18.
It would have been all 9 of them if they had run out of gas.
He's exactly right. Simon Kurtzberg, that was P1 earlier this morning. He came out here and threw it down. He ended up first overall for the entire 100 and I forget how many ran, 12 I want to say. Tony Gruber inside of this one. Dario Ballestri, who had an incredible day one day ago, also still very fast. And Naoto Matsukura. And, of course, we talked about the reigning champ and Shoki Takahata, also very, very fast out here. A little bit earlier, Hayato Ishioka, Katazani Andrea, it might be Andrea Katazani actually, and Jesse Davis, Kuuki Kato, and Masaya Ida.
Kurzbach, our top seed through the seeding round as well, so it was great to see him put in a good run. We hadn't seen much from him up until then. Some of the faster guys in seeding were the first ones to have those fueling problems in our first couple rounds of racing, so a lot of changes in the pits for them, a lot of strategy changes on these outlaps as we've seen the top, I guess the last 3 heats, they do really, really slow outlaps to start their clocks.
So Ballestri, Gruber, and Kuuki were 1, 2, and 3 at the end of the day earlier. And to put it in perspective, Ballestri 6th this morning.
Josh and Lance, welcome to the show. Jim Hauser, welcome to the show. Good to have you guys with us. Squiggly line guys, awesome work.
Shoki Takahata, 5th overall this morning. Found some pretty good lap times, 18.409. There was Simon Kurtzberg with a 18.407.1 that set the pace for the field.
Somebody in the chat told me that it's Kurzbach. This is the only reason I've been saying it that way, but I don't really know.
You just talked about Yuya Sahashi, and Yuya was P2 overall this morning. So a couple of really good sessions there for Sahashi.
That's what I said.
Okay, everybody's saying Kurzbach except for me.
I mean, it's spelled Birch.
Birch,
so I would, but they spell them.
Makes me think of a tasty root beer.
The explanation.
Birch beer. Kurzbach. I'm good with that.
Glenn Williams, I have a fun fact for you. Butch Krols went on to become an industry insider working at Yokomo and lots of other companies. Or I think it was mostly Yokomo, actually, come to think of it. When I first got a sponsorship from Yokomo, he was working there. He was the old man in the office that signed all the checks. I think he married the sister of the guy who owns Yokomo as well. I should know all these things. I'm friends with Butch, but...
In the midst of this warm-up session for our 12th and final heat here in round number 2.
I heard the computer lady say about 45 seconds before they bring him in. So last round, I think one car ran out of the go-go juice. Koiki Kato, on the last lap, he did 17 in a 3:59 or something like that. Ooh, joining the pit lane together.
As long as you don't tag the wall, it's okay. Not too convinced about that piece of rubber on the end of the rubber tube either. Looks to me like the nose of the car. I could scoop right down underneath that.
I was down there today, and I forgot to go look at it a little closer. I'm going to go see what that thing's all about. There's Mirai-san picking up Nayato's car, giving it the gas.
Check a flag out for the warm-up session. Pour it up. Take a look at the numbers on the cars there. Get them all sorted out in order.
So the Master Chef Koiki Kato in the 9 car going to roll the group out first. They're not ready to see last-minute fueling going on here. They got to get all the fuel in there. We are off and rolling. Final group of our 5th round of qualifications here at the 2023 IFMAR 1A Scale Nitro On-Road World Championships from the Infinity International RC Speedway in Inabe, Japan.
Nice spacing here for the entire group. Everybody find their groove here, see if they can lay a couple of laps down here for the next 4 minutes.
First one across the line going to be Koiki Kato. Comes out swinging. 13-9 to open things up. Kurzbach with a 13-8. 13-8 for Takahata. Balestri with a 13-9. Matsukura with a 13-9. Ishioka with a 13-9.
Amazing, man. They come out swinging. 13-7 right out the bat for Kurzbach.
Kurzbach making his presence felt. Backs it up with a
13-7.
With a 0.
Yeah. Matsukura also a 13.71, not far off there. 13.72, I'm sorry, 79 for the reigning champ, Shoki Takahata.
We are on board. That is Kurzbach in the Scotty Ernst lookalike paint job. Yellowtail red and white on the front. 13.78 last time by. Car looks very smooth. He's not dipping too hard into the paint. As I say that, he put 4 tires in the double apex and proceeds to get back down into the paint. So, thank you, sir. Playing it safe up there. Doesn't want any wiggle. Plays it a little safe through that section too. Double apex. Just touches the line. Does a 13.89. Takahata with a 13.8. 13.6 for Matsukura. Oh.
Go right down underneath them there. No contact, no harm, no foul. Gets back out. Has some clean track now to work with.
That was Tony Gruber he was working with there in Travex. So
really settled in now. 2 big whiffs of nitro, by the way, coming through the window.
Here comes Jesse Davis, 13.7, 13.7, then a 13.6 to move to the top spot. 18 and a 4.08.7, 0.2 quicker than Kurzbach right now. As I say that, Kurzbach comes back with a 13.7, Takahata with a 13.7, Matsukura with a 13.7, Davis with a 13.9. That 0.2 cost them 4 spots on our leaderboard. Now back in there. Back and forth they go as new leader. Now Matsukura, white nose, yellow tail, working his way through our double apex, all in the paint, full gas down the straightaway. 13.63 for Matsukura that time. Driving it deep into the rumble strips there. 2 tires on the line, little slide job there through the elbow corner.
18.407 quick earlier this morning. 18.409 was quick in this session 1 day ago.
Just checked in with a 13.9, maybe one of his slower laps. 13.6 for Kurzbach, 13.7 that time by Matsukura, 13.8. Trying to hold on to it, has it by 0.02 of a second over Kurzbach right now. It's a rollover. I believe that was the pink of Gruber. And leader still Matsukura and Kurzbach. Matsukura with a 13.8 that time by Kurzbach rather, with a 13.6 to take it back.
Clock kind of down here, just about the half a minute mark, 30 seconds to go.
Matsukura with a big slide coming down the hill there. Still did a 13.8, but Kurzbach was quicker, 13.7. 3 laps left to go for our leaders, Kurzbach and Matsukura. Kurzbach here down the backside straightaway, coming down the hill, 4 tires in the paint through the elbow section. Double apex nice and clean. 13.7 with an O. Oh, a little check swing there coming back through the hairpin.
Balestri jumped up there to P2 for just a moment. Now it's fallen back down to the third spot, 13.601 for him.
Balestri did a 13.60. Gruber did a
Gruber also a 13.60.
Yeah. 13.57 for Balestri as he moves to the top spot in the final lap. He's out on 17, going to finish on 18. Kurzbach pushing hard to the line right now, going to wrap it up. That's his best effort at 18 and a 4.08. Balestri, though, on a mission right now, trying to get back to the front, can only muster a 13.9. Kurzbach running out of gas on his in-lap. Matsukura still the finish, not again.
Wow.
Matsukura, last lap was a 13.6, not able to bring it home. Balestri going to finish in the 2 spot, going 18 and a 4.08, finishes on a 13.9. Gruber going to move up to third, 18 and a 4.09.
Balestri not make it across either.
Well, I think it shows finished here. Just didn't turn red. I think we're okay. Maybe. Takahata going to finish fourth. Also did an 09. So new TQ for this one. Simon Kurzbach, 18 and a 4.08.1. Balestri, less than 3/10 off of his back door. 4.08.4. Gruber with a good strong run there. I thought that was him that flamed out. It was not. 18 and a 4.09. Takahata going in 18 and a 4.09 with a 0.9. Jesse Davis, good strong run there. 18 and a 4.10. Andrea Cantanazani with a 18 and a 4.11. Ishioka with a 4.11 as well. Matsukura running out of gas. Oh, my chef had a bad run, only did 16 and a 4.03. And Ida also with a rough run there.
Simon Kurzbach, a second slower than what he was this morning. If that gives you an idea of what the track did. About a second off, and Balestri about a second quicker than his effort this morning. Puts him up there in the P2 spot. Not sure he would have been there without the issues from the other drivers flaming out there, but still would have probably been top 3.
So that concludes round number 5 of 6. There's about a 25-minute break, maybe 30-minute break. It is currently 1:05. We are scheduled to kick off round number 6 at 1:30 local time, so 25 minutes or so. For the time being, we're going to sign this off. Thank you guys all for tuning in. I've been Charlie Swanka here alongside with Ken Stout, bringing you nonstop coverage of the 2023 IFMAR 1A Scale Nitro on World Championships from Infinity International RC Speedway. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. We'll see you all soon.
seconds to the start of the race. 3 minutes 35 seconds to the start of the race. 35 seconds to the start of the race.
Race number one should be in the staging area. Race 2 and 3, go get your tires and fuel.
第6ラウンドは定刻通りに行う、準備の方をお願いいたします。日本人選手の方、スケジュールの、定刻通りに行きますので、準備をお願いします。第6ラウンドは定刻近づいています。コースマシャルお願いします。第6ラウンド、まもなくスタートします。それからですね、選手の皆さんに、インドのマーシャルからオフィシャルからですね、コースを開けるように、指示があったら速やかにお願いいたします。そうじゃないとペナルティーの対象になります。クルーのオフィシャルからの、指示に従うようにお願いします。
open. All right, we have a new starting order for round 6. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inverted order.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 6, our final round of qualifying here at the 2023 IFMAR Nitro A-Scale On-Road World Championships from Inabe, Japan. We are at the Infinity International RC Speedway. Winding down day number 3 of official racing action. I was here for the live stream during the seating practice, running around doing my fun stuff. Ken Stout joined me along with the rest of the live RC team yesterday, where we covered day 1 of qualifying. 3 rounds happened yesterday. We are in our 3rd round for the day, which is 6th overall. IFMAR qualifying covers, or takes the best 2 out of, or best 3 out of 6 qualifiers to see the racing order. We do have Super Pole coming up this evening as well. 4 o'clock local time is the scheduled kickoff for that. These guys are working around in their warm-up right now. And we will check back in with you in just a moment, folks. Don't move a muscle. Racing action about to get underway. So the warm-up coming to a close here. A lap or so maybe for each of these, and to pull them into the pits, top them off, make some final adjustments, check some temperatures. We'll get underway. Their final round of qualifying. So at an IFMAR on-road Worlds, unlike maybe an off-road Worlds where the heat order changes, here they change the starting order of the cars and the heats all remain the same. So once you are in seating, that's where you are for the weekend. And you get the same amount of times between your rounds, which I think is a lot easier to deal with personally. So they start with 7 this time, then 6. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, they were supposed to start with the last car, and they do them in reverse order, but because there's only 7 in this one, they don't do that, because Segeo and Mirko, I believe, are not participating. Off and rolling here, heat number 1 of 12, round number 6 of 6, day number 3 of 5, the 2023 IFMAR On-Road World Championships. at the beautiful Infinity International RC Speedway. We'll give these guys a lap or two to get sorted out, get your running order, and pick up our race leader. Alrighty, we pick up our race leader, the 2-car of Anon P from Thailand. Just across the line there in the pretty in pink. Working through that middle uphill section, you see a good shot of the elevation change that Infinity International RC Speedway has. Go through the corner that I've dubbed the elbow and into our double apex, down that very long main straightaway. Come up the hill around the hairpin. Finish pace right now, 16 and a 4:08. Mid 15-second lap time, not too shabby. Back down the hill, on the straightaway one more time, backs up with a 15.2. Vincent K into that 3 spot now as Tanit moves into the 2 spot. Frederick Satema, Jason Choi, Makoto Fujita, Joel Recovery. 7 racers in this one. Tony, that is an excellent question. I will leave it up to you to figure that out for us, because I feel like you have the means. What is the situation with the top? How many drivers are in contention for the TQ? I think Dario, because there's been, I don't think anybody got a 1 twice per round, but don't quote me. I could be wrong. I'm wrong more often than I'm right. Yeah, Tony, you should know better than to ask questions. You're the one who answers most of the questions for us, so come on, guy. I don't know if you guys have ever had French fries in Japan, but I feel like somehow they do it better. These are delicious. Tanit now to the top spot, getting past Anon, the 1 and the 2 car, trying to work together out there. Time winding down in this one. Pace is 16 and a 4:05 for both Tanit and Anon. Time on the master clock has expired, but they still have about a lap and a half to go after that individual clock. Oh, big off there, and managing to get T-boned. They were not done yet. Maybe they were. That was Tanit running out of gas. We saw him just there on the bottom side. It looks like Anon P going to hold on to it. Vincent K in the 2 spot. Tanit finishing at a 350. So running out of gas or having some bad luck there. Frederick Satema in the same boat. That's going to do it for race number 1. As those drivers' qualification efforts at the World Championships have come to a close. Coming up next, we got Hiroki Morai, Yasuhara Hara, William Chu, Haruhiko Yoneda, Hiroki Tanimura, Colin Pop S, Takumi Oida, Saichi Ichikawa, and Tak Woo. Our race 2 competitors here at the 2023 A-Scale On-Road World Championships. Hope you didn't get any on you. So they do get a 3.5-minute warm-up before the start of the qualifier. And before they release the hounds, they make sure the drivers from the previous race are out on the track to turn marshal. So, because the question came up in the chat, I did some math real quickly on my own and a little bit of research and tabulations while I wasn't talking. And I came up with this theory that there are 4 drivers with a mathematical chance to take the TQ by TQing this final round. In addition to that, the TQ could shift depending where each of these 4 drivers finish. So there could be a little shuffling on there. We're looking like Kurzbach, Balestri, Gruber, and Takahata have an opportunity to steal the TQ here, or secure the top qualifying position. Now, the reason that's important is only our top qualifier is secured a spot into the final for tomorrow, or Saturday rather. Tomorrow's Friday. Everybody else has to fight their way in, with the exception of the winner of the Super Pole. So second place through 5th place do a Super Pole event, where they get a few minutes of practice, a few minutes of warm-ups, and then they get 6 laps to go lay down a heater. And the hottest of the hot laps earns the P2 on the grid. Everybody else is racing through the semis and the quarterfinals. So our top seed or qualifier will have a little less work to do come race day, and that could be Kurzbach, Balestri, Gruber, or Takahata, based off of my terrible shoot-from-the-hip math that did not come from a member of the Super Brain. I assure you, I did this myself. I didn't. Still got a couple minutes left in the warm-up before anything cool happens, as far as official racing action. Jensen, the bonus lap thing is still a thing? Sick. What do you get for it? Warm up. Starting to come to a little bit of contact there. You don't want to do that in your warm up. About 30 seconds to go in the warm up. They'll bring them in, top them off, do some tuning, and then release the hounds. We should be starting with the 10. Because there is no 10, we'll be starting with the 9 car. Gary Steiger, thanks for tuning in. Glenn Williams, good to have you with us. Luis Malero, Harry, good to have you back. Gilherme Ferlane Justi, thanks for tuning in, sir. And Tony Firth, a pleasure to have you on board. Scotty sent me a text about Tony Firth. He's like, you can trust Tony Firth. He's legit. He works with me all the time. You got some mad street cred there, Tony. When Scotty says you're all right, because he doesn't say anything nice about anybody ever, so it's not true. All he does is say nice things about people. I feel like maybe if you guys are watching on Facebook and you're making comments, that one may not be showing up. I'm pushing refresh to see if anything changes, and so far it looks the same. Are you on Facebook watching right now? Say hi, Charlie. And by that I mean type it. If you say it, I won't hear you. I'm in Japan. We are green flag racing. Jump on board with the 9. Working his way down that back straight section. It is an uphill. And you come back down the hill in the roller coaster through the elbow into our double apex. Getting a little loose there as he crosses the line. That was Takwu. Takwu looking smooth. I think maybe we have dropped back to our late race leader, William Chu. Should be William. Yeah, there he is. Cross the line. Red, white car coming up on some traffic here. Trying to find a way around. Chu with the number 3. Left side, right side of the front. I can see the number. It's so clear. Look at that. Nice work, camera guy. I don't know which one's in which tower, but last time Travis was on this side and Lucas was on this side. So these guys are going to work it out for a couple more laps and we'll get you a pace in a running order.
Excuse us while we're swapping duties here. Charlie with a quick pause for the cause here. We are in heat race number 2, as he was talking about before. A little bit past the halfway point here in the 4-minute session. Yasuhara currently on a 16.403. Leading the group. Chu Williams has been the one to beat. Sitting P2 right now at 16.403.7. And he jumps up to the top with that effort. Hiroki Mori now up into the P2 spot at 16.404.3 to the 16.403.2 for Chu. Final session of the weekend here for qualifying. Qualifying heat races, I should say. As Charlie was talking about, climbing a hill right there through that left-hander. Turn 6, 7, elbow 8, final turn 9. There's 1, 2. That's 3. 4 and 5 as up the hill they go through the high bank turn, right down around the bottom. Lap time 15.05 for Chu. Time expiring on the clock here. Kamofop last time out doing a really nice job, was at the top of the pile, or at least for this particular group. This time he's currently sitting down a little bit deeper in the number 4 spot. Chu Williams crossing the stripe. Did on last lap 15.5, ends up with a 16.403, good for the group. 16.403.4 to a 16.403.7, so just 0.3 of a second here between first and second. A 16.404.8, a little more than 1 second back for Ichikawa. Williams continuing to have a good session here with this particular group. Has been up top pretty much every session around. It's been as fast as 16.402. As we go into group number 3, take a look and see what Ferrari has for us. The lady has been very fast, albeit with a few issues along the way. She has certainly shown some big speed. Kanahara Suzuki, Akio Suzu, Nanami Sawaki, Limiton Atuit, Michael Schmidt, Mitsuru Kinoshita, Tuka Tainen, and Charlie's working his way back over here, Richard Alsop, and Yukinaga Nozaki, and Ferrari. The easiest way to say that.
Yeah.
Next up, I did chat. Actually, it was one of our cameramen explained the qualifying procedure to me.
Okay.
As we were talking about the... oh, nice.
That's way better.
As we were talking about the semifinals, and I said 3 and 3, and then 2 more came from somewhere else. So it is 3 from each side of the ladder in the semifinals, and then the 2 quick times.
Ah, that's right. That's right.
Which could come from either side of the ladder.
That's right.
Both on the same side, whatever the case may be.
Now
so
that you say it, I
that
totally
would be the
remember that's how it works.
final 2. I knew it was some sort of story like that.
It's super confusing.
Wasn't smart enough to recall exactly what Scotty had told me. A lot of info coming my way here over the past couple of days. I'm trying to keep track.
Hayato Matsuzaki's in the chat saying he's waiting to play RC Drift. I don't think it's the same Hayato. Maybe it is. I'm not sure. Too many Hayatos.
Well, we are in the warm-up session here for heat race number 3. This will be their final attempt here on the track in terms of qualifying heat races. Figure out where they're going to end up, what main they'll end up in, if you will, or where on the ladder, as they call it, the Christmas tree. They'll slot in somewhere there on the ladder and figure out where they're at. Go racing, try to bump their way up. Ferrari's been very fast. Mitsuhiro Kinoshita has certainly proven his worth as well. Has been fast inside of this group at a 17.413 in the second session a little bit earlier today. I'm sorry, yesterday.
So if memory serves, they start in reverse order, so that should allow Subanon to start from the front of this one and maybe have a little bit better luck. Ferrari was able to do some pro lap times in round number 1 this morning, but something happened with some lap traffic or an off, and the car never came back on track in a rapid succession. Had like a 30 or a 40-second lap that cost her a bunch of time. And the reason we kept talking about Ferrari is she's a young lady racer from Thailand, so we always like it when the gals go fast.
By the way, had a chance to, as you allowed me to stay there and grab my food a little bit after we started here, had a chance to stand out by the track. And
good.
It is awesome, dude. Hearing the 1-2 shift is legit.
Yep.
It is really cool.
It's amazing how quickly they shift, too.
Well, there's no question. Yeah. It sounds like it bangs, right? I mean, I know it's a clutch and it's adjustable, but it comes in quick and hard, no doubt. Probably lots of jokes to be inserted right there, but...
I talked about it a lot yesterday. When you walk around the pits, and at any given time, someone will magically appear with their equipment. They'll start revving, they'll start the car, and they'll proceed to just run it to rev line. And a lot of times they're adjusting the clutch while they're doing that, so they're holding it on the ground, giving it the throttle, and it's trying to jump out of their hand. And that the fine art of hand tuning, if you will. It's been fun. All the drivers have checked into this one. They are bringing them back into the pit lane. You see the red flag waving. Track is closed. Angelo, welcome to the show. Raxon RC, welcome to the show. Rodrigo, welcome back. Hayato Matsuzaki. Good to have you all with us. Thanks for tuning in. See him rolling them out here.
Ordered the curry chicken today, but they
Forgot the chicken?
They forgot the chicken.
You got to order the curry rice and then order chicken also. And you put the chicken in the
I
curry
said
rice.
curry chicken, but she probably didn't grab it.
Too many. They don't
It
have
says right on the menu, curry chicken. I pointed to the picture.
I believe you. All right, we're going to give these racers a few laps to get sorted out. We'll get you a running order here, but we are going to be all eyes on that 10 car of Ferrari. Sometimes they change bodies, but last round it was aqua in color, and there it is. Open things up with a very gentle 15-1. So
Even I saw the number on the side that time. It was number 10 where she was down.
14.7, so that's a lot better. If you're just tuning in, fast lap's going to be down in the 13.9s, 13.8. We even saw some 13.5s and 6s from the top heats. If you get down into the low 14s here in the lower ranking, you're doing quite well. And as we mentioned before, Ferrari did come out with some 13.9s and 14.1s in round number 1. We expected a lot in round number 2, but just didn't have the pace again. So maybe they found a magic setup and they got away from it, or perhaps they had the perfect match set of tires.
Perhaps some sort of off as well. Maybe the setup, like you say, just isn't quite the same. Oh, man, just totally missed it right there.
Hovering around those 14, high to mid 14s, and probably not going to do it. 17 and a 413, the pace right now, but still at the top of the leaderboard. Mitsuhiro Kinoshita in that 2 spot. Attitude Leminton running 3rd. Taina and Tuka in that 4 spot. Nozaki Yukinaga rounding out our top 5.
About where she's been. 17.411 or 17.412. Kind of around right in there in the 17.411, exactly where she is right now.
The Super Brain has informed me that sometimes, if a racer only has 2 good runs, they will play it a little safe in their final round. So they get
a really good point.
One good one to try to move up through a couple heats here and there. Because if you go out and you don't secure 3 solid runs,
you ball this one up, man. You're at the end of the alphabet soup.
Qualifying or your race day is going to be very miserable on Saturday.
Nice of that lapper there to get completely out of the way.
Looking good down the back straight. No extra efforts being put in here on inputs, just letting the car do its thing, gently guiding it around the course. 14.7 that time by.
Funny, too, how you can back off just a little bit and yield a better result instead of pushing right to the edge of your skill set.
Maybe even the way the car handles, too. 14.5 that time by, starting to get a little bit quicker. 17 and a 4.11 now the pace.
So easy for a number of the competitors to turn in a little bit early back there on the high bank left-hander. Really starting to chop off a couple of these turns here. Right here, turns in. Now that time she did not turn in early.
Just under a minute to go now. Ferrari still on that 4.11 pace. You have to put in 4 more solid laps, keep that secure. A Toot L with 14.9 last time by on a 17 and a 4.13. Nanami also on a 4.13. Tuka on a 4.14 pace. $14.5 last time by, completing now lap number 15. 2 more laps left to go for our race leader in the Aqua. Makes it across cleanly to complete lap 16 with time to spare. Quickens the pace a bit, now on a 4.10.
Oh, really down there in the paint, all 4 wheels it looked like.
Pushing hard now here on the final lap. And comes across clean with a 14.6. Nicely done. Going to bring home 17 and a 4.10. Lots more still to finish here.
Might be her best. I don't remember what she ran this morning. Yesterday, her best effort was a 17.411, 17.410 here. So nice job there for Ferrari. Under the pressure. A couple of tough heat races along the way.
Give a name, Supanon. At least that's,
she was.
That's my guess.
She was 16.410 this morning.
Okay. A lap faster. That is going to do it for...
But she had that issue, though, recall.
Yeah, right.
She was much faster than that would indicate.
Yeah, there was a 30-second lap time, so that's like a give back. Up next, race number 4 of 12. As I've mentioned before, our 6th and final round of qualifications here at the World Championships.
Takahiro Yuzimoto and Elaine Levy both having a good run inside of this particular group. Nogier Eric Nogier inside of this one. Takahiro Yuzimoto, as I just explained. Elaine Levy. Yoshito Yamamoto. Tatsuya Saki. And then Coolvista V. Katsukiyo Ashida. And I believe how you said it. Did you say Gert-Jan Van Schink?
Mm-hmm.
Van Shake?
Yep. Your guess is as good as mine, but...
Mitsuhiro Nishimoto and Tadasaki Inoue.
And warm-up has begun. Three minutes of warm-up time. It's actually officially 3.5 when they release them. During the little break there, went and watched trackside, and they did do a blow-off job on the track. They walked around with a leaf blower and a powered broom, cleaned up some of the tire dust that was out there, cleaned up that offline so that when lap traffic does get out of the way, they're not paying a huge penalty and getting out there in the loose stuff. And the wind was being super weird. It went from a cross breeze to a tailwind to a headwind down the straightaway, so swirling winds here. But for the most part, the track area itself doesn't get a lot of wind down on the surface because there's a wall that kind of goes all the way around. And it's just a breeze. It's not really a howling wind or anything like that. Humboldt FPV, welcome to the show, sir. Good to have you with us. My boy Shane.
That wisp of smoke on the back straightaway that we see as well was much more prevalent when I was standing out there to watch it in real life. It is actually fog storm of smoke coming out of the pipe. They don't all do it, but if they load up a little bit going through that left-hander, get back in the throttle, man, it whales some smoke out of them.
DJB, this is live from Inabe, Japan at the Infinity International RC Speedway. It is the 2023 IFMAR 1A Scale On-Road World Championships. We have been here for 3 days of non-stop coverage with 2 more days yet to go. This is our 6th and final round of qualifications with our Super Pole coming up at 4 p.m. local time, which is give or take 2 hours from now. And tomorrow we'll kick off our lower mains. Tomorrow's Friday, and then Saturday we get down to the semis and the quarters. They're having at every World Championships, there's a banquet afterwards. And they do it at the track this year. There's going to be Japanese barbecue. I'm very excited for that. Yeah, PJB, I noticed that. The link on the front says it's in Florida, but it's not. We're in Japan. Wyatt says that? I don't know. I told Jensen to fix it, but he doesn't do anything that I say, so I'm not surprised.
Based on the roof lines, the houses we passed, we are safely in Japan.
Based on the size of the vans, we are definitely in Japan. If you've ever been to Japan, they have tolls here like they do in any country that likes nice roads. But here it's all an auto pay system. There's like a transponder or cameras that take a picture of your plates. And you just go the speed limit through the toll booth, and there's little arms that pop up just as you get there. It's kind of a nerve-wracking experience if you've never had that happen before.
And we saw one get clipped today. Somebody apparently was going a tad bit quicker than the speed limit and tagged that arm, which is a breakaway arm, as it turns out, because it probably has not been hit more the first time today. They're padded as well, so they're prepared for the hit.
Yeah. feel like it's a game we should play from now on.
Well, that's what I said. Now that I know they're breakaway arms and they're padded, I mean, we should try to tag it.
5 points for every one that you can hit.
Clock has started here on heat race number 4 and the 6th and final session of the weekend. 3rd session here today. People spaced out here. A little tight right there. Have a little bit of action here. Oh, and then loses it.
Might have touched the brakes, might have dropped it. Ooh, wheel off. Oh, brutal.
It looked like payback, but I don't think it was. I think it's just the way it worked out.
I doubt it. That was a lap traffic getting sideways. Leader came through, and they both pulled trigger same time, made contact. Leader went for the wild ride. Pace right now early on for our leader, Elaine Levy, 17 and a 4:06, so that is well under the current TQ time.
Lane ending up P62 at the end of the day, 1 day ago. And you can see the lapper there go through that left-hander out of the throttle there a little bit, picked up the throttle, and it's like the car was fairly loaded up, a fair amount of smoke coming out of it all the way down the back straightaway.
We are riding along with maybe Levy at this stage. We'll see as he comes across the line. Bink it is. 17 and a 4:08 the pace right now, so still quicker than the TQ, but dropping just a little bit. 14.6 last time by. Fairly smooth through that uphill back straight. Through the elbow around the double apex across the line that time by. 14.5. Takahiro Izimoto in the 2 spot. You take a look back
replay action here.
At the contact.
Here's what happened, what we were talking about.
Went wide to let him go, motored up next to him, pulled the trigger at the same time.
Fixation, I believe they call that.
Look where you want to go, because you'll go there.
Right back out here and running around with Elaine. Elaine doing a good job here at a 17.408.
Still on that 08 pace, 14.5 last time by, getting a little bit lower there. We saw some 13.5s in our top heat yesterday, 13.6s I think. Actually, there was a couple 13.5s this afternoon too, if I'm not mistaken.
17.408, the first session earlier today. So right on par with that. Actually, about a second quicker, because it was a 408.9.
Ooh, that looked deep into the paint there through the sweeper. $14.5. 10 laps completed, 7 more to go. Now 11 completed, 6 to go. 14.4 that time. 07.89 the pace now.
This is just a little bit there in turn 2. Cost him some time here, all said and done. Let's see what it rolls across with a 14.4, it looked like. 14.3. Again, just a beautiful day here. Started off about 60 degrees, picking its way up nicely into the 70s here. Sun out, full sun, not a cloud in the sky. So expecting it to work its way up to around 78 degrees or so before everything is said and done. See if we can give you an update on some of that action. 79 degrees as it stands right now. So this is the heat of the day. It won't get any hotter than what it is.
Leader working through some traffic now. Lap traffic had 2 leaders with him, giving both the space. Lots of space getting given there. Pulvisit V in that 2 spot on a 4:10 pace. Takahiro also on a 4:10 pace.
Lane quite possibly working on his best pace of the weekend. Lost a little bit right there.
Bit of a rough one there.
The 15-second lap.
14.8 cost him some time.
Oh.
Pitches it in. That's not what
he did. He flicked it in there pretty hard, didn't he?
Gonna steal the TQ from Ferrari for now. 17 laps and a 408.444.
Really erratic here on this last lap and a half, last 2 laps. Let's settle down.
Maybe running out of tire. Levy with a 17 and a 408. Izimoto 17 and a 409.7. Kovacic 409.9. Mitsuhiro with a 17 and a 413 with a 2. Tatuya Sake with 17 and a 413 but a .4. Then it was Eric Ishida rounding out our running order. That is going to do it for race number 4, moving our way through the program as we start to approach the halfway point of the field. Next driver is coming out of the track. Sam Lolo, Gira Hosada, Lorenzo Bali, Yumiko Fushimoto, Masataka Kawamoto, Nobuhiro Saki, Kenji Taira, Michio Hashima, Sutoma Asahara, and Joseph Evaristo. Waiting for the marshals to get into position. Drivers from the last race have to go out to the track and marshal their car number. And once they get them into position, they open up the track and warm-ups begin.
We're talking about Bryce Butterfield having a tough go of it. Currently 55th overall after being seeded 20th. Just no shortage of issues all along the way. It's been a real tough weekend. It's a shame, too, that he's had so much trouble. Last time out, Sam Lolo with a good effort. He won a 17.404. We'll see if he jumps up here and continues that in this final session. Currently 77th overall. Unfortunately, had a couple of DNFs along the way. The two that he's completed, 17.413 and 17.404. The next best, a 16.355, did not finish. So he needs another good one here. If he can put together a good one here, it'll really help his effort. It could really bump him forward up there, really into the 40s from his current 77th standing. That's a massive move.
T88R34, welcome to the show. Thanks for tuning in.
It's a very nice comment of him, by the way.
Yeah, that's an extra squiggly line.
Guessing him. Could be totally wrong on that. Hedging my bet, as it were. Warm-up session here for heat number 5. Again, nature calling Charlie out of here, so lunch doing its job. Just to reiterate here, the racetrack size, 80 by 40 meters, the 25-meter long driver stand, which is beautiful, as you see him up there up top. Great view of the entire track here, no issues whatsoever. Warm-up session is going to end up here. We'll get everybody back out here and turn the clock on this time around. Fuel being controlled per IFMAR. There are two different fuels, by the way. But I believe you had to pick your poison before you ever got here. Whatever you have whenever you get here. Drivers are given their own choice of fuels as documented. Fuel bottles handed out in the Parc Fermé, if you will. OS and Maxima Fuels are the two as we have started this session here for heat race number 5 and the final session of the weekend for heat races. And the tires also are controlled. Just one brand for everybody. No advantages or disadvantages there. Of course, 2 different sizes. One for the front, one for the rear. 69 millimeter, 76 millimeter. Everybody has to run the same thing based on durometer as well at 32 and 35. Some of the rules that they'll all need to follow here during the World Championships that are going on here at Infinity International RC Speedway in Anabe, Japan. Scotty Ernst, our race director, as we've documented a few times. Typically would have him on the mic here with us, but when he got here, he said, we need a race director, so he is in. How about this? A group of 4-0 and no shortage of contact right there. A couple of people will pay the price here in terms of their pace. And almost the entire group there. The better part of 6 cars, one going off in the grass there. And again, another big hit. And another big hit. One off into the tire wall. Without question, the most carnage we've seen in any one given heat race, and everybody just ended up beside each other. The cars, we talked about the slower car starting in the front, but it's really not the case anymore. I believe the 10th car is starting off here, but aside from the 10th car, everybody else, in order from first on back, starting off in the 2nd position. So it really shouldn't have been too much of an issue, but man, they all got together there. Once again, Sam Lolo doing his job here on a 17.405.5. On a 17.413, that was in the first session today. Better double check that. Yeah, first session today. Then did not finish the second session. 17.404. My apologies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, yeah, 17.413 was the last session yesterday. Struggled this morning, did not finish, and then put a 17.404 on the board in the last session. Trying to put this one together here as clock is counting down. 1 minute yet to go inside of this one. Doing a 17.410, really nice job here. Last lap, though, 17 seconds, and Sam with an issue. Falls down to the bottom of the pack. Tough go of it for him once again, man. He has pace, has done a really nice job, but something has bit him more times than not. Really needed this last session. It would have really helped him out. I mean, he could have bumped up the better part of 20 spots overall. Instead, he is going to lose big time. Oh. That opens up the door for Lorenzo Bali to take over the number 1 spot here with 14.78 last lap there, working to 17.413.
Sam Lolo with a tough break. I think it's a perfect rapper name, but maybe not.
He might be saying some rapper words just about now.
Lorenzo looking strong here. 14.8 last time by pace. 17.413. Not good enough to knock on that TQ of Levy. Master clock has expired. They're going to do 2 more laps. Oh, a bit of dicey action there in front of our leader.
Levy with that 17.408. That is the mark to beat here. And again, they get pretty close nose to tail. A group of 4. Charlie, you weren't here, but man, there was no shortage of carnage and action in the middle of this one, as the better part of 5 or 6 cars were all nose to tail. A ton of contact all along the way. A couple of people paying the price. One right there, you can see the tires out where they stuffed it in the tire wall.
Jeez.
So it was a sporty session, to say the least.
I had some carnage in action of my own that I had to deal with there, so.
Hopefully it all came out okay.
Lorenzo Bali going to take it home 17 and a 4, 12.9. Tsutomu Asahara 17 and a 4, 13 with a 1. Nobuhiro Saki 17 and a 4, 13 with a 7, rounding out our top 3. Heshin Dong from Denton, Texas, checking in. Good to have you with us. Polarized Gaming, welcome to the show. Glad you guys can tune in on this beautiful afternoon in Anabe, Japan. Live Race Media bringing you nonstop coverage of the 2023 IFMAR 1A Scale Nitro On-Road World Championships from the Infinity International RC Speedway. Up next, we have Jose Angel Gurez-Bo. Oh, look, there's monkeys
over there.
They were telling us on the drive-in that what happened to all the monkeys, and Mirai would say sometimes they come back, and they're back. We should go try to pet one.
Yeah, no, I'll watch you do that.
Jose Angel Gurez-Bo, Daniel Burrows, Leo Hongisto, Hiroki Okada, Nelson Lee, Yukihiro Matsuyama, Wei-Chi Chen, Saigo Tasaka, and So Chu, and Hamish Scott. And Alexis is back. Welcome back, Alexis. Hamish is Tad.
Yukihiro Matsuyama with a pretty good effort going here. 44th overall after 5 sessions here, and the better of the 3 would be a 17.406, 17.405, 17.403.
Wow.
Nice progression.
Yeah. Alexander Wild, you're welcome. Thanks for tuning in. We wouldn't have any reason to broadcast this if it wasn't for the folks watching online, so thank you. Chi Dreams, go Team Singapore, he says.
Now, looking all the way across the board, also has a 17.405 and another 17.403. So not quite sure how they do the scoring there. But I would think the 17.403 to 17.403, 2 of those, and the 17.405.113 be the ones.
Sometimes, depending on the round, their slower times will get them better points, depending on how everybody else did. So
yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, just because you went quicker doesn't necessarily mean you scored better. Yeah, that's a great point.
It's a very confusing matrix.
It's it's a really, you would think that they would want their best time, but it's not necessarily that. It's based on your best score that particular round. So yeah, it's a great point.
Racing Device, welcome to the show. Sam Fletcher, good to have you with us. Oh, thank you. We like it when you say nice things. And we like it when you say anything, for that matter.
See if we can find Hamish, find out where he's sitting here in the overall after 5 rounds completed. 54th is currently where he's sitting. 17.408, which is good enough for 44th. 17.408.8, which is good enough for 40th in that particular round. And a 17.406, which was 51st. So how about that? Much like you just said, his quickest time yielded him the lowest, the highest result, I should say.
It's weird. Because
everybody else picked up clearly in that round, you know.
Yeah, you get a round where a handful of guys, like the rounds that we had, the flameouts and stuff like that really shuffle things around because guys got a bunch of what is essentially a DNF missing a couple laps. So that'll move you up the rankings from the mid-pack 5 or 6 spots easily. Those guys all finish their runs. You can go a second faster than you went before. They went several seconds faster than you did, so you actually lose 5 spots. Qual points. In case you didn't know, they do qual points each and every round. They get points on where they finish for that round alone. So you can TQ multiple times and earn all zeros, so to speak. Pork Rollin', welcome to the show. Amaro Rafik, welcome to the show. dinosaurs.
Not too far away from Super Pole process as well. Should be exciting to see how things shake out there as we start our warm-up here for heat race number 6. Working our way just about halfway through the program whenever we finish this one up for our third and final session. Somewhere in the neighborhood of, I believe, 118 registered. And on the board showing times, 116.
Yukihiro Matsuyama going to come out swing with a 14-4. We picked them up just across the hairpin corner at the top of the hill. Working their way down to the roller coaster area, into the kink and the double apex. Down the main straight through the sweeper, already back to the 180. Matsuyama with another 14.5. 17 and a 407, the pace. That is quicker than our current TQ, but Jose Angel has something to say about that. Comes across the line with a 14.3 to take over the top spot in the 1 car. 17 and a 406 is their pace. Burrows running 3rd, Hungisto 4th. Lee going to be in that 5 spot, rounding out our top 5.
Good stuff here. So a minute and a half already off the clock here.
Matsuyama and
how about that? Jose Angel. Angel being a player right here, hanging tough.
Finding the rhythm here. 6 rounds of qualifications. Maybe it just takes 6. Then you get it together. Matsuyama and Gutierrez kind of back and forth here, lap time to lap time, but it looks like Matsuyama trying a little harder with a 14.3 is an 06.4. Gutierrez is on an 06.9. Halfway through this one, comes across the line, complete lap number 8. Matsuyama. Like, nice to see a race paint job out there. Too many one-color jobbies in the field. 14.2 that time by for Matsuyama. Starting to quicken a bit. 14.4. Looks good down the short chute. Around the elbow, just a little wide, but the 14.43.
Clock countdown here, just a little bit over 1 minute to go here in this final session for this group.
Matsuyama, Gutierrez, Burrows, Hungisto, and Scott are top 5 right now. Matsuyama with a 14.2 last time by was their fast lap.
Jose Angel really doing a nice job in comparison to the tough few sessions that he had before that to currently be sitting 99th overall.
Our race leader coming up on some traffic now. He's with Hamish, and last round I remember Hamish, very courteous, gives him plenty of room right when he needs it. Hamish dealing with some traffic of their own. Worked out well enough. Matsuyama 14.5 coming through traffic. Gutierrez with a 14.6. Burrows with a 14.7. 14.3 for Hungisto. Chu with a 14.5. Scott with a 15 flat.
Jose Angel working on his best time of the weekend. Just fell down a little bit, unfortunately for him. Just when we started talking about him, it was a 17.411. There was a 17.40.
Matsuyama almost having to make some contact there, but able to sneak on by.
Time expiring here.
Out on
the car's nose and tail back behind him. Trying to get that last lap in without any issues.
Swerving and Mervin trying to find the hole. Still back there dealing with the traffic. That's got to be Nelson and So, I think. Oh, we see one roll into a stop coming down the hill. Oh, that looks like that's Hamish running out of gas. He was already done.
Yeah, I think it's their end lap here, so I think we're okay here. Yukihiro Matsuyama, 17.405.5, so again, nice job inside of this group.
I think the internet on my information computer slowed way down there because it was like a half a lap behind. There you go, unofficial results. Yukihiro with the 17 and a 4:05. Going to reset the TQ. Good job for Matsuyama. Daniel Burrows in the 2 spot running an 07. Nelson Lee going to run an 09. Hamish Scott with a 10. Angel Guerrez with that strong start. Not finishes on strong. Finishes with a 4:10, 5:42. Chu with a 4:10, 5:78. Hongisto with an 11. Psycho with an 11. And Wei Chi and Okada with some bad luck there, only making 1 lap.
Solid group there for sure as we get up into the middle of the program and take a look at our next heat race, being number 7. Katsusaka Mahara, Yoshihiro Nagao, Kazuki Ida, Hideo Watanabe, Scott Robinson, Takayoshi Tanaka. Then we have Ritsu Sahashi, Huang Yenyu, Hideki Iraguchi, and Lee Daitor.
That's Snowy. That's what they call
Snowy?
it.
Yeah,
Man,
or Snowy. That's right, I read that yesterday.
We almost gave Hamish's dad a heart attack, thinking that he ran out of gas. He says he can breathe again. It was fine. My bad. Actually, it was my computer's bad. Warm-ups underway here. 4 minutes and 30 seconds of laps that matter but don't matter.
Katsutaka Mahara currently sitting 40th overall. 17.4032, 17.4025, 17.4053. And once again, warm-up in process here. Keep an eye on our flags, our weather indicators out there in terms of wind. Good look at pit road as well, the picture-in-picture, and the really cool-looking Ferrari.
I got some sweet pictures of that when I was down there. I would be very wary to park that anywhere.
Would you?
Just all sorts of nonsense going on down there.
Just an old blue car. Come on, man.
Right. It's an old car. They make new ones every day. Why would you want that old one? It's a Dino, I think, Ferrari.
That custom truck, I saw that a little bit earlier today. Really cool looking little pickup.
It's got a wing on the back.
Yeah,
not a spoiler, but a wing.
Yeah, downforce.
Totally makes downforce, I'm sure. We used to have a racing buddy of ours back in the Dennis Lyman. He had a race shop for full-size cars, and he said that aero in RC that we had isn't right. And to prove it to us, he made a wind tunnel so that he could show us the cars were actually not making downforce until we did
they have pretty small little wind tunnels that a number of people have, or used to have at least.
There's the monkeys, and I'm not talking about the racers. I'm actually talking about monkeys in a field.
He's not talking about the booth.
Or Scotty.
Baboons, it would appear.
They look so friendly.
Yeah. Those things are pretty nasty.
Yeah.
They are lightning fast and incredibly strong. When they look good right there where they're at.
On the other side of that field.
The other side of that screen. A buddy of mine when I was in high school had one as a pet.
How big
and yes, it bit me.
How big was it?
It was just a tiny thing, like one of those little spider monkey things.
I've seen those, like, they're hand size practically. It's like a chipmunk or something. I don't count that as a real monkey.
It was bigger than that. It was big enough that it grabbed my arm, yanked it in, and bit me real quick before I could figure out what was going on.
Reverse starting order, 10 through 1. Snowy going to take the reins of this one. Big plume of smoke down the back straight there. Looks like it was loaded up. That top side section, I think we're going to be on board most likely. I want to say Katsutanka, maybe? For you as they come around this time by. Getting a little loose there, coming back down the hill. Going aggressive on the steering.
Lee Dieter sitting a little bit deeper inside of the field here at P63 overall. But very consistent at that 17.407, 17.410 mark. A couple of 17.407, 17.410. See if we can maintain that here and see how the rest of the round shakes out.
Kim says, if you get bitten by the monkey, does that mean you get monkey superpowers?
Yeah.
I think it has to be a radioactive monkey.
I learned not to stick my hand close enough for it to grab me. That's the power I learned.
That's a lame.
And I've not. No, it works good because I've not been bit since. It works. Suzuki Ida up front, leading this particular one. Katsusaka Mihara has been a player here throughout the weekend.
We're in race 7. They are in 17 and a 4 flat pace right now. So Ida on the gas going fast, trying to get that coveted 18 lap run in before qualifications here at the World Championships comes to a close.
The whole group, with the exception of Lee Dieter, all in the 17-lap pace, and Lee unfortunately having issues is out of this one.
Snowy with some rough luck there. But no rough luck for Ida as they continue to lead the way. Quickening now, 14.3 last time by. They fell off it for a few laps. They're on a 17 and a 4.02. They keep pushing those 14s lower and lower. They're going to be on an 18-lap pace before you can shake a stick at it. 14.1 last time by.
Katsutaka right on par now, back in the 17.402 range. Has already produced that number in a previous session. Matter of fact, the last session, 17.403. This morning, 17.402 in the afternoon session. I should say late morning session, lunchtime session. And now trying to back that up here with the 17.402 again. Within 0.2 of a second of its previous effort. Still a bit of time here to go with a minute left on the clock.
Top 3 right now, Mihara, Ida, and Huang. Ooh, Ida with a rough one there, 14.9, doing him no favors. Pace slows down in 04 now. Mihara here in the orange and white. Looking through the double apex.
Nice.
Down the main straight, checks in that time. 14.1, that is a good run.
I put together another pretty good one here. Turn 2 might have been a miss. You can almost see him get off the throttle. It hesitated. The line looked decent, but it was a bit of a hesitation.
Maybe a little bit loose, but sometimes a car that pushes real bad is actually looks loose because they have to crank on the wheel so hard to get it to rotate. Sometimes it's just got a little rear end wiggle.
You can call it so a lot of times, or at least in terms of the big car, it's described as a snap oversteer.
Okay.
Put a lot of wheel in it, and you wait, and it finally bites, and then it slings the back end around.
Out on final lap now, comes across the line to finish things up. Last time was a 14.1, this time by a 14.5. Going to finish 17 and an 0.2 for Miyahara. Sahashi moving into the 2 spot in the closing stages, closes it out with a 14 flat lap time to go 17 laps in a 4.04. Ida held on as hard as they could. 17 and a 4.04 was all they could muster. Yen Zhu Huang going to finish in the 4th spot. 17 and a 4.05. Takayoshi Tanaka going 17 and a 4.05 as well.
O'Hara really consistent here all weekend long with a 17.405, 17.406, 17.405. And then put together today, clearly the best effort, 17.403.2, 17.402.5. And then misses that by just 1/10 of a second here. So really good progression, very, very consistent here. So we'll see where the rest of the field treats him. End up, but comes into this sitting 40th overall. And we'll take a look at the lineup here for our next group. Might have lost track on this one. I believe Group 8. We'll feature Maxime Rapol, who's had some really good results here, along with Trent T, who's been kind of up and down. Some luck, certainly has some speed there. Ryoji Takahashi, Genta Aoki, Kazuya Yuriki, I should say. Alex Thurston, and then Chikahiro Hiraguchi, Takahito Komuro, Ari Manton, and Shinosuke Hajimoto.
I agree with all of those. I think you got it. You're nailing it.
How's the coffee?
It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Nice of Cam to run, and it was a quick turnaround.
We went over for the lunch break. I walked in, there was
not a quick turnaround.
One person in front of me, and I turned around, there was like 15 people lined up behind me.
And you were still the second to last one out.
Yeah.
That.
I don't think the lady in there likes me. I said too many things the other day, and she's like, okay, no food for you. I was trying to get food for somebody else.
Food for you, just everybody else is eating.
I ordered a bunch of stuff. I'm like, and she's looking at me because I was just in there to eat. I'm like, oh, no, I take for them. And she's like, oh, she said something. I go, yeah. She's like, oh, no. I'm like, oh, okay, see you later.
She knows your gig. She knows your scam.
I mean, I do have RC physique, so it could look like I could put all that food away. Warm-up session here for race number 8 of 12, round 6 of 6, day 3 of 5 at the 2023 IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro On-Road World Championships. We are in Japan at the Infinity International RC Speedway.
Ken Stout sitting alongside Charlie Schwanka, who's been an absolute wealth of knowledge here to help me out as I mumble my way through, mumble and stumble. Super cool road racing here. Road course, on road as they refer to it here. IC, internal combustion, nitro, more commonly referred to. Not electric would be another way to describe it.
Wealth of knowledge. I just say things with confidence, so it seems like I know what I'm talking about.
And then you followed up with a comment like, not really, that's not correct.
I work in customer service, tech support, and a lot of convincing someone about anything is just being confident in the information that you're providing them. Masaki Taga and Iris rooting for Gaga in this one. What's Gaga's real name? Is it Genta?
No.
Iris,
not lady.
Right. Masaki, who is Gaga's real name? We don't know the nickname here. You got to help us out.
Jensen got it.
I got it. It's just bad.
I don't know if he got it or not. I don't think he got it till you laughed, Jensen.
Jensen has taken his preferred position. He is working from his knees behind the desk.
Ah.
You can tell he's a professional because he doesn't even need pads. He had to get down to my level, is what he says. I like that. I get that all the time. Are you sitting or standing, sir? Yeah, standing.
Or when you're standing, they say, please stand up.
Warm-up here has completed. They're bringing him into the pit lane for their top-offs, needle twisting, and gridding of the positions.
Last one in. Misses the wall nicely. Oh, quick fuel up. He had to go from the back up to the front. Second starting position, it would appear. Quick fuel up, ready to go. In time.
We did not get a check-in from Yoruki. We saw the nothing go on the 5 spot.
The 8th group here getting up to the fast dogs. People ready to throw it down here.
All right,
final session.
This is the round where race 8 is going to turn in an 18-lap run. I've been saying it all day today. I think this is the one. Typically, race 9 is where we see our first 18-lap run, and it usually comes in the hands of Lamberto Collari. But I have a feeling somebody's going to make it happen right here. It's either going to be Hagimoto, maybe Maxime.
They've been close.
Yeah,
so many times.
Maxime had a fast race car last round. Bad luck in the beginning, but he was doing 14.9s or 13.9s and low 14s all day. And here he is at the front. Car number 1 of Maxime Ripoll from Italy. 14.1 coming out of the gates swinging. 14.1 for lap number 2 as well. He's in the orange and the black there, working up there.
Oh, it was a quick pause.
Like a little
really weird, and it happened again right there.
Lean bogging. See, no smoke?
Yep.
No smoke.
Running out of fuel.
And maybe,
if you will. We'll see how long the engine lasts like that.
That could be their go for it tune. We need all of the horsepowers, but definitely no plume of smoke coming out of this car.
Flip that thing around there, man, pretty violently.
Eesh. He's on the gas going fast. 14.2 that time by.
Trouble right there. Looked like, oh, no, picked up the pace. Maybe it was just getting out of the way. Can't imagine they pull over and stop.
Hagimoto now to the top. 14 flat on a 14.2. Ripoll with a 14.1. 14.2 for Genta. Ryoji with a 14.3. Thurston now climbing the ladder. So Hagimoto at the front of this one, 14.2. Ripoll. Oh, we got one taking the long walk back to the pit lane.
Maxime also close to that 18 lap effort there before we ended up at a 17.4 flat. 0.3. And as I recall, I want to say maybe had some issues in that particular effort on the last lap. So it was just right there on the ragged edge.
Ripoll's
really
car,
driving it through here, man. Look at that thing.
Steering from the rear. You can see the rear moves before the front end.
Nice.
The end of the
Opened
corners.
up that entry really nicely. Late apex there in turn number 2. Kind of slides it through there and there. Whew.
It's in a very Italian-looking race line, if you ask me.
Yeah, man. I mean, not... didn't bat an eye right there with the lapper right there in front of him. Just kept dicking.
Down the hill. One more time. Touches the paint.
Go, nice. Picks up the throttle. Just drives it with the rear tires.
14 flat, 17 and 401 the pace now. He can stay in those 14s. Has an opportunity to break into that 18-lap run. Oh, I see.
Really looks fast. Maybe a bit of a sway bar change here to get that thing to rotate like that.
So if you do 14 ones the whole race, you're going to go 17 laps in a 4 flat. So you could do 14 ones the whole time and like 2
and he's
14
gone
O's.
17.4 flat.
Needs a couple more of those 14 flats in the closing stages here to wrap this up as an 18-lap run. Pushing hard, but maybe a little too hard. Fuel economy has been an issue here at the World Championships. We've seen many drivers run out of gas on their final lap or at least on their in-lap.
Backing that car down in front of him, and I believe that's Ryohei Takahashi.
Car looks a little better now. Looks like the rear end. Oh, as I say that.
Missed it.
Pushing very hard. Did a 13.9 last time. That was a 14.4.
He gets the 13.9 and gave it all back up.
17 and a 4 flat, .89. 2 laps left to go. He's going to have to make these count and hope that the lap traffic does not get in his way. 14.1 that time by, not doing him enough.
He's got a stack of cars in front of him, too.
Out on his final lap.
Lost something right there.
Second to final lap, sorry.
Got a little gap there now. Maybe put one more together.
14.5.
Some issues going on in front of him, and consequently a lapper right back in front of him. Gets cleared. Oh, and another one out of the way, but still cost him. Had to dodge it.
17 and a 401 was his pace.
And made pit road.
What he's going to get. He was done the lap before. My timing and scoring is off by half a lap.
Yeah, it was 30 seconds after, wasn't it?
I was so excited for nothing. Ripoll, Maxim Ripoll going 17 and a 401, flirting with that 18 lap, but car was not consistent enough. Moves us on to, Shinosuke going to go 17 and a 401 as well, half a second slower. Ryoji Takahashi going 17 and a 02. Genta with 17 and a 403. Ari Manton with an 03. And it was Takahito, Chikahiro, Alex, Trin T, and Yuruki rounding out the field. Another tough break there for our friend from Thailand, Trin T, only getting 3 laps.
That'll feature the 9-time champ here inside of this one, Mr. Lamberto Calorari. Michihiro Takayasu. And then we have Thomas Lorenzi.
Masaki clarified that Gaga is Ryoji Takahashi, and he's a YouTuber. That's why
There you go.
he has so many people clamored around him while we're in the pits. I know it's the guy with the orange hair.
Kazunari Mamura. And then we have Shagat, Salagupta, Flavio Elias, Andy Moore, another former champ, Kai Takanashi, Luke Duthie, and Robin Hurtong. Currently sitting 18th overall is Mr. Lamberto Calorari.
Inside of the top 20 from inside the top 40.
Yeah.
Solid.
Nice move. He got after it right off the bat in the very first session yesterday. He was the first one to put together an 18-lap session.
Yeah. He kicked off the series of 18-lap runs from race 9 till race 12. I saw him in the pits, standing there holding his race colors with numbers on them. I was sure that he was going to put that body on for this round, but Baby Blue is out there. That's Lamberto in the Baby Blue.
Has served him well so far the last 2 days. Stick with the plan.
I mean, body change seems like a pretty easy thing. These guys have templates that they use to do a lot of the mounting, but you get that just a little bit off. If it's not perfectly straight, or ride height changes just a little bit, could really change your handling package. I always have hated mounting bodies on RC cars because you can really screw it up pretty easily, unfortunately. A lot of these guys get their bodies painted by a painter so they don't get to spot it while it's clear, so they have to come up with a technique for this. And they'll take a body, mount it perfectly, and then cut it out so they can stick that on the next body and have all the mounting holes in position. Butchie A, welcome to the show. Sakaiki Desa, welcome to the show. Takashima Design, good to have you with us. All you squiggly line guys who I can't say your name, welcome back. Arigato, Ohio gozaimasu. They say Ohio a lot around here, so I always say Michigan, Indiana. They don't get it, though. Look at me like I'm an idiot. No N in Kalari? I don't know what that means.
It's spelled wrong. I didn't see an N in there.
Maybe he means something else.
Warm-up session here, group number 9.
Oh, I may have said it wrong. I might have caught my English accent sounding weird, but...
Like, no, you idiot, you said it wrong.
I think the reason I'm so bad with names is because my name is terrible, and it's pronounced wrong by most people that I've encountered over the years, so... Too many vowels.
Once you told me how to pronounce it, and you take a look at the spelling, it sounds exactly like it's...
I say it all the time. People ask me, how do you say that? I'm like, just like it's spelled.
Just like it's spelled.
S-U is Sue.
You look at it for a second, and yeah, it's dead on.
K-A is Ka. I think it's an Americanized saying, because when I was in Thailand, my family, people talk to them, they say it a little bit different. There's more in there. But I'll take what I can get. And that is the warm-up. Yep. We'll be starting in reverse order, so Kalari going to have to come through some lap traffic to make this happen, and I'm pretty sure ain't nobody going to hold up Lamberto. And as we've noticed, these outlaps are a little bit slower than they were in the early session. You see some plumes of smoke and pop, pop, pop as they go through that short chute, trying to keep a little extra gas in the tank.
So I know you just mentioned that. Are they starting off with car 10?
Mm-hmm.
So really, he should be the second car on track. Is that correct?
No.
10, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Oh,
5,
they
4,
did
3.
complete
Yeah, they go
reverse
full
order.
reversal, yeah.
Was not aware of that one.
Yeah,
My
very,
bad.
very confusing.
So complete field inversion. Great. Taking a look at him.
He's already passing people. Like, he's through a couple cars already. Hi, JT.
He does have a nice gap in there in front of him. So
Yeah.
should be able to put together a few here. They'll get things sorted out up in front of him. He really needs for that car in front of him to keep pace, and so far is.
Andy Moore, though, taking advantage of his early start, going to lead this one from the front. As I say that, drops down a spot. Takes it back, though. Thomas Lorenzi in the 2 spot. Kalari running 3rd. Sally Gupta in the 4 spot. Duthie rounding out our top 5.
13.89 for Kalari.
Barely a minute into this one. Kalari
Quickly working his way to the top of the group.
6 rounds of...
Oh, no!
Doing off-road things aggressively. Comes back on the track. Door slamming.
Oh, and another one off. That one looked like right in front of Kalari.
What's that I smell in the air? Desperation from these drivers trying to make it happen. Kalari in the replay slow motion. Kalari, Moore, and Hertong our top 3. Elias and Duthie rounding out our top 5. 13.8 for Kalari. Moore with a 14 flat. 14 flat for Hertong. Flavio 14.1. 14.1 for Michihiro. Kalari is going for it. They have been all sub 14s. Did a 13.79.
13.7. Wow. Kalari throwing one down. Same thing we saw yesterday, right? This last session, they start throwing down some pretty big numbers.
I think they fall into the rhythm. The temperatures just get right. The tire's the perfect size, and everything feels wonderful. They start to hit their marks. 13.9 last time by for Lamberto. This time by checks in. Oh, rough one there. 14 flat is a rough one for these guys. Andy Moore with a 13.9. Flavio with a 14.2. Kazunari with a 14.1. Kalari back underway, 13.9 that time. Pace right now, 18 in the 4.11. That's where he's been kind of all week.
By the way, I'm not sure what happened to Lamberto in that first session this morning, but the timing and scoring is showing a DQ.
Oh, interesting. Perhaps a violation in the post-race tech.
One of them off course there, into the tire wall.
He wanted to go say hi to Lucas in camera tower number 1. And it looks like Thomas Lorenzini off the track early in this one. Tough break for them. Already hitting his marks there. 2 tires in the paint all the way through that section. Does a 13.69.
Wow.
Very nice. Kalari on an 18 and a 4.11 right now.
Trying to put one together, motivated from that DQ.
Yeah. Elias in the 2 spot on a 17 lap run in an 01. Kazunari on a 17 in an 02. Hertong 17 in an 03 the pace. Oh.
Yeah, right. That was a moment, wasn't it?
Man, this race 9 is a rough one. There's a lot of cars going for a wild ride and not making very good considerations on their re-entry.
Out of time right here as Kalari clears another one. Now has some open track in front of him.
2 more laps left to go for Kalari. Comes across on lap 16, does a 13.8. So Kalari, if he brings this one home, he'll have done 6 18-lap runs this weekend. I don't think there's any other driver that's really done that so far. And typically, Kalari will finish the lap and then run out of gas just after the 180. See if that happens again. No.
Another flame out over there on the left, so no. A little fuel to spare in this one.
Oh, yeah. They figured something out.
Wanted to see exactly where it ran out and makes it back to pit road.
Nice work, team. So Lamberto Kalari going to take that one home and reset the TQ. 18 laps in a 4.11. Now the time to beat Flavio going to finish in the 2 spot, did 17 in a 4.01, very good run. Then it was Robin Hertong, 17 in a 4.02, Luke Duthie, 17 in a 4.03, Andy Moore, 17 in a 4.03, Kazunari, 17 in a 4.04, Michihiro with an 0.6, Takanashi with an 0.8, and Saligupta and Lorenzi with some rough luck there, not able to finish.
Yeah, looking at Colorado this last session, again in comparison, last session yesterday, 18.411 flat to an 18.411.2 here today. So times almost identical in this third session for a couple of these players as we go into heat race number 10. Take a look at some of the players here. Takaki Shimo has been extreme. Seo Tanaka, Hockler, Silvio Hockler. And I believe that is that Thailand? Charlie P. Victor Wilk. Shinosuke. And last name Yokoyama.
Yeah, I want to say Yokohama every time.
Yeah, so programmed, right? And Shinya Shimazaki. We have Min Verjak and Victor Pelez.
Min has had a very not nice race week. Hasn't finished a lot of his qualifiers, missed a couple starts, some flame out issues. So, very talented racer. He's won himself a world championships. He's participated in decades worth of different world championships. I think he was the 200 millimeter world champion, if I'm not mistaken. Not last year, year before, or not last year, but worlds before that, rather. 3.5 minutes of warm-up here. Race number 10 circulates. Get a cheer for Takaki from Squiggly Line Guys. He's got so many squiggly lines that put things in parentheses.
And Verjak currently sitting 30th overall.
Really? That surprises me. What does he have for runs?
Well, he has 3. He did completed 2 18-lap sessions, 1 17-lap session. So he's got 2 18.4 working and 18.413 working. Wow. Good for 23rd overall. Good for 18th overall. So clearly, that was that one session where a lot of in the first 2 groups stumbled, had flameouts, and like you said, probably really played to his advantage. He put together a great run.
My information was incorrect. I was not expecting.
Well, no, that's not true. I mean, your information was correct. I mean, there's one session here where he didn't even show.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's exactly right. Another one that he didn't finish. So, yeah, definitely up and down, but put together good times and good results when it counted the most.
When he's on, he's all the way on.
Takishimo is the one that's been on relentlessly.
Masaki Taga says, Shimo.
Takishimo currently sitting inside of the top 10.
Uchi A says, I don't know. Squiggly lines.
18.411, 18.409. 18.408, 3 best sessions, 8th, 10th, 3rd.
Those are the numbers that we need. But the pace is fun to know.
The only time was out of the top 10 was the first session yesterday with a 17-lap session.
Furodate-san, welcome back to the show.
I think something happened. I think he was on an 18-lap session in that first session yesterday, and something happened to him. If he flamed out right at the very end, Kakishimo.
I think that kicked off the running out of gas situation. Maybe.
A minute of humor here behind the scenes at Charlie's expense.
It's fine. I know which room you're sleeping in, Jensen.
The passion between the two is just undeniable.
Order all the wake-up calls to Jensen's room tonight.
Good times. They have us all in the same little box here as well, by the way.
John's saying, go post somewhere in one of the chats so I can yell your name. He sent me a message. He says the You're right. I agree.
Still yell it if you want.
Well, it's different.
Put it all in caps.
Different if he's there. All right. Underway here. Race number 10 of 12, round number 6 of 6, day number 3 of 5. World Championships.
Come on, baby. Light them up. Last two. There you go. Breathe it just a little bit. Get yourself some gap. Oh, man. Big moment in the back right there. Turn 3. Looks like everybody got away with it, including the pass. That's the time to do it. If you can do it on your out lap and get clear of them, that's when you want to do it.
Maybe. Well, I guess in this order, yes, definitely you would want to try to get those out of the way.
A couple of them nose to tail here, though. In session.
13-9 for Shimazaki.
Right out of the gate.
14 flat.
Just throw it down. Let's get after it here.
Charlie P with a 14 flat. Mean with a 14 flat.
Last chance to show off. Oh, flame out.
Oh, no. That is the one car of Takaki Shimo.
Oh, man.
We fully announcer jinxed it.
Wow.
Sorry, Takaki. That's our bad.
I'd love to think we had that sort of power, but we clearly don't.
It's the only power I do have, Ken. Come on.
Don't rob me of my only power.
Oh, orange car again.
Find out. It's a stand on those 3 times that has kept him inside of the top 10 so far.
Jump on board now here with the 2 car.
The true goal, though, is to get inside of the top 6, right?
Yes.
I mean, so you have a shot at getting in the A. I mean, obviously, you want the number 1 spot if you can get it. If not, you want a shot at that top 6 so you can get into the next 5, if you will, and have a shot at the 2nd position.
And then after that, you want to be in the top 16, so you only have to race once to get in. We're on board now, I believe. Maybe this is Tanaka, all white car. I think that's a number 3 on the side. It is. I could see it. This HD is excellent. Masao Tanaka leading the way right now. 14 flat, 18 and a 412 is the pace. He is just a tick slower than Kalari's TQ time.
You know, I'm surprised we're not seeing a few more 13-second efforts out here. 13.7.
Oof.
There you go.
Asking you shall receive. Victor Wilk, the 13.9, 14.1 for Mean. Charlie P with a 14 flat, 13.8 for Francesco, coming from the 5th spot overall. Shimazaki with a 13.9. Yokoyama with a 13.9. Leader nice and straight there. A little wiggle up the hill to get that line.
Yeah, kind of opened up the entry of that turn, didn't he? Plugged the paint all the way around there.
Naka's car right on the edge there. You see a little wiggle coming in and out, so not a perfect setup, but not bad. If you can do 13.8, you're doing all right. Down low, not too aggressive into the paint. Another 13.8 on lap number 10. Victor Wilk with a 13.9. 13.8 for Mean. 14 flat for Francesco. Oh, Mean had a rough one there. Did a 14.2. Dropped him down 2 whole spots. Our leader still Tanaka.
13.81, 13.86. I mean, he is stringing them together now.
Naka, oh, a little wide there.
Yeah, that was a little wag of the tail, wasn't it?
Touch of a power slide. Reining it back in. I'm going to call 14.1 as he comes
a big
across.
wide turn right there.
Got it. It was a 14.1. Down through the paint there, almost flirting with the grass, it looks like. Playing it safe through the bank corner, staying off the paint to keep that corner speed up. 14.1, but erases that with a 13.8. 18 and a 4.10.8, still the pace. He is under the current TQ time here in race number 10.
Catching a lapper. We'll see how this goes. Checking him up here just a little bit. I feel like it's getting in his head just a little bit.
I believe Victor Pelez in front of him in the 10 car. And I'm cheating because I heard the track announcer say it.
He's missed a couple turns here.
Oh, a little power slide there.
Playing a role.
Through the double apex, and he's dropped off just a touch here. 2 14.0s in a row.
Yep.
And I know it still sounds fast, but when you're doing 13.8s, that's going to cost the pace just a little bit. And you see he's now to a 4.11.
Probably pretty frustrated.
2 more laps to go. He's hoping this lap car picks up the pace. Oh, no!
Disaster.
Off the short chute into the grass, devastator into the barrier. He was on lap 16, just had to bring it home in one pace. That is going to give it to Victor Wilk. Wilk comes in 18 and a 4.11 with a 7. Going to give him a 2 thus far, as Kalari's was a tick quicker. Francesco going 18 and a 4.12. Mean going 18 and a 4.13. Charlie P with 17 and a flat. Hockler 17 and a 4.01.
Well, that's really playing right into Clary's hands.
Yeah. Tough break there for Tanaka.
And Takishimo, both of them.
Threw it all away. Victor worked there.
Takishimo down there at the bottom.
Oh.
Really, really tough session there for a couple of good players.
Shimo had a flame on lap 1.
And we take a look at our final heat race here. Dominic Greiner sitting in the number 1 spot there. Carmine Raiola. Yuya Sahashi. My apologies there. Rick V. Jeff Hammond. Norito Hirano. Tadahiko Sahashi. And then Lino Timo
Linneo.
Timo Lino.
Mm-hmm.
And Gillis. So we had a little bit of fun before. Gillis Gross-Camp talked about him being a former champ as well. Not in this particular event, but a former world champ. And Bryce Butterfield, I said final is this?
This is 11.
This is 11, not 12.
Hole 666, welcome to the show. Erwin Richter, good morning from Salzburg, he says. Squiggly line guy, happy face. Blisco, good to have you with us. LMO RC Racing, it is going very well. Good to have you with us. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. It's been my pleasure to join the live RC crew, bring the World Championships all over the internet. Here alongside with Ken Stout. Scotty is up in the booth tending to his race duties. He got tagged in as the race director, not the announcer. And race director means you have to make schedules and decisions and get people in trouble. So we feel for him.
After 5 sessions here, 5 heat races, 5 attempts, if you will, Yuya Sahashi sitting P5 overall, Dominic Greiner P6, and Tadahiko Sahashi P8. All 3 of them inside of the top 10 here. Very good effort.
Is that counting 3 of 5?
That is counting 3 of 5. 1,
Awesome.
2, 3.
Perfect. They got it right fine. They were showing it with like 2 instead for a while there, and I was like, that's confusing. JT says $2 on good juju for Bryce. The way his weekend's been going, you're going to have to pony up a lot more than $2 for the juju that this guy's going to need. He has had a bad one.
Yeah, it has not gone well here for Bryce. He's had a number of mechanicals. Not sure what happened today, but he is struggling for sure. When he puts it together, he's fast. We'll give him that. Inside of the top 20 during the seed. Just has not been able to deliver here in the heat races.
Super chat, how old are the Sahashi brothers? Like, how old is Yuya and how old is Tadahiko? You guys can tell us. I know you all know, so do some work for me. You're going to get like 15 answers. This is going to be great.
Google is your friend.
No, they know these guys.
Probably have something.
They know these guys. I don't want to type when I can just say it into the microphone.
I didn't mean you.
Yeah, oh, good. Thank you.
I meant them.
Sorry. I thought you were...
You're working, man. I see you.
I thought you were
see
trying
the
to
sweat rolling off the brow?
I thought you were trying to tell me to do something as I sit back with my arms over my head.
Easy. You are doing something.
I even had a guy go get me a coffee earlier. I'm so lazy. If only there was a way to make him be able to go to the bathroom for me, then I would never have to leave. Still in the warm-up, trying to get everything just right. Jill Selvin says are they twins? And they're 40?
Would be interesting.
I just assumed that they were young racers, but makes sense. Still got a couple more laps left in this warm-up. They tend to stay out there until Scotty calls the track closed. Yuya is 40. Thank you, Jill.
Five seconds. This one is over. They should be pulling them in right here. Checker flag waving.
the flag man really likes his gig. He has no reason to wave the flag, but he does it anyway.
Well, session's over.
If you give a flag man a flag, he's going to wave it. That's what they do.
Session's over. Wave the flag. Got one job.
Don't forget, folks, at the conclusion of race 12, there's going to be a small break, and then we go into Super Pole, which will happen at 4 p.m. local time, which is 45 minutes from right now.
It'll be closer there. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think they get a 5-minute warm-up.
Yeah.
For the Super Pole, and then
as a group, I think they get 5
right,
minutes.
and then I think they get
2 minutes on their own.
Minutes of warm-up on their own. And then what is it? The best?
They get 6 laps.
They get 6 laps.
And then their hot lap.
fastest time, right?
Not 6 of the, just one single
Just
lap.
one flyer out of the 6.
I knew you knew. I was saying it for the people because I said
Copy.
it wrong. Yeah.
Don't always be so sure I know.
All right, coming out of the gates, Timo with a 14 flat. Sahashi with a 13.8. Hammond with a slightly quicker 13. Actually, the identical 13.8.
And they come out swinging right off the bat in this group, no doubt.
Carmine Rilo, 13.7. Let's go, Italy.
Another 13.7 out of Greiner.
Hammond with a 13.7. TQ right now, Lamberto Calari from heat number 9, 18 and a 4:11.2, all the way down to 7th spot, below that pace, but we are very early on now. We haven't given him much time to make any mistakes, so everybody only with 3 or 4 laps in the books here, but a lot of 13.8s. Look at that. Top 5 all going 13.8. Carmine with a 13.9 in the 6th spot. Timo with a flat, now a 9.
Yeah, these drivers, given the chance at any sort of clean track in front of them, typically do not make a mistake. Really nice, respectful move right there to move up out of the way.
Germany's Greiner with a 13.9 in the 2 spot. Sahashi, the 13.8 to get past them. Hammond slowed down a touch with that 14 flat, and it looks like he's overdue at the line, as is Sahashi, so the order changing around now.
Very little, if any, smoke. See, all of these things are tuned right on point.
Top 8, all under 14
right
seconds. 13.7, 13.7, 13.8, 13.8, 13.8, 13.8. Top 6 lap times coming at you. Sahashi at the front. Greiner in that 2 spot. Separation less than half a second.
Well, 13.6s there. Jeff Hammond, one of them.
Sahashi with a 13.69. Hammond with a 13.68.
18.4089, 18.4086, 18.4084.
2 guys
half
on a
second between the top 3.
They're spaced out nicely. Not too many have had to deal with much traffic, but as I say that, this pack starts to bunch up.
Plenty of time yet to go on side of this one.
That is the 3 car of Sahashi. White nose, green tail in the 2 spot, did a 13.9. Our leader Greiner right now, 13.7 that last lap. That is Greiner in the pink and black.
And the top has been moving around here. Greiner back up to the top. Sahashi now, that's Yuya Sahashi down in 2nd place. Tadahiko Sahashi and P4 there. Jeff Hammond hanging out inside of the top 3 has been pretty diligent in staying in the top 3.
Oh,
right around the paint, huh?
Big moment there as Greiner was too low on the paint, picked up the throttle, but able to maintain. Still did a 13.8, so looked worse than it was.
Slug.
Yeah, 13.8's a slow lap for these guys when they're doing 6s and 7s. Hammond with a 6. Greiner comes around to back it up with a 13.59.
Yep, there we go.
Just needed a little bit of motivation as he comes up on the back door.
Racing room.
Of some traffic. Time on the master clock winding
there it is.
down.
Quick move. Nice job out of both.
Oof. Greiner pushing hard. Again, very low in that paint through the downhill sweeper. 13.7 that time across the line.
I notice as they come up the hill right here, turning into those, as the track escalates and goes up and you turn into it, so a ton of grip there. They can really attack the entry of those turns.
That was Sahashi off the track. Griner out on his final lap right now. 18:07 is the pace. Yuya Sahashi with the red bar of death. Hammond still circulating. Rick V still circulating. Coming down to the wire, and Dominic running out of fuel. He just checked in on a 13:57. Cannot make it all the way around. Hammond gonna take over the top spot. 18 in a 4:09.1. Steals
Blame
the
it out
TQ.
here right at the very end. My goodness.
Oh, man, heartbreak there. It's the 8 car as well. Timo running out of gas, but he had finished already, so he got his 4:11. That was his in-lap.
Bryce Butterfield finishes this one up there. Finally gets in a session. An 18:4.14. Good for him.
See Hammond taking home the win and setting the TQ, 18 in a 4:09.1. Tadahiko Sahashi going 4:09.5. Rick V going 4:09.6. Timo able to get the finish with a 4:11. Carmine, who came out swinging, finishes with a 4:12. Butterfield with a 4:14. All of those guys with 18-lap runs. We saw Griner run out of fuel on his final lap. Heartbreak. Goes 17 in a 3:57. He was on an 07 pace with an 18-lapper. Narito Hirano with a 17 in a 4:01. Yilis Grosskamp, not the run that he needed here in the final round, 17 in a 4:10. And Yuya Sahashi was off early with some problems.
Man, crazy how it goes. All of those had such a good average working. Bryce Butterfield was 55th coming in here, so that should help him out immensely.
If I am reading the Super Brains comment correctly, he says Yuya Sahashi is resigning. He's his last race that he's going to do.
That?
That's a shame. He's a very fast driver. Someone get that guy motivated. Keep on racing.
And we take a look at our final group here. Currently sitting P1, Simon Kirchbach and Tony Gruber in the number 2 spot. Dario Ballestri, who's been so fast here all week as long. Naoto Matsukura, Shoki Takahata, of course, the reigning champ, Hayato Ishioka, and Andrea Catanzani, Jesse Davis, Kuki Kato, and Masaya Ida.
JT, can we get some screen time of the Infinity Ramen Bar? Maybe. I won't say no. I won't say yes. I'll just say maybe.
So Kirchbach coming in here, P1, Ballestri, P2. That was Gruber, Tony Gruber, by the way, coming in here, P3. So the top 3, then Shoki Takahata, and 4th. So everybody in this group here, the top 4 out of this fast group.
I wonder if Tony has any relatives named Hans. The bad guy.
Tough guy.
No, what was the... I can't remember the name of the movie now. Oh, there's the ramen bar. They'll just make you some noodles. I said maybe. I didn't say no. John Sang messaging me again. What do you want? Oh, it's John Sang is JT Racing. John Sang! I gotta move the mic so I can yell at it. John Sang! I should have known that you're JT Racing. What a jerk. I thought we were friends, he says.
Big dogs coming out here to play. Final group here in the final session.
What's the John McClane and Hans Gruber? I can't. The name of the movie is blanking me. It's the Die Hard. It's an official Christmas movie. You guys all know that, right?
That was it, isn't it? Die Hard. I don't know which one.
The first one. Hans Gruber's in the first one. Yippee-ki-yay, mother trucker. We are in our 12th and final heat of racing action in our 6th round of qualifying here at the 2023 1A scale on-road world championships. Compliments of Infinity RC.
How about this? Kirchbach.
How about it?
Round 1, 17.354 struggle right there. Did not finish. Second round, same thing. Round 3 shows up. 18.407.7. Then round 4, 18.407.1. Round 5, 18.408.1. Yeah, okay, I'm ready to play, boys.
He's terrible at consistency, I'll tell you what. He either does nothing or champion.
Balustry, not much different. 18.408, then had a did not show, then 18.406, 18.409, 18.408.
Man.
It's incredible what these drivers at this level are capable of.
I mean, to think about, Kalari did a 5.11, and that's the slowest of the 18 lap times, and it's only 3 seconds off of these guys, maybe 4. Over a 4-minute run. It's a second per minute that you're losing. That ain't much. That ain't much at all. Shuffle goes on as they get the cars in the right order.
Here we go. Final heat for this week at the World Championships. This will give us some numbers to work off of. Then we go to the Super Bowl, figure out who's going to start on the, or I keep saying on the front row, I keep thinking front row, but in the first 2 positions.
So, we were conversating a little earlier in the chat, and it came up on what drivers have an opportunity to still get the top qualifying position. And based off the math that I did very briefly, I did not do this math. It's Kurzbach, Balestri, Gruber, and Takahata that have the shot at this. So, depending, if one of those 4 has to take the top spot here, that will ensure that they get it. If none of them gets the top spot and someone else does, besides those 4 drivers, it'll shuffle things all over the place yet again. So I'm just going to wait for Scotty to push the button at the end of the round, and then we'll
come out swinging. How about a 13.69 for Gruber right off the bat? And then Shoka Takahata, a 13.65. 13.65, and he goes to the top with that effort. Gruber in second. Jesse Davis, a 13.78, comes out swinging. Balustry with a 13.71. Also, Cato with a 13.71.
I think we're on board with Koike here in the 9 car.
I pitched that thing in there. That right-hander.
The 9 or the 8, Koike or Davis.
Just kind of pitching that thing in the turns there a couple times.
We jump on board now here. I believe this is Kurzbach. Yeah. He runs the Scotty Ernst paint job. Working his way through the lower half of the track, through the double apex, across the lines. Dario Balestri. No, it's Simon. Simon through the short chute now, out to the edge of the track. Ooh, a little bit of tight line there coming up the hill. Has to take the manual right up the wall.
Gruber hanging tough, throwing those 1360s on the board. Kurzbach with a 1384, and Gruber follows him up with an 82.
Pace right now, 18 and a 407 for Kurzbach.
Haven't seen them all, but might have missed one, but haven't seen a 13.5 yet, which this group is plenty capable of.
We had one a little earlier.
Well, I'm talking about out of this group here.
Not here, not yet.
Yesterday in this final session, they were throwing them down.
13.8 for Kurzbach. Gruber now to the top spot. Gruber with a 13.7, 13.8 for Kurzbach. Koike Kato with a 13.6, making his presence felt.
13.73 there for Gruber. He is consistently 13.63 for Gruber.
With
right down in there. Kurzbach just not able to get out of the 80s there. Has he come back around?
Jesse Davis with a 13.59 to move into the third spot. Now into the 2 spot as Koike Kato climbs the ladder.
That's a Kirk.
Kato with a 13.6, Davis with a 13.6, 13.7 for Gruber. Kurzbach with a rough one, 13.9, backs it up though with a 13.6.
Matsukura throws a 13.55 down. He threw a 13.6 down, then a 13.55. He starts climbing the ladder into the top 5.
Matsukura with his work cut out from Takahata.
Kurzbach has fallen to 4th.
13.67, 13.73.
And just like that, jumps back up there, throws a 13.67 on the board.
13.55 on lap number 1 from Davis. The little data point there that I've been missing, and the super chat helped us out. Matsukura did a 13.55 on lap 13. 13.6 flat for Hayato Ishioka. Time winding down here. We're going to see some cars coming to a park. We got an orange one parked on the high side. That may be Balestri.
They get back around to the stripe. That seems to be the key here with these fast groups.
2 more laps left to go. Looks like Gruber had a rough one. He's not finished yet. Kurzbach cross line. Koiki Kato with a 13.7 to close things out. He goes 18 and a 4.07. We're waiting on Kurzbach to come around. If he does a hot lap, he can steal this one back.
Should be
not
good.
Gonna do it. 14 flat. Koiki Kato gonna hold on for the TQ here in round number 6. That's my chef.
There you go. Turned it around. Last session struggled a little bit.
Off-road racer, raced A scale one time before this. TQ's the final round. Got a 2, a 5, and a 9 earlier on. Way to go, chef. Way to go. I'm going to go high-five that guy.
Nicely done. You're going to have to cook him dinner tonight.
Yeah, he's cooking for us. We're going to stay on the program.
18407.8, 18408.1. The difference right there between first and second. Kurzbach. Is it good enough for Kurzbach to hang on to the number 1 spot would be the question.
So, 407.81. What the previous one was a 409?
For Kurzbach,
no, the last round. Who was
last 11? Round was a 408.1.
No, I meant race 11. What was the fast time? The previous TQ before this was an 09. So 5 guys snuck under that 09 is what I was getting at. It's pretty amazing. So Adam Drake says that Simon is now our overall TQ, and if anybody's going to know, it's going to be him. I would imagine that is true because Kurzbach got a 2.
Correct.
Yeah, he got a 2 and a 1, and he's the only one to do that. So.
I mean, he didn't have to worry about Kuki taking it over.
Blair Craddock, welcome to the show. Adam Drake, welcome to the show. Thanks, everybody, for turning in. Kimura, welcome to the show. We will be having Super Pole qualifications coming up here in just a minute. Time is now 4:30. 3:30. Super Pole is scheduled for 4 o'clock, so 30 minutes from right now.
Good sessions here. Joey Cole and all that stuff for sure.
Bobson sent me some sort of...
Bobson.
Category-son.
Get a little bit of a break here, so we'll pop back here and call the exciting part of the Super Pole, of course. Find out who's going to start in the number 2 position. We'll also be able to confirm, and not that we would ever question Mr. Drake, but we believe Simon to be TQ here. We'll start off on the pole position, if you will, the number 1 spot. We want to find out who's going to start off in the number 2 spot and who's going to make their way back to the semis.
Pascal Kurzbuch. I bet you that's a relative. They just spell it different. Who knows? He gives a yes, probably, for Simon. Squiggly Line says, Kato did excellent. Dan Skoifich, thank you for tuning in. If it wasn't for fans, why would we be here? Casey Dawson, welcome to the show. Folks, Mr. Stout and I are going to step away for a moment, stretch our legs, talk to some racers, get you guys some information, and we'll be back for coverage of Super Bowl in just about 20 minutes.
Stay with us here at the 8th Scale Nitro On-Road IFMAR World Championships, presented by Infinity. We'll be right back.
All right, everybody, listen up. I have in my hands the unofficial top 16 here. These are unofficial, but we start at the top with a score of 2 points. Overall, Simon Kurzbach going to be unofficial TQ here at the 2023 IFMAR World Championship. Dara Balestri, a second qualifier. Tony Gruber will be 3 with a brilliant qualifying round number 6, 4th overall. Koki Kato, great run for Kato. Shoki Takahata is showing unofficially 5th. Yuya Sahashi 6th. Dominic Griner 7th. Jesse Davis 8th. Talihiko Sahashi 9th. Jeff
official till after check, but
What I gotta do is get the links for the.
I'm going to do
all
it.
kinds of graphics.
Can you for sure get the top 4 pictures? Well, no, the Japanese, yeah. These, I know I need to, all the English names I need to change.
Right. No, the one
Right.
so copy this whole thing and make me so it shows up. The first thing is Coke, second name is Coke.
Well, in Japan, they go by Koku Kaku. They say, no, Kaku is the first.
3 minutes 35 seconds to the start of the race.
Check. All right, Super Bowl drivers, go to tech and get your tires and fuel. Super Bowl drivers, please go get your tires. Oh, check. 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2, test 1.
And we welcome you back here to the 8th Scale Nitro On-Road IFMAR World Championship presented by Infinity. We're at Infinity International RC Speedway in Nabi, Japan, just outside of Nagoya, about 5 hours away from Tokyo. And we have Charlie Swanka sitting right alongside myself, Mr. Ken Stout, and of course Scotty Ernst out there is on the PA, also taking care of race director duties. Qualifying is done. And on the pole is our number one player. It was pretty exciting to watch it all go down. That is Mr. Simon Kurtzbach.
Also the top
now
seed.
We will top seed. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So we'll see how it all shakes down. But we know for sure he is going to be in the A main. Yep. He's going to start off in the number one position. The next question we want to settle here is who's going to start off beside him. And we have 4 players in the game to get that done.
2nd through 4th place in the ranking of qualifying gets to participate in Super Pole. And it's a bit of a unique event in Nitro racing, something they brought in a few years back. And the way that it works is they get a 5-minute warm-up session as a group. Then each of them get a 2-minute tuning session, and they bring them out one by one to run 6 laps. Of those 6 laps, they take the best, and the fastest of the fast lap will earn P2 on this grid for Saturday's final.
And then to continue on with how they will fill out the rest of the A main, as we sorted that out a little bit earlier in the day. Eventually, obviously, we will race through the mains and get down to the semifinals. It's on a ladder system. And so 3 from each side of the ladder in the semifinals will make their way into the final. That will give us a total of 8. And then the 2 fastest times after that will fill out the 10-car field.
And the way that it works is it could be the 5th from the first side, could be the 5th from the 6th side, or it could be the 5th and the 6th from either side, depending on the pace of those races. So if there's a lot of action and crashes, it can play into the favor of the other heat. And it's one of the very interesting ways that you always have a chance to make the finals here in an IFMAR World Championships. In the lower mains, they do the same thing where I think it's the top 2 transfer to the heat next, and you can keep bumping your way through the race program throughout the afternoon.
Did you kick the fan, or did they take it?
I moved it slightly. Are you not getting any airflow, boss?
0.
Oh, here,
before
let me get that.
It was a nice shared.
Let me get that for you, Mr.
Maybe
Stout.
you know what?
Please.
Maybe it's a tablecloth.
Please let me get that.
There you go. It's a tablecloth.
Yeah.
I think it's a tablecloth.
I don't like this table.
Oh yeah, boom! There it is. You lift that tablecloth up, it rolls right on through. We'll set that underneath the computer.
There we go. Well, we thank you guys all for tuning in. If you are on any of our super chats, say hello, let us know. Let's do Scotty's roll call. Where are you guys all from?
Let us know. It's pretty nice.
Punch in your state of residence, what province you're from, what country you hail from, and let us know what time it is and what you're doing. Some of you are at work killing time. Some of you are staying up late in the evening. We would love to hear what you're up to, and we thank you all for tuning in. Non-stop coverage here of the 2023 IFMAR Nitro On-Road World Championships.
Probably shouldn't open up a can of worms here, but Live Race Media, Brandon and the boys, I believe, have been They've been listening to the folks, and I believe are working on getting you car makes, if I'm not mistaken.
They're up there. You see Shoki Takahata in the Mugen, Koiki Kato in the Infinity, Tony Gruber in the Capricorn, and Dario Balestri also in the Infinity.
So there you go. They keep making progress over here and keep adding stuff in that people would like to see, and we do our best to accommodate.
You can check it in from the Netherlands, DB down in SoCal. Jimmy Tanto, Australia, the land down under. Their bathroom flushes the wrong direction down there. Luca, no, we're about to kick off the Super Bowl.
Speaking of bathrooms, they're pretty tidy around here.
Yeah, Shane Moeller from Cape Town, South Africa. Welcome to the show. Gotcha.
So now we're hearing it's 3 minutes of warm-up.
Yeah.
5-minute practice, which we talked about.
I was pretty close.
Instead of 2,
I was pretty close.
They've changed it to 3, and they did tell us 2 earlier on, so it was an update.
Alexander Wild from Germany, 8 in the morning. Welcome to the show. Cole 666 from Perth. I'm glad to have you guys all with us. Thanks for tuning in. Richard Loos from the Netherlands. Stephen Miller. He's been a regular in the chat. We thank you for all the information the Super Chat has provided us. Casey Dawson from New Zealand. Australia and New Zealand have almost identical flags. The difference is in the color of the stars. They told me already, but I forgot which one has the red stars and which one has the white stars. I want to say New Zealand has the white stars, but don't quote me. We've been finding I'm wrong more often than I'm right. Tony Firth from the land down under.
Shot at it.
Vancouver, Washington, as Troy McCune from McCune Designs checks in with a hey, how you doing? Uwe Reinhardt, long time no see, sir. Glad to have you with us all the way from Germany. Good morning to you as well. Jim Rose, what's up, my dog? Sacramento, Sacktown, California. Steve Miller, getting a shout out from Jimmy Tonto. Rhodey told me to tell him something, but he's gone, so I can't tell him.
You can say it. He just won't hear it.
Greetings from Norway. Henning Stavenhagen. Stavhagen, that's it. There's no extra E. Yauzafuradate. Good to see you checking in again. Benno says the White Stars are the Australians, so I was, of course, wrong again. Or I don't remember what I said. Fred Pondfield from the Gold Coast. I have a daughter. She's 17. She says when she turns 18, she's doing a month in Australia, and she's going to go tour the Gold Coast. I'm like, great. I don't think I want that to happen.
I'd love to go down there. I want to see New Zealand.
The saving grace is I have lots of Australian friends from going to races, and they said that if anything comes up to
You've been talking about Mr. Scotty Ernst, and
there he is.
There he is.
The RC czar
and real
himself.
live person.
Yeah.
Walking away from us, not his best side.
No, it is his best side.
Oh, come on now.
Him and I have a joke. We have faces for radio, so.
Yeah, I understand completely.
G-Dup checking in from the Open Grove Raceway. Isn't that the drone track? Good morning to Mark Mack from Italy. I don't know any Italian, otherwise I would say good morning in Italian. Good morniano. Johnny N.G., San Francisco. Good to have you with us. I'm a NorCaler myself. I've been in Northern California for, 15 years now or so.
Scotty barking orders, race director.
I'm glad he got rid of his Crocs and has moved on to some proper outdoor footwear.
With you. Well, almost. I mean, they're slippers.
Yeah. Hey, dudes. Stan's filling in for Super Pole here, about to kick off.
We were talking about this facility and how nice the grandstands are, and there's a really good look at it there.
T-Pods.
Up and over the pole right there, man.
T-Pods, Tommy from Texas. Hey, how you doing? Sakis Nakis from Greece. Good to have you with us.
Oh, from around the world. It's pretty cool, man.
Joe Friedrich. Yes, it was Open Grove. That's right. Hope Joe's doing well.
Roma Ganoli.
Jimmy Tonto giving a shout out to Trackside Hobbies. The shop and the track is still there. It's owned by an even better track owner, Jamie Tennis. If you're listening at home, hey, how you doing, buddy? I miss you. $100 bills.
Fans from Italy showing up here this morning.
Luca.
Or for them morning. Good afternoon for us.
So they're going to send them out all together for 5 minutes as an easy practice with 4 cars on the track. They should get lots of space. Then they each get an individual 3-minute warm-up before.
Which is about twice as long as their 6 laps will take.
Yeah, and the 6 laps will be done in
minute and a half or so?
Maybe.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Doing 13-second laps. 4 of those is still less than a minute. So another one, yeah, a minute and 30 seconds tops. Ken Lee, hello from Korea. I was in Korea for 2 hours on my way here. I don't think I had ever flown through Korea before.
Mountains looking a bit hazy up there.
Yeah. It is a very picturesque location for a toy car racetrack. Simon Carrata, good morning from Italy. He's cheering for Dario. Makes sense. Yeah, that's a good question, Cole. This was a little later than we were on the track yesterday. I want to say, maybe not. We were done about 4:30? No, we were done before 4:30. Bex Films. Big shout out to the cameramen, Lucas and Travis. You guys are silently awesome. They are. So
I think you're right. I think we were done about 4:30. After 4 o'clock, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Shadows start getting pretty long. The last session was very fast. I mean, if that's any indicator, last session was clearly the fastest session of the day 1 day ago.
Speaking of camera guys, that's Travis up in the tower up there. The only downside to Travis's job is he has to stand immediately next to Scotty all day long. If you stand close to Scotty while he announces, you get spit on a lot. And there's Lucas. Forgot his hat. He's going to be so sunburned tonight. I'm going to laugh at him all night. But hats off to the camera guys. It's a thankless job. There's just the 2 of them. They get no breaks. They've been up there slaving away for us, bringing us these wonderful shots throughout the week. And we love you both. Ken Lee, welcome to the show. Mystic, good to have you with us.
9310-1889. Please check your car park.
Good look at the track, by the way. Start-finish line up there to the top left-hand side of your screen. Obviously, the viewing area as well. Were they doing the wave up there? I thought I just saw them doing the wave, maybe.
Maybe it was just a group wave.
Way to go, Scotty. Get them going, bud. Get them going. But front straightaway there, and obviously the starting positions as well. Look up there at the turn up there at the top of the screen. We've been talking about the bank turn. There's a good look at it there. And kind of goes down, back up again to the right-hander. Turn 7, a little kink there, or elbow. If we're counting that, it's 8, and then the final turn is 9.
Benno, welcome to the show. He says Lucas is a cool dude. GTC 8.23. Germany says hello, guys. We're not going to be able to race, but we are going to do some Super Pole qualifications to secure that number 2 starting spot in our final.
Everybody else in prep for tomorrow when the racing will begin.
Run through most of the lower mains tomorrow, and then we will save the hot action for Saturday. They do have an extra day scheduled just in case.
Let me throw a question at you that you might not have the answer to.
I'll make something up.
So when we start our lower mains tomorrow, any idea what the length of the race is?
I think they're 15 minutes. I don't know.
Pit stops will ensue.
Yeah, memory serves. They usually do them so you got
couple of
2 to 3
stops
pit
along the way.
stops.
Yep.
Yeah. Alexander Wild, Marco Zago, welcome to the show. Bengen Carlson, good to have you with us. In the Super Pole, Shoki Takahata, Koki Kato, Tony Gruber, and Dario Balestri. A little side note, Koki Kanto, 17 years old. This is his second 8th scale on-road race. He's a very talented off-road electric racer, 10 scale 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. So a big shift here to go from what's high bite, slick tire off-road racing to very high horsepower, mega high bite 8th scale on-road. Daniel Weber, thanks you, sir. Cheers to yourself. Bengen Carlson wants to know who TQ is. It is.
It is Simon Kurtzbach.
Thank you. I couldn't remember that. I was going to say Sven for some reason.
Dario Ballestri ended up second. Tony Gruber third. Koki Kato fourth. And Shoki Takahata in fifth.
Mr. Phillips, welcome back to the show. Thanks for tuning back in. Tyrion Phillips and me go way back. He's one of my original RC mentors. He was one of the first companies to give me a full sponsorship. He was the first guy to say, you should come work for this company. He's the first guy I got to travel to races with on somebody else's dime. So cheers, Mr. Phillips. And a very fast racer in his day, still to this day. He gets out and races, and you wouldn't think he was an old hat, but he gets around. G'd up, I believe it is an hour long. Final? Yes, CLM, we have the mobile cam, and they've been doing some B-roll, so you will get lots of extra information in there. Bengen, we're going to leave that on the super chat to answer that question, because I can't be bothered to look at it either. If I touch the computer, I might break it, so I'm not doing it. So we will get underway here with Super Pole in just a few minutes. They got all the drivers gathered up. They've given everybody the information. They have all their timing and scoring things sorted out. They will be underway here shortly. It has been an amazingly close round of qualifying. We saw the order changing rapidly throughout the heats. Koiki Kato TQ'd the final round, and he was no higher than like 6th or 7th in the first 3 minutes of the race and just came on a charge in the final minute, 3 or 4 laps at the end. All of a sudden, he was at the top of the field.
I think we had one flame out as well.
Yes, we did have a couple.
Which really changed up the entire order.
Yeah.
Couple of players up there at the top in the last 2 groups and flamed out there. That 4-minute mark definitely proved to be right on the ragged edge for everybody.
Takashima Design, welcome to the show. That's Koiki on the left.
Feels a bit drier out here today.
Shoki Takahata.
Wonder if that played a role there with the fuel burn.
In front of the Infinity banner. That's Dario Ballestri there. Center shot, side shaves. And Tony Gruber down there in the red section of our banner. All communicating directly with their mechanics via their wireless headsets. So they're going to release them all here at the same time. I believe they get 5 minutes.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Anabe, Japan. We're just outside of Nagoya for the 8th scale Nitro on World IFMAR World Championship standing for International Federation of Model Auto Racing, presented by Infinity. We're here at beautiful Infinity International RC Speedway. Can't wait to get things started here. I'm Ken Stout, and Charlie Swanka sitting right alongside. Scotty Ernst will be announcing here today. Also our race director. You can see the grandstands there. They are packed up. We've had 3 days of action on track. The last 2 days have been filled with heat races, a lot of heat races, 12 different groups. They all got 3 different rounds yesterday and today. We've ended up with the people that are going, I should say the person that is actually going to start on the pole in the number 1 spot. Congratulations to Simon Kurtzbach. And we look forward now to find out who number 2 is going to be. Charlie, explain to us what we're going to do here today.
Super Pole is unique to IFMAR On-Road Racing, where they take 2nd through 4th place second through fifth place qualifiers, and they get a unique format to go out and do hot lap to determine our second spot on the grid. They are currently in their 5-minute practice session. They'll get some time on the track to get things up to temperature, check their settings, and they'll bring them all in, and they'll get out again for their own private 3-minute tune session, and then they release them for 6 laps to get their fastest of those 6 laps. The fastest of the fast laps will earn P2 on the grid for our finals on Saturday.
Okay, let's get you up to speed while they're in their practice session. As you're tuning in here, let's get you up to speed on the racetrack. The size of it is 80 by 40 meters. Driver's stand, 25 meters long. To help you out if you're in the States there, that would be 262 by 131 foot or 87.5 by 43 3/4 yards. The fuel here is controlled. They are allowed 2 different styles of fuel. OS and Maxima fuels can only be taken care of in one area in the pits. Also, tires are controlled as well. 1 tire brand for everybody, 1 size for the front, 1 size for the rear. They also have the durometer, obviously the same for everybody. So no games to be played there in terms of tires. Charlie, let's talk about the cars that we're going to see out here today. These things are rocket ships, all-wheel drive. They burn nitromethane, 25% nitro. The rest of it is 8% oil, which is a mixer, and methanol. These things turning some 40 to 45,000 RPM.
Little tiny motors making in excess of 3 horsepower, 4-wheel drive, 2-speed transmissions, more downforce from their bodies than you can shake a stick at. These things make some horsepower and some traction.
If you go out there, and I had a chance to listen to them earlier, finally, we've been in the booth here for the past couple of days, haven't had a chance to get out there and listen to the road race style cars, but you can hear these things. They have a distinct hard shift, a 1-2 shift. It's boom, boom, and it is cool.
Very quick. As they come out of the straightaway, they'll be in second gear as they cross the start-finish stripe, which is maybe 10 feet out of the corner. So lots of horsepower being laid down, and they take advantage of all of it with these 2 speeds.
So 3 horsepower, the 3.5cc engine or a 0.21 cubic inch power plant. 2-stroke diesel is one way to describe it for sure. Minimum weight here, 2,350 grams. So they're fairly light, as you might imagine, but a little heavier than one might think if you go to pick one up. They do have a rear brake on them, but if you're ripping off some good laps from what we're told from the fast guys, they very rarely use the brake here. They do have interchangeable sway bars to get the cars to work right. There's an adjustable rear gurney on the back that you can slide up and down that has a fixed wicker bill, if you will, and that is to spec. Ooh. So you cannot change that. Looks like a little bit of action going on there. Guys being kind to each other. In the bodies, there's only 2 that are illegal, or that are legal, not illegal. There's only 2 that are legal here as you take a good look at the number 3 car right there, but they are a Hyper or a Super Diablo.
Looks like that is Koki Kato, the 3 car in the pits right now, having a look over things. Maybe they're happy with where it's at right now, and they're just going to keep the car in one piece. Some of these guys coming out with some changes. Some of them are out there running their same setup that they just had on the car, maybe doing a tire change. No, check that. That is Koiki Kato. He had the 9 from qualifying, so that's the 9 here again.
Sponge tires on all 4 corners. As we talked about, the fronts and rears a little bit different. Give them a little bit of rake. You can see the body there also provides a ton of downforce. Charlie, let's talk about the setup on these cars. These guys can do exactly what the big cars do. They have camber adjustments, maybe more, right? Camber adjustments, caster camber adjustments. Talked about the sway bar in there. The dampers themselves, they can make adjustments to those via oil, if you will, not necessarily shims inside of them, but they can certainly get them to work different ways. They can change the piston size inside of them as well.
Different styles of pistons,
a lot of options.
Holes, more or less holes. There's got companies that make special valves for these guys. Even the O-rings that they use and the way they assemble the shocks, whether they're pressurized or not, can have a huge effect on the handling. In addition to that, in full-size motorsports, adjusting something like roll center is a tricky thing. In RC car racing, you can move the suspension arms up and down. There's lots of different positions. You can change the angle of the arm, add rake, take it away, anti-dive, anti-squat. All of these things that are a big mechanical change in full-size motorsports can be done on your pit table here in RC car racing. So
yeah, it's really, really impressive. Take a look at some of the tooling that they have to accomplish the goals that they want to with these vehicles. It is super impressive, to say the least. A lot of technology inside of these vehicles, and it absolutely pays off.
Some of the radio systems even have the ability to do telemetry, so they can run sensors inside the motor for either receiver pack voltages, motor temperatures, stuff like that. At this level, I don't think that's the case. They got a pitman to take care of all that for them.
And you bring up a good point. Let's talk about the radios themselves. A couple of different versions as well.
Yep. Big tech in the radio area. Major players in this one: Futaba, KO Propo, Sanwa. There's a few more out there as well, but that's what you're going to see primarily at this particular event. And the reason we bring it up is the latency. The communication protocol between the driver and the car, super crucial. We're talking about latencies, if you're a techno nerd, lower than 2 or 3 milliseconds on this, because at the speeds they're going, if there's a delay on your input to when your steer servo responds, that could be several feet that you missed out on. So we see here Takahata taking advantage of his full 5 minutes out there, getting a couple extra laps in. Takahata.
Or I wonder if he started his 2-minute.
Oh, you're right.
Single. I think this. So they gave as a group they gave them 5 minutes and then 2 minutes individually. Or no, they changed that to 3 minutes individually. They get a practice session and then they will go out and rip off 6 flyers, and whatever their fastest is what will count for them.
Now, what I do not know is if the 6 flyers happen immediately after the 3 minutes, but we'll find out here in a second. Takahata, our reigning world champion, trying to earn his way into the final right here in Super Pole. Car's looking pretty good and smooth. You see not a lot of extra movements as he comes out of the corners, and that's what we like to see. So we've been through 2 days of qualifying. We've seen a wide array of handling package and driving styles from these guys, and the dominant seems to be the smooth without the wiggle, where you're just getting into the paint a little bit.
We'll also get you up to speed on some of the history of this event, kicking off in 1977, and they run the World Championships every 2 years. The only time that didn't happen was 2021, courtesy of COVID. So we've had 14 different winners from 8 different countries and 22 events over the course of the past 46 years, and the only driver with more than 1 win is Lamberto Calarari. He did 9. He has 9. Nobody else has more than 1. He has 9. Did 5 of them consecutively between the years of 1989 and 1997, and then 4 more consecutively between the years of 2003 and 2009. We've had 8 different countries take a win here, and courtesy of Lamberto, Italy stands atop at 10 with 1 other winner. The USA is next in line with 3, Japan with 3, France with 2, and then Switzerland, the Netherlands, Great Britain, and Germany all have 1 apiece. And it's been held in 12 different countries over the course of time, with the USA hosting 7 times, leading the group. So next after that is France with 3, and this year, including this particular event, Japan, and their 3rd hosting role.
Takahata sizing the track up here. You see him kind of picking the sections apart from what it looks like on my end, focusing on a couple corners, lets a couple loose, and then if he gets it a little too hard, backs it down a notch, and it looks like his 3 minutes have expired, and he is now on a 6-lap counter. So
Early super loose through some of those turns.
Yeah, I think he's pushing very hard. So his clock is underway. Super Pole has begun here. Our reigning world champion, Shoki Takahata, working his way around to check in on lap number 1.
We've seen lap times as low as 13:55, maybe a tick lower than that, but 13:50s are for sure a flyer. This car looks super loose right here, and I don't know if it's just later in the day. The sun is off the track now. Looks like the entire track is all but in the shade here with some coverage.
13:77, that's pretty quick.
Reigning champions you talked about, last winner we had, 2019, and was a real player here early on.
Quickening, 13.6.
Had 1 bobble just recently here. A lot of these guys are running out of fuel inside of their heat races.
Ooh, big slide there. Slide and a wiggle, so not a smooth one. 14 flat. Try to salvage now. 2 more laps left to go. Big slide there.
Yeah, big back and end move.
He is trying to push very hard right now and overdriving just a little bit. 13.8, lap number 5 has to make this one count. Oh, a little bit of a slide there, not too bad. Shoki Takahata making his bid for P2 here in the final.
As you join us here on the TV show, we've been talking about these guys running through the paint. Obviously, the paint on the side indicating the curbs, if you will. It is just paint, though. It is not a true curb, and you'll see them get all 4 tires in as they shorten up this track best they can.
So Takahata going to turn in a 13.63 for his hot lap. That is very respectable. Hard to get a 13.7 for a lot of the racers, and to go out and bang out 2 13.6s in a row. So that is going to bring Koiki Kato to the track for his 3 minutes of warm-up. They can do.
It was interesting, right, to watch a real plan of attack there by Shoki, taking segments, like you said, of the track and seeming to work on it.
When he would make the mistake or push too hard, he'd slow down, I think, make a mental note, start the lap over, and he was doing most of that through his 3-minute warm-up. So we'll see what Koiki does here. And as I mentioned before, Koiki's 17 years old. This is his second A-scale on-road race. He is a very talented electric 10-scale off-road racer. So big change of pace for him with little to no experience out here picking it up, laying it down. He was in our top group through qualifications. He ran very respectively, earned a 2 and a 1 during qualification. So very fast.
Once again, we'll keep an eye there and on their line. So already back into the pits there. Clearly not the full 3 minutes of warm-up. Wants to pull back in, maybe check something out. And you said that they will come in here and check temperatures, a very common thing.
Yeah. The first thing they do when they pick up the car is put a temp gun on the head of the engine that gets them their operating temperature, and they tune from there based off the headroom that they have. Most of the time they try to run them kind of max lean, if you will, just a little bit of smoke, not a lot, and keeping the temperatures in check. Probably right around 200, 215 or so Fahrenheit on the head temperature.
Yeah, and he's giving you a good, giving us, I should say, a good visual right here off the throttle there. And it loads up just a little bit, gets back on the throttle, and you'll see a puff of smoke out of the pipe. And again, probably see it right here, just a little wisp of smoke when these things are right.
Tough to see in the evening hour like this because there's not a lot of backlighting, but you can tell when there's none. They sound funny. They don't seem as fast, so you got to have just a wisp.
Yeah, right on the mark here. We'll pull it back into the pits there, and one more final adjustment, maybe just fuel up.
Yeah, they're timing it so that they make sure they don't lose any pressure. Cars run better on a full tank. No hiccups or bubbles in there. So he's waiting for his 3 minutes to expire. You'll see the green flag go, and he'll get 6 hot laps. He's got to beat a 13.63. No, he did a couple 13.7s in the last round. I'm not sure he turned in a 13.5. Low there, you see him bumping through just to the inside of the painting. They have a concrete low spot that is about ½ quarter inch below the race surface. So
now we have seen as you watch him go through turn 1, 2, 3, and then right back there 4. Through turn 4, there is definitely a low spot there, and we've seen it upset the cars just a little bit. A beautiful job there. Double apex turn there that we've been referring to here for the past couple of days as they'll tag the paint in and out and then try to hold it as tight as possible through the center. Nice job, nice and straight in the back straightaway.
Okay, working down onto the race line. You see him staying to the high side, not wanting to get that car upset. Just keep the temperature in the tires. Get down on that paint. It starts to wiggle around a bit much. Put some extra tire wear. Green flag is on now. Going to come around here to start his opening lap of his super pole.
So, yeah, I agree with you 100%. The timing of that, come in to refuel and be able to stay out there for the full 6 laps, including a couple of practice laps, kind of get in the zone, if you will, and then keep the session going.
The good thing for Koiki is he is part of the Infinity team, and they are a wealth of racing experience, so he has a lot of extra help for his mechanic to keep him on target. Opens things up with a 13.86, so bit of a room for improvement. You see he's going to work it down. 13.72 that time by. Always an improvement.
Getting in the hunt now. Needs another 10th.
Looking very smooth, though. Not a lot of extra movement coming out of the corners. He's not pushing too hard into the paint. Oh, as I say that.
Big broad slide right there on the entry.
Big move there. Identical 13.72 again.
Which tells me there's a lot of time left because he definitely lost some right there. So there's a 60 in the car for sure.
Smooth and easy. Oh, went a little
high
wide there, trying to rein it in. 13.9, not going to do himself any favors.
Struggling with that last turn.
Little low there, putting the pressure on. His hot laps all came in the closing minute of his 4-minute run, so this definitely a change of pace for an off-road racer.
Smoothed it out right there. It's not better than that 13.72 though.
Gonna have to make it count here. Sixth and final lap for Koki. Looking good. Gonna make an attempt here. Big push to the inside. 1386. His best lap gonna be a 1372. Not bad at all for his, like we said, second Nitro A-Scale on-road race. He TQ'd the sixth and final round, so Koiki got nothing to be ashamed of here.
Yeah, that'll put him in the semifinal, as we talked about here at the top of the show. Congratulations, though. Fine, excellent job. I mean, just to make it here into the top five is very impressive. After 6 rounds of qualifying, they took the top 3, and obviously lowest score how you did in each one of those rounds.
And Tony Gruber now taken to the track in the all-orange ride.
Tony Gruber with 3 best sessions there. Ended up with an 18.409, an 18.407, and an 18.409 in the qualifying heats.
Gruber seemed to have a bit of a rough 5-minute warm-up. Not sure if they were making some changes or not, but I did see him kind of gurgling the car around out there. They brought it in early, and I think he had some clean laps after that, but going to use his 3-minute warm-up to his full advantage. Looks pretty smooth.
117 entries here, and if my information is correct, in round number 2, Tony Gruber was in the number 1 spot. To give you a good idea as we take a look at him here and give you a little bit of information on him as well, coming out of Germany.
Germany is represented by the EFRA block, the European Federation of Racing Automobilia. He's qualified 3rd overall as we bring non-stop coverage of the 2023 IFMAR World Championship. Gruber in the warm-up, coming to a stop, maybe just queuing up for the 3 minutes to end.
Interesting.
They were timing it. It's a timing situation, perhaps. Radio adjustment. Pulled to a stop.
So fill us in. Explain.
Maybe adding or taking away some of the steering input, perhaps adjusting maybe the push brake so you can get on it just a little bit, but a lot of times it's going to be a steering adjustment. If the car's a little twitchy, they can take the dual rate out of the radio to reduce the amount that the steering servo moves when they turn the wheel. Makes it a little easier to drive. Could be the other way around too. Car's not steering enough, so he adds a little more dual rate to the radio.
Quick little top off of the fuel. There's your magic screwdriver you refer to on a regular basis.
Constantly adjusting these engines here at the World Championships. They are tuned on a razor's edge.
Yeah, and no gauges, no documentation to do that. They listen to it. They take a very educated guess for the mechanics at this level.
They have professionally tuned ears that hears exactly what the engine wants.
Ever-changing conditions. I mean, from 60 degrees this morning to 78, 79 degrees this afternoon. It is changing here again with the sun starting to set. So, yeah, they're constantly chasing it to keep it as tight as possible.
Humidity was a bit higher today, too. I felt like it was a little warmer outside. A lot more people in shorts, no hoodies on in the pits today like there were yesterday throughout the afternoon.
A little puff of smoke there.
Gruber came in for one more tune. Getting it just right now. Sounds like their 3 minutes may have just come to a close. We'll see when the green flag waves. Gruber on the dotted line.
Well, he might have came around and picked up the green flag right there. We'll see how close we are here on this next lap. Again, keeping an eye on the line. See how much they chop off the track here, right down in the paint. Last 2 turns. Once again, really nice last turn right there. Green flag. Here we go. Beautiful job. I mean, right down there on it so far. Good lap working here right out of the box. He'll throw a 13.9 on the board.
Yeah. Not bad, not great. You expect a lot more here out of Super Pole, but as you saw, they did a lot of tuning on this one, adjusting a radio here in his 3 minutes as well, so maybe not super happy with the car. 13.8 that time by, not bad. He did best Koki already.
Koki to 13.72.
Oh, sorry, I looked at the last lap. You're right. Gruber, that time by.
Not able to better the mark.
13.9.
Stands at a 13.81.6.
3 laps completed, coming around now. Hit complete number 4. Trying to tighten those lines up on the exits. 85 that time by.
1363, looking pretty solid so far here for Shoki Takahata.
Not getting down in the paint on the double apex. Gruber now 1369. Got one more lap to go. You can get a couple hundredths of a second. Got a shot pushing hard to the outside there. 1373, not going to do it.
Boy, just missing Koki as well. Koki at a 1372. Doesn't matter either way it goes. If he didn't get ahead of Takahata, he's not going to be second. You're going to go to the semifinal no matter what.
Yeah.
And with that said, Dario Balstri coming up here next. And Balstri, we know, has thrown 50s on the board. Not just once or twice either.
Balestri is no joke when it comes to wheeling A scale. None of these guys are for that many. But Balestri, one of the more experienced racers here in our Super Pole for sure. And, you know, if you're an Italian, you automatically have a magical 10th that you can pull out of nowhere when it comes to A-scale on-road racing.
Dario Franchitti would agree with that.
Balestri rolling out now for his 3 minutes of warm-up.
And again, we'll take a look here and see how things are going. Dario Balestri doing a great job here. Again, was sitting atop the entire field at the end of qualifying or heat session number 1 yesterday with an 18.408, throwing down some heaters. Did not show in the second session. Good news is they take the top 3. At the end of round 3, that was the last session 1 day ago, ended up in the number 2 position with an 18.406 of combined laps there in that 4-minute session. Then an 18.409 in round 4. Round 5 ended up in the number 2 position with an 18.408 and did not finish in round number 6. I believe flamed out, if I'm not mistaken. So, but was right there in the hunt.
Came in for a quick temp check there. They liked it, so they sent him back on his way. You can see the plume of smoke there clearly in this evening lighting.
So in referring to those times, as we rattle them off, and we think everybody understands as they watch the TV show here, it was an 18-lap session. They got it in that 4-minute round. So a lot of players out here on the 117-count entry list. Some of them at 16 laps, some of them 17 laps at a 4-minute session. They are so fast they were able to put 18 laps together, and then of course they go to their lowest time, and that will determine the position in that particular group or overall as we take a look at the Italian driver here.
Dario Balestri hails from Italy. He's another member of the European Federation of Racing Automobile. He qualified 2nd overall here at the World Championships, and out here making his play to keep that 2nd place qualification starting position for our finals on Saturday. Balestri still in his 3-minute warm-up.
Very methodical, and of course we've been touching on it all week long, and it is nothing short of exceptional, the car placement that these drivers are capable of. And we saw a number of these drivers, and especially I think Dario, a great look here at one of the drivers that ripped off 13.8, 13.8, 13.8, 13.8, 13.8. I mean, incredible. And there's also a stat here that they're able to keep track of, where he was up in the high 99% range of staying in the same exact line, lap after lap after lap, a deviation rating, if you will. And these drivers at this level are absolutely incredible.
Yeah, their hot lap to their worst lap, a variance of some of these guys, 0.2, 0.3 of a second type of deal. That is ridiculous consistency at a very, very high rate of speed. So
the seat time that allows you to start piecing corners together as a green flag flies. These guys connect laps together and races. It's amazing.
I want to say Balestri is looking more consistent than anyone we've seen so far with tire placement in reference to the paint. He's been keeping 2 tires only.
The fact that Kirchbach beat him, I mean, it was quite a battle. Ooh, a little slide right there, a little broad slide right off the bat. How about a 13.67, first one on the board? He's coming after him here.
Almost besting Takahata on his outlap. Bit of a slide there on the gas going fast.
Again, a bit of a slide here.
13.68, still a 6, but not quicker. Those little wiggles costing him. He's staying away from the paint now. A little bit in there. Ooh.
Inside.
Slide. Oh, there it is.
Knew it was coming.
13-5. He's just going to put the brakes on and say,
That's
I'm
it.
show you
Call
guys.
it good right there.
Not only is it a 13-5, it's a 13-5-1.
That's that's the quickest lap that I've seen her all week. We missed some of them along the way, but that 13:51. Honestly, I was so excited. I'm like, okay, we need to see a 4 now. And he's like, oh, I'm good right here. So, man, talk about throwing a heater down. And Dario is going to be the second car to lock into the A main. We can see Scotty Ertz down there with the microphone. Scotty, what a lap, baby. What a heater.
Balestri going to secure second on the grid. Are taking home the super pole from Italy, Dario Balestri. Pressure's on. And like I said, those Italians can just pull a tenth of a second out of wherever they need to. So great work there. It did 13.6s, 13.6, and then a 13.5.
Yeah.
Took him 4 laps.
Right out of the gate, man.
That is a top.
And once again, we're going to send it down to Scotty Ernst.
Here in the Super Bowl, Dario, there's a lot of stress in that, isn't there? Only 6 laps, but you got to go fast.
Yes, it's always stressful to make Super Bowl, but this time I would say that watching the other guys, I already know that I can do because my engine was faster, honestly, much faster. And the car also, I tested something in the last qualification, doesn't work, so I back with the same car of before and was perfect. So yeah.
I see you went to a one-color body. Was it the same body style that you ran in qualifying?
I know this body is a little bit in the front, so I prefer to use this position to find a little bit more steering for the fastest lap. That's it.
Dario, qualifying has been crazy here this week here at IFS Raceway. Runtime, fuel economy has been so important. What is the stress that you guys are feeling?
What I have to say, it's for the federation, to be honest. Our sport, it's the heart of the speed. So we need to find some new rules to push. We can push. We need to find something to make more fast, funny to drive, more that we can push, because like this we cannot push because we don't make 4 minutes everybody on the limit with the engine. So I think for the future we need to find something else like hits or lowering
the body.
Yeah, or lowering the body. Something to keep alive the engines, because it's not fair that all of this turn around the engine. So yeah, this must be something to review.
Well, you get to celebrate tonight. You're locked into the championship final for another run at the world title. Good job.
I'm happy because in the last year, when I was TQ, something happened in the final. But when I start second, no, I don't know. But I'm happy. I'm happy to start second for many reasons.
Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
All right.
Ciao.
Dario Balestri there, earning a Super Bowl. A thrilling week it's been here in Japan. We got 2 days yet. We got all the lower finals tomorrow. But what Dario's talked about, that's a big conversation been going on in the pits. To Ken and Charlie, as I was talking to people, they're talking about regulations to try to find a way to not make so much downforce on the body. They're talking about maybe dropping the rear end, changing the body designs, things like that, to try to make it so the average people, it's easier for them, less downforce, less stress on the engine, things like that. So there's lots of talk besides racing, but a thrilling run there for Dario, locking his way into the championship final. Back to you in the studio, guys, Ken and Charlie.
Thanks a lot, Scotty. We appreciate it, man. Great interview down there. What a great job by Dario as well. So the top 2 are locked in, Charlie.
Yes, sir. We have at least 2 secured into our final, and semis and quarters will be coming here in a couple days. Tomorrow we have our lower mains. Lots of racing action still ahead here on Live Race Media's coverage of the 2023 IFMAR 8th Scale On-Road World Championships in Inabe, Japan. We are just here at the Infinity International RC Speedway.
Yeah, beautiful scenic shot there as you take a look at the track. Sun's starting to set here, of course. It's been a wonderful 2 days. The weather could not have been any better. Certainly a lot of fun covering all of the heat races to determine who's going to have a shot at scrapping for those top 2 spots. Here's a look at the qualifying results here as well for that second spot. Congratulations to Dario. We'd be remiss if we didn't congratulate Simon Kirchbach one more time as well for earning it as being the TQ out of 117 cars. Amazing effort.
Right. And our reigning world champion, Shoki Takahata, going to have to race his way into the final. Group Kato rounding out our Super Pole finishing order here. Looking forward to some great racing action in the coming days. Don't forget, mark your calendars, folks. We kick it off 9 a.m. local time each and every day. And we will see you right here on the broadcast.
Yeah, we welcome you back here. Hope you enjoyed the action. We'll wrap things up here today from the 8th Scale Nitro On-Road IFMAR World Championships presented by Infinity here at Infinity International RC Speedway in Anabe, Japan. So long. We'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll turn them loose or racing for real. Until then, have a great evening or enjoy your day, whatever the case may be, as you're watching around the world, and we appreciate every one of you. For Charlie, I'm Ken Stout, Charlie Suenka, I'm Ken Stout, and Scotty Ernst, of course. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.